Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of The Network Show. We are now on episode 32, and yeah, it is 2nd of August, Friday, 2024. This is best time of our lives right now. Just to remind people to subscribe. Yeah, I passed out yesterday, and that was it. I not long woke up myself. So sorry about that. I was supposed to go live ages ago. That's what we got. We got fuck all, really. Just a sore throat. All right. What we'll try and do is bring up some videos to play. In the meantime,
they had stolen and were stealing not just one person's memories, they were stealing everyone's, everywhere, all the time, and they still are right now. In my final position, working directly with the tools of mass surveillance, I can see anybody's emails, I can see what you're texting back and forth. The guys that are working to the left and the right of me are turning their monitor to show me of the wife of one of their targets, and they say, bonus. But then I see this picture. It was actually a video of a child in the lap of his father, and it's like a toddler. They're smacking on the keyboard, and they don't realize what's going on. But it kind of glanced at the camera, and I felt like he was looking at me. This really shook me, because when we talk about surveillance, we're talking so much about abstraction. We're talking about things that don't feel real.
Right.
I realized that the machine, I was a technologist in the NSA, all of the different parts that I've been working with, all of the systems, They had stolen and were stealing not just one person's memories, they were stealing everyone's, everywhere, all the time, and they still are right now. And so I got up out of the chair, and I didn't try to burn down the NSA. I didn't. I've published 0 documents. I gave them to journalists, and there's a long, complicated thing in the book about how and why and where the lines are. But I wanted not to say this is the way the world should be. I wanted to give it to you. I wanted to say this is what's happening, and it really, guys, the question for you is, how do you want to live? We are today being used against the future. We're being used against our children. Everything we do now lasts forever, not because we want to remember it, but because we're no longer allowed to forget.
Whenever you connect to the internet,
there was a big difference, which is the Chinese government applied it to everyone, and our surveillance was just being applied to. Then once I discovered the stellar wind, Inspector General's report, and once I see more and more and more programs that are in.
Coincidences happening within a short period of time become virtually impossible mathematically. Let's look at the coincidences in Epstein's case. He's 6 feet 1 inches tall, hung himself from a bunk bed 5 foot 7 inches tall. Right off the bat, your mind wanders, how the fuck did that happen? What did he do, lift his legs? How many of us could actually do that without putting them down again? I don't know. So let's assume he did that. He broke his neck in multiple places, hanging himself from a 5 foot 7 inch bed. He didn't fall from a step ladder. No, it was off of a 5 foot 7 inch bed, and in ways that are indicative of forced strangulation. His cellmate, who he had in his cell the entire time he was jailed, was inexplicably removed from his cell the day before. The guards who were on duty because they said, oh, we were told there was cleaning in that wing and we didn't go in. The video cameras, oddly enough, misaligned, showed nothing anywhere near Epstein's cell, who clearly the most important inmate at that point in time in that jail. Well, I'm sorry. Within a 24-hour period, all of this shit happening is like, statistically, you have a higher chance of being hit by a meteor on your wedding day, standing just before you say, I do.
So, yeah, one of the things that I think is important, and you've definitely been a major catalyst of it as a popular culture and counterculture figure for that matter, of expressing the other side of the story to the mainstream. And I think now with this whole Epstein thing, and now you've got the coin coming out, I think this is one of the things that, every once in a while, JFK, I think is even almost bigger than 9/11. People are starting to say, hey, maybe think Democrats, Republicans, people are starting to wake up, and maybe, just maybe, Epstein can help get us to the critical mass. I also want to ask you about this.
How are you, brother?
We only have a few minutes left here.
Morning, mate. I'm just
a tweet
waking
that
up.
I had. Maybe you can speak to this. Maybe you can't. I didn't write this tweet.
Hey, Nightingale. What's up, good guy? How you doing, bro?
Did you hear about Joey? Joey's running it now.
Yeah, Chris.
Rancor.
Is he in court now, yeah?
They found him guilty? Is that what they said?
Yeah.
Joey's on running it now. Running the
Well, he was.
what he's talking about. I guess he's over now, but he was. Guess they found him guilty, so.
Just woken up myself.
Yep.
Good guy. Did you check your new website out, bro? I hope you like it, man. Get in touch with me so we can. I can send you some login for it. It's all automated anyway. It should pull over your videos automatically. Don't have to do too much to it. Morning, Anne Marie. Mountain Girl, of course. Woo fucking woo. Oh, what a day. What a day. My head feels groggy and heavy. like a big old fat lady sitting on it.
Did you smoke your 2 joints? Yep.
I've got one in my mouth and I'm making another one right as we speak.
Nice.
Well, the one in my mouth it's literally, it's an old one, right? It's one I left from yesterday, from last night.
Hmm.
You gotta have one of those, you know, in reserve.
Exactly, bud.
The worst thing is waking up and there's not one ready for you, you know? That's like, fuck.
Yep.
You can't even shit, you can't do anything. You gotta go and make a split before you do anything, you know?
Right. Hey, Marie. Good to see you. Good morning. Woo fucking woo.
GA.
BGA.
Actually, I'm not even in the back room, so if anyone's waiting in the back room, I don't even know if the link has been posted. Nightbot, have you posted that shit yet? Or... There's a fucking AIs, you know, you get these AIs to help you do shit, and they fucking, you know, they do what they want.
Yeah, then they shit on you.
And then they shit on everyone. I mean, the fucking bitch, fucking cunt, you know?
They take a big digital shit right on you.
Nightbot was such a jerk to me. Grim had to come in and time him out.
Fucking horrible cunt. Trained her right. I mean, listen, right? You guys are the ones that gave me the replies to give to her, right? So you only got yourself. I said, what should we have her say? Right? And you said, yeah, tell her to go fucking suck it from the back. I was like, all right.
Yeah. Take it from the back, mate. But you're kick rock.
Tell him to suck it from the back. All right, Nightbot's now fucking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I do need to update that reply. I think there's only like 18 or 19 replies, so there's not that many. If we put in something like 100 replies, it will feel more organic. You know, it will be more random.
Right.
You know, it won't keep repeating things every now and then. Do you know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah.
So maybe we'll put in some nice replies, as you know, mix it up a little bit. So sometimes it could be moody, you know what I mean? So people might pick certain people out, like Josephine. Josephine came in, she says like, no, she's targeting me, man. It's just me she's being horrible to. Like, she's all right with everyone else.
Shit.
Oh man, she's horrible to every cunt.
It is funny. It is funny though, for sure. Yeah.
I remember when Kaz came in, he was like, "Motherfucker!" He wanted to go to the fucking panel so he could have a go at the fucking bot. He came out like, "I'm gonna shoot this motherfucker out. Who the fuck is he fucking?"
You gotta stay in the chat so you can kick the shit out of him, you know? Slap the shit out of him.
That's cool. Kill, man. It's a robot, man. It's programmed to shit.
Oh, man. Oh, shit. Mountain Girl's got her song all ready to send to you.
Yep.
She's gonna send it to you tomorrow.
I imagine I've got a few songs. I think Anne-Marie sent me some songs.
Okay. Got one. She's got one for the contest. I got the whatever is it?
Yeah.
Whatever it is that you call it. Whatever we call it.
Yeah, but are we
Competition.
allowed to play the contest? It's Friday, isn't it? Is it Friday today?
Tomorrow.
It's Friday
Yeah.
now. It's 1:30 in
It's
the
Friday
morning.
now, yeah. Right.
Yeah, so we can play contest songs all day today.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into trouble for playing anyone's songs.
I better get to bed then so I can get up and actually come on before it's tomorrow night. Yeah.
Tonight is the Little Weed, isn't it? What was it? What's the competition? The Little Weed.
Yep.
I almost came back up. I almost jumped back on piano with you last night, but I couldn't even breathe, dude. I couldn't say nothing. I was a fucking mess. Yeah, not good. I hacked up for, I don't know, a couple hours after I talked to you.
It was Mama Bear's birthday, and she was going to go out to dinner. And
Oh, nice.
Who, Mama?
Tomorrow? Or
she,
today?
I was going to spin one back up when she come back. But honestly, I passed out. My friend came round and he cooked a meal. And I didn't even eat it, man. I was just knockout. Woke up this morning, I got like meal sitting there, and, like, you know what I mean, waiting for me. I
Right.
didn't even eat it. I just gave it to the dog, you know.
Yeah.
Turned my stomach, you know, like, I ain't eating that.
Right.
I thought, give it to the dog. Fuck it. She did it. And now I'm hungry. But I ain't doing nothing until I'm
You're probably starved.
Yeah. You see,
Right.
first thing I did was start this live. And it's a pain in the ass to start this live on all these different platforms. Especially Rumble. Rumble, you got to manually create the live stream over there and then come back to StreamYard and connect it up. And it's a lot of fucking bollocks, man.
Yeah.
You know, you can't do it from StreamYards. You want to let you do it from StreamYards. Like the others. The others, I just say, from green is connect, boom, done. You know what I mean? But Rumble wants to be a bitch. Rumble, you have to do extra things. You know what I mean?
Kind of like Nightbot.
Nightbot, yeah. Nightbot, I just let Mama Bear deal with it. You know what I mean? She's having fun. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna. It's a toy for her. You know what I mean? She's a little plaything.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
I don't even fuck with it.
I like it mine too, so I don't care. I think it's funny. I think it deters some people from coming in as well. You know, because they don't want to deal with it. They don't want to deal with it, so they don't come in to the chat anymore.
Yeah.
Probably. But you know, majority of the people that feel like that, and you know, I don't know. You know, I'm not. I don't really care too much, to be honest with you. I'm not going to sit here pandering to an audience. Do you know what I mean? An ungrateful audience stab you in the back at a moment's notice. You know,
yeah.
I'm here to do my thing, right? I'm not here to do your thing. You know? I'm not here for everybody else. You know, I'm not your slave. That I can, you know. I'm just here to help a few people if I can.
Devo, Upstate, what's up, brother?
How you doing, Upstate?
Nice. Yeah, I hear you.
What is Vidma? Anne-Marie, I need your help, man. I could fucking deal with you.
Mello, do you have Jitsi on still or available, or is it open or not yet?
It can be. Yeah, it can be. I've got to open up the back room.
I've been checking on Jitsi all day.
Well, when you do, we're gonna stop by for a few minutes. Once you get things going here.
What, you want to jump in the back room, or you want me to open up?
Yeah, once you get things up and running, and let me know, and jump in with you for a second before I go to bed. I'm sure you got some songs and some stuff you're gonna play. So.
Yeah. Have you been up all night again?
Oh yeah, I was up all night. Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Last night.
So you're winding down while I'm winding up.
Yeah. I've been up all day. I was up most of the night. Fucking couldn't breathe again. So after I got off with you, I started coughing and having attacks and shit. So I was like, "Fuck, man! I just want to go to sleep," you know.
Yeah.
But so I can get up. I got up a little late today, but not like 3 o'clock probably. I think I woke up 3 p.m. this afternoon.
Yeah.
So
StreamYard,
I've been up all afternoon.
If anyone wants to jump up, Upstate, Anne-Marie, you got a place here. Come into the back room, and I will let you in through the front.
Right. Not the back.
Yeah. And you see how they do that? That they come, they porn bomb you, and then they report you at the same, at the same time, sort of thing. You know?
Yeah, that's what they did to my channel back fucking 2 years ago. So
yeah, even though they're unsuccessful, right? They still report
because they don't know. They think they got in because you had the stream link, right?
Right.
Perfect.
I mean, I could live stream that. I mean, it's not, no one can see it. It's just me. You know what I mean?
Right.
Only, I mean, I could screen record and shit like that on it. Do you know what I mean? But,
yeah, you should at least record the if they say it, yeah, you should maybe record it. So we can,
the thing is, I don't even want those images or anything where they do on my computer. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I don't want any of that.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not going on my computer, mate. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I'm not saying that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm fucking sad that I had to, like witness them images, live. You know what I mean? I'm not fucking saving that shit on my computer.
Right. Well. Yeah. Yep. How's the puppy dog today?
No, she's around. I think she just wants to go out now.
She got. I can hear her panting or whatever in the back there. She's hot, probably. Is it hot down there this morning already?
Yeah, it's not that day.
Yeah.
You know what? While you're here, before you drop off,
yep.
I'm going to. If anyone wants to come up, I don't know. You're gonna have to wait. I'm gonna take this dog downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can go on with that.
Yeah, I'll stay up. Talk to the chat. I'll play a song or something. You? That's fine. I'll pick something out.
Yeah.
Maybe upstate will jump up with us before I leave. Before I fall off the mountain.
If he does, he's gonna need to come up before I go, so I'm gonna let him in.
Right. I didn't hook up to it, so he's on your side.
All right.
So he should be able to grab the link from your side.
You have to give me a few minutes, guys. Give me about 10 minutes. I'll be back. And if anyone wants, just be patient.
Okay.
Just play him some music or something.
Yeah, I'll play a song. Let's see. What do we got here?
Oh. Oh, God. Back in a sec.
There you go, bud. Grab my glasses so I can see. There they are.
They tried to tell us that we never matter. We're meant for much or anything at all. They made us feel like we were disadvantaged. Told them what your language.
The underdogs. I need sleep. Yeah, I know. Me too. I hear you, Anne Marie.
Like our whole lives. Never figured with the middle finger slipping, should have been in prison 25 to life. We're the ones in the dark with the light. Always been the rebels who are down for a fight. The kids who didn't listen built a little different than the opposition, trying to do what's right. We're the ones who are picked on, doing kick flips, getting lit dreams, ripped jeans and a lead bomb. Renegades like a wrench in the system, misfits and we pissed off. Yeah, we've been warned since we were born that we would fail if we didn't conform, but we stayed ourselves and we gave them hell, and the underdogs won the war. We were the cool kids, whatever, screw y'all forever. Y'all were wrong, so we're losers, whatever you will remember. Underdogs, we were the cool kids, whatever, screw y'all forever. Y'all were wrong, y'all were wrong. So we're losers, whatever you will remember. Underdogs, underdogs. And we might be losers, but losers can win. They might have more shooters, but it's us versus them. And we're the underdogs. We're the underdogs. They tried to tell us we weren't good enough to be the leaders they said we would fall. They did their best to try and tear us down and make our generation feel small. We've gotten beaten up, they dragged us through the mud like we're the garbage that nobody wants. They probably thought that we would never win, but they were wrong. We're the underdogs, we're the ones that the whole world hates. Fight for the people till both arms break. Screw the politicians and the cops for mission. We can't do what's right just if the laws don't break. Well, the lone wolves ain't no cage. Won't go home, the hell's been raised. Gritty institutions with a revolution. Got an attitude and got a world to save. We're the ones who were laughed at. Had a backwards hat, map magazine crammed in a backpack. Smoke weed, 14, playing Pac-Man. Now we actually Batman. We weren't the cool kids, whatever, screw y'all forever. Y'all were wrong, so we're losers, whatever you will remember. Underdogs, we weren't the cool kids, whatever, screw y'all forever. Y'all were wrong, y'all were wrong. So we're losers, whatever you will remember. Underdogs, won the war. And we might be losers, but losers can win. They might have more shooters, but it's us versus them. And we're the underdogs. We're the underdogs. We're the underdogs. The underdogs. I try to tell the little kid, whatever, screw y'all forever. Y'all were wrong. Y'all were wrong. Y'all were wrong. So we're losers, whatever you will remember. Underdogs. Underdogs. That we might be losers, but losers can't win. They might have more shooters, but it's us versus them. We're the underdogs. We're the underdogs. We're the underdogs. The underdogs. They tried to tell us we weren't good enough to be the leaders they said we would fall. They did their best to try and tear us down and make our generation feel small. We got beaten up, they dragged us through the mud like we're the garbage that nobody wants. They probably thought that we would never win, but they were wrong. We're the underdogs. They tried to tell us that we never matter. We're meant for much already, thinking it all. They made us feel like we were disadvantaged. Told to watch our language anytime we talked. We got pushed around until we're hard to manage. Told to learn some manners and to grow some balls. They probably thought we were way too damaged to be champions. We're the underdogs. We're the ones who the world don't like. Fought with the system like our whole lives. Never figured with the middle finger slipping. Should have been in prison 25 to life. We're the ones in the dark for the light. Always been the rebels who are down for a fight. The kids who didn't listen, built a little different than the opposition, trying to do what's right. We're the ones who are picked on, doing kick flips, getting lit dreams, ripped jeans and a lit bomb. Renegades like a wrench in the system, misfits and we pissed off. Yeah, we've been warned since we were born that we would fail if we didn't conform, but we stayed ourselves and we gave them hell, and the underdogs won the war. We weren't the cool kids, whatever, screw y'all forever. Y'all were wrong, so we're losers, whatever you will remember. Underdogs, we were the cool kids, whatever, screw y'all forever. Y'all were wrong, y'all were wrong. So we're losers, whatever you will remember. Underdogs, underdogs. And we might be losers, but losers can win. They might have more shooters, but it's us versus them. And we're the underdogs. We're the underdogs. They tried to tell us we weren't good enough to be the leaders they said we would fall. They did their best to try and tear us down and make our generation feel small. We've gotten beaten up, they dragged us through the mud like we're the garbage that nobody wants. They probably thought that we would never win, but they were wrong. We're the underdogs. underdogs. We're the ones that the whole world hates. Fight for the people till both arms break. Screw the politicians and the cops' permission. We can't do what's right just if the laws don't break. Where the lone wolves ain't no cage. Won't go home, the hell's been raised. Gritty institutions with a revolution. Got an attitude and got a world to say. We're the ones who were laughed at. Had a backwards hat, Mad magazine crammed in a backpack. Smoke weed, 14, playing Pac-Man. Now we actually Batman. We weren't the cool kids. Whatever, screw y'all forever. Y'all were wrong. So we're losers. Whatever, you will remember. Underdogs. We weren't the cool kids. Whatever, screw y'all forever. Y'all were wrong. Y'all were wrong. So we're losers. Whatever, you will remember. Underdogs. Wonderwall. And we might be losers, but losers can win. They might have more shooters, but it's us versus them. And we're the underdogs. We're the underdogs. We're the underdogs. The underdogs. Just a little kid. Whatever, screw y'all forever. Y'all were wrong. Y'all were wrong. Y'all were wrong. So we're losers. Whatever, you will remember. Underdogs. Underdogs. That we might be losers, but losers can't win. They might have more shooters, but it's us versus them. We're the underdogs. We're the underdogs. We're the underdogs. The underdogs. They tried to tell us we weren't good enough to be the leaders they said we would fall. They did their best to try and tear us down and make our generation feel small. We got beaten up, they dragged us through the mud like we're the garbage that nobody wants. They probably thought that we would never win, but they were wrong. We the underdogs. They tried to tell us that we never mattered. We're meant for much or anything at all. They made us feel like we were disadvantaged. Told to watch our language anytime we talked.
My mom likes when I rap fast with enough energy that it can make her heart dance. I would like to write a song for her to sing along. Better make it fucking bumpin' cause my mom's the bomb. Life took my parents on a giant roller coaster ride. Cause I was walking with a limp, something wasn't right. Doc came in the room, said they found a giant tumor. It was lodged in my brain, immediate surgical procedure. Imagine the thoughts running through their head. They 2-year-old boy heads filled with dread. You can't prepare for that being said on a Tuesday afternoon when you get out of bed. But I made it, I fucking made it. You've been by my side through good and hard times. I'd do anything for you. I'd do anything for you, Mama Bear. I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love Mama Bear. Childhood, we spent a lot of time together. School was pretty far. I wouldn't trade it for the world, driving, talking in the car. I was on a path or a mission, you could say. All I wanted was to be like Rafa, Roger, or Marc Andre. I always had it in me, the fire was burning strong. My mom told me a story from I was 6 years young. Mom, I hate losing so much, I want to win so badly.
Hey, woo woo!
I guess not much has changed.
Woo fucking woo! Upstate, good to see you, brother.
Woo fucking
Got
woo!
fire burning in
I can
me.
smoke the rest of this joint. I rolled it here
All right,
a little
yeah.
bit ago, waiting on my old lady sister to get here so that we can smoke. And she petered out right there.
Oh, nice. Perfect
But-
size.
I had her coughing so hard she puked. So I feel bad for her. It's still funny. That was funny. I couldn't help
That
but
was.
it just tickles me. Tickles me to death that some people can't handle it. Put it plain.
Right.
Gotta be honest, man. You know, when That's the person that needs to stick to like edibles.
Yeah.
I think there's some women out there like Bagel. Look at Bagel. Bagel, man. She can. She's a trooper, man. But there's a lot of girls that just can't compete. Cheryl, Susie, they get all trashed. Where'd y'all go? Now I'm scared.
Right.
Midwest accountability. What's up? AKA Cop Simp. Oh, I seen a good one today. I should have stopped there. They had everything all marked off, and I was going to go right up to the tape. In fact, I was going to bow the tape in a little bit and lean forward. I was backstage, Mountain Girl.
Yep.
Yeah, you were.
I just see that. Yeah, I do this stuff.
Hey, how you doing, bro?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, man.
Mellow. We are mellow yellow.
Chilling out. I'm wearing my conspiracy hat today because all my conspiracy theories have come true, and I've officially run out of conspiracy theories.
Well, there's always a theory about conspiracy.
Actually, there is one theory that I haven't managed to prove yet, but it's obvious to me. It's obvious. It's clear as day. It's my bucket Earth theory.
Oh,
yeah. Did you? Have I told you about the bucket Earth theory?
No.
Oh, well, most people. I always bring this one up, especially when people start, arguing about the flat Earth, the round Earth, the globe, the this, that, and I'm not. No. We are all.
Never know unless you go way up in space and find out for yourself. Look back at it from like the moon or something.
Well, I have undeniable proof that we live in a big giant bucket of shit.
Oh yeah.
That's my bucket Earth theory. We're in one big giant bucket of shit.
Bucket of
when the gods piss and they shit, out pops us and the rain and water. It's just one big bucket of shit, bro. Mountain, it's just one big pile of some god's piece of shit. He just dropped it there. Take a shit.
No wonder the ocean's salty. All that piss.
Yeah, it makes sense now, right? And the little corn, sometimes you look at a little bit of corn and think they're undigested. That's us.
Yeah.
Just running around, the big man in a fucking pile of shit. That's all it is. One big pile of shit in a bucket. And every now and then the gods piss in it.
That's like breakfast, lunch, and dinner all rolled in one. One big explosion. No wonder they have a Big Bang theory. I mean, there's your bang right there. You get more bang for your buck than.
Well, debunk that if you can.
I just found out today how much we're giving away in taxes. Man, we don't make enough to pay taxes, not as much as we do. I mean, I don't. Bill A makes killer money, and she don't. I mean, fuck, man, this place is dragging like Dragon. I hate
the
New York.
wastage. The wastage, right? Unbelievable wastage.
Hey, I got a joke for you.
Please.
What's worse than two lesbians running with scissors? Two lesbians scissoring with the runs.
Oh, God.
I knew I could get one. I know another one, but I'm trying to think of the punchline. I can't remember it. But as soon as I dwell in the shit,
one big bucket of shit.
oh man, that a person that he comes to mind when he's a flat earther, and if I told him that, he'd probably argue with me and not see the joke. I mean,
take it too seriously.
Yeah, way serious, bro. He would fly off the handle, dude. Oh man, yeah, he's a flat earther. He thinks the Earth is flat. He said you can go on and on and on and never reach the end of the Earth.
Yeah, good luck with that.
It's so big you couldn't travel it in your lifetime. Okay.
Nice fantasy. I've seen all of. I've been down those rabbit holes. The ice wall theory with the the different maps. Have you seen the maps that they've come up with? They're like, straight out.
You know what I find interesting about ice and ice that's been there for millions and billions of years? I find the most I find interesting is how well preserved shit that died in that ice is. And I think of what ifs, what if they were to bring a megalodon and with a great white shark and get baby megalodons that go reap havoc in the ocean or something,
They would love that. They would absolutely. That would be the CIA wet dream. That would be.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, CIA and well, look at the FBI now. My God.
It's the same people that control the CIA. They control the FBI. We know this.
Yeah. The FBI is crooked as hell, so they get all their leadership from the higher ups, and where the higher ups come from. It
turns out. Did you hear that report that went viral? Basically, the shooter, the assassin.
Yeah.
This guy apparently he met Larry Fink, right? There's a fucking viral fucking video of him and Larry Fink.
Yeah.
Did you see that one? You heard about that?
It was like 2 weeks ago or a week ago that came out. I like the latest with Trump telling he tells a reporter out. I think it was yesterday's.
I want to play that. I'm going to play that with you. The one with the black reporters, the journalists.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to play that one. I was just watching it. That's funny.
Man, I was like, and he was holding his hand up like, yeah, just go away.
Hey, broke fish. Jump up, bro.
Broke
fishing. Good to see you. Mellows, can you hear me?
I can hear you, bro.
All right. I don't have my hotspot on tonight. Seems to be coming in all right.
Wow. That was a good hit. And I'm drinking medicated coffee too. Medicated honey in my coffee.
Awesome.
And you definitely taste the weed. Man, take a look. This is one of the few times you'll see me with a shirt on. Take a good look.
I think we got someone in the back room. Hey, give me a sec. Let me just drop you the link.
Wow. I finished about half of that.
Let me just drop you a link in there. It's just a precaution, prevent phone bombers.
Hey, have you seen the Mugs Money Devo Sweet Chronicle video?
Which one?
The one that me and Devo were in. It's a music video with me and Devo in it.
Yeah.
Oh man, I wanted to bring it up. If I can find it, I'll share it in the basement. But there it is.
Welcome to the panel, bro.
Matter of fact.
Hey, how you doing, Mellows? How you doing, Northwood Mountain Girl? Upstate. What's up, bro?
What are you? Oh man.
Broken Fish. What's up, brother?
Living through the day's bullshit. Had another one jump out. They got it, but it was scary for a little bit down by my cousin's house.
Damn.
And it's suspect. That's all I'll say. Is a bunch of us are going, yeah, nobody was mowing. There's no lightning. Come on, guys.
Right.
What we sharing upstate?
It's the Rumble version of Mugs Money doing Devon Upstate.
Oh.
And right here at the beginning, that's Cheryl and Susie on Diva's Den. I want to get that out there because I didn't give them enough, Atta girls. So here, I owe them a lot more.
Mugs Money in the building.
And let me tell you, we did probably 50 or no, we did more than 50. A lot of takes to get the video of us, and I flew all the way out to Oklahoma to do this.
Go to the Point Productions, Facelit Productions. Let's go.
Damn. Holding on to the past like it was yesterday. Loading the strap, thinking has to be a better way. So I sit back and pray, wait for a better day. What else can I say? Bad decisions put me in this position. And that's okay, I'm just living my life. No wife, no child support, no going to court. Fuck that, I'm holding down my own fort. Yeah, I'm still alive, but that's all I got to show for it. I keep holding on to what's gone when I need to let go and move on. Some things are easier said than done. Thought my days were over, they've just begun. I'm only getting started, I don't plan on stopping. Didn't come this far to turn around and start walking. Hell no, I'm playing my feet down. Hearing this beat like, damn, I gotta eat now. Cause I'm starving. Fucking knife and fork, get that mic and record everything that I'm speaking is a life lesson that I'm teaching, and you can guarantee I'm practicing what I'm preaching. Can I get an amen? Change my life. I was always going left, so I turned my head and decided to take a right. Try and make it right. Escape death twice. I keep holding on to what's gone when I need to let go and move on. Some things are easier said than done. Thought my days were over, they've just begun. Y'all thought I was finished, nah, I'm still here. Eyes open wide, seeing crystal clear. Y'all don't know shit I've been through to get here. My life was no picnic, always getting picked on till I had enough and I started putting fists on. That's why they call me scrappy. I act like I'm happy when really I'm not. Inside I'm dying like a drying apple. My heart's starting to rise. I keep holding on to
That's from Alive too.
when I need to let go.
He was letting out the music and got that video. I let them use whatever they wanted.
They've just begun.
My old lady was a photographer. Not during this part, during that part.
That's cool.
Look at this. That's the director.
Very awesome.
Miss Luck got in there, produced it. Look at that. They keep you going upstate. Hell yes. That means a lot to me, man.
Yeah,
That's kick ass, brother.
Thank you, bro.
Awesome.
Cool.
You
Shout
know,
out to Muggs Money.
yeah, no shit, man. Go play
Go Muggs.
all his videos over on Rumble. Get that man up there, man. Show him that you can make money on Rumble.
We're live on Rumble as we speak. We are live over there.
Nice. See, that's what we do. We go live on Rumble and YouTube at the same time.
And sometimes we get more viewers on Rumble than we do on
Yeah, you get up in the 30s and 40s.
I throw in Twitch or Kick.
Kick. I need to build up Kick before I can go live on there.
Really? They told you that? I had like 2
Yeah.
and they let
Welcome
me
to
go
the panel,
live.
Chris.
Yo, yo, yo.
How you doing, bro?
I'm all good. It's not too loud for you guys, is it? Because I do have problems with my mic thing.
No, you sound perfect.
Good. So how is everyone? I don't know if I'm welcome, mate, because I'm probably the most hated person on the internet at the moment. Well,
No. That's somebody totally else. I can give you
shit. I got you.
Ireland.
Hello, everybody. Well, it seems to be, you know, I go on what YouTube.
You're always welcome here.
I just speak out, right? I just, you know, it's my opinion. If somebody chooses to accept my opinion, that's fine by me. I've got an opinion on things.
Opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one, so everybody ought to be used to it by now.
And you can't be no worse than Rebel. Come on.
Well, old Ezra Levant.
No, Connie.
Oh, right. Okay, it's another one then, is it?
There's loads of them, mate.
He's number one hated on YouTube. What a grifter.
I could give you a few panel names that if you even mention my name in
you get blocked.
You're blocked right away, man. You can't say no. Wait.
Each on that title.
There's this bloke that lives in Northern Ireland right now. He really he goes off if you mention my name to him.
But why is it all kicking off, right? We had lockdown, Right, there's hundreds of thousands of people who were out on the streets during lockdown, regardless if people agreed or disagreed with what was going on, you know, with the virus. That's all I'm going to say, the virus. But now it seems to be that people are coming onto the streets for one little Irishman. It's a bit mental. And that little Irishman, that if I remember rightly, when everyone was protesting during lockdown for 4 years, fighting the tyranny that we were facing and the draconian measures that they wanted implemented on the general public, that little Irishman was living in Spain.
What?
He didn't come onto the streets once to protest with the people during lockdown.
Yeah, well, people got crazy there for a few years.
Yeah,
I mean,
man.
look what they did to Portland, Oregon. Everybody goes, if you're from Oregon, they're like, oh, you're Antifa. No, that was
Yep.
the Portland metro area. That we don't even consider part of Oregon. That's its own little country, and they're nuts up there.
Yep.
They're so fucking nuts up there.
I mean, I live in Oregon, and they're nuts up there. They literally thought they were such. Well, I'm just going to say it. They thought they were such badasses that they went out to the MC club, and like 2 of them didn't make it. You don't go to the clubhouse thinking you're a badass when you're not.
Well, there's you know, since what's happened in Southport and everything, I think now the UK is at its racial pinnacle. It is the racial tensions that is running in this country, and it's not by everybody. And Miller's got to agree, it's not by everybody in this country. The moderate English person is disgusted with everything that has happened.
Right.
But they're more disgusted with the people that have come out on the streets when 3 young children have been murdered to sing "England Till I Die," Tommy, 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 Tommy Robinson. You know what I mean? That is not optics in my eyes. Wearing an England flag or British Union flag down the streets while swigging out of a can of Stella.
We call those millennials. That's what we call them over here. In America, they're millennials. I'm sorry, but they're just a little psycho, bro.
I just
well, look what they did to that one statue in Portland, Oregon, in a park.
All the ones in Washington D.C.
No, the one in Portland, Oregon, the world famous bronze elk statue.
Yeah.
That I looked at that my dad took me to when I was a kid, and I took my son to the year just before his mom died, and said, "Hey, I want you to see this. My dad brought me here." Guess what? I'll never be able to do with my granddaughter because they lit a fire under it and destroyed it, and the damage is so much they can't repair it.
Well, that's it. They brought down Colston's statue in Bristol, didn't they? Because they didn't because he was a slave merchant. He used to, you know, transport slaves. He was a merchant. He didn't sell slaves. Cabot, they only transported them.
Yeah, he got money for transporting slaves.
Yeah, he was part of.
He had a boat.
Yeah, it was part of the triangle, wasn't it? The slave triangle.
Yeah.
So,
and there's a lot of merchants that actually they were black too.
Yeah, this is. I'm not being nasty, but this is where we got the idea from. You know, of
pretty
slavery.
much, yeah.
You look at the Barbary pirates and the English people. Well, not English, the white people that were took for slaves during. Is it Barbary pirates?
Right.
So, you know, I know slavery's abhorrent, and that's why it's been abolished over 200 years ago. You know, the abolition of slavery. It's more than that now, isn't it?
It's been abolished in a lot of the places, but there's still slaves out there.
Yeah. Oh, modern day slavery. You look at all the
Saudi Arabia.
The people who make clothes for you know, like Shein and things like that. Sheen, that's modern day slavery in my eyes.
What the
You know,
Mexican cartels are doing to some people. They just busted a guy here in Oregon in an illegal grow, and they don't know, his family's probably gone. All because he got caught. He stood his ground and got caught. The only thing he didn't do was take a shot at the cops, but they figure he figures and talk the reports we're getting is he was forced to do what he was doing. It was modern day slavery under the threat of we're going to eliminate your whole
Man,
family.
that's like that chick in 70, I want to say 79, it's probably 78. But she said that she was shackled and everything, and there was a window, and she managed to bust it out and call for help, and she was in the basement. She called for help, and this lady walking her dog just happened to look over there because her dog was really looking, you know. And so she looked over there to see what her dog was so, you know, focused on and everything. And they found her. They got into the house. The guy actually drove up and asked why people were at his house.
Well, is that the one that had more than one girl or something? They caught that one in the late
They,
70s, early 80s. He had like 5 girls, one got away, and when they went there was 4 more
yeah,
girls.
yeah.
That was
That's
crazy.
yeah. That's and then I went to school with one of the Hillside Strangler victims.
That's crazy too.
Yeah, that was nuts. He went right down Newland Street and picked her up and took her up to I don't know if you know what Saddleback Mountain is, but that place has been on fire more times than you can shake a stick at. The whole thing was on fire at one time, or well,
Isn't
one
that
time that
like
I know of.
every few years, as soon as the brush grows back, it lights on fire again?
Yeah, it's like they said it's the dew that catches it on fire. Some spots hit directly the way it's supposed to, like a magnifying glass in the sun, you know, killing ants.
Hmm. I don't know. I've seen everything from a cigarette lighting a major fire to a Coke bottle when we got done with the investigation.
Dude, I heard about that one up in San Andreas that started because of a Coke bottle, a Pepsi bottle, as a matter of fact.
Yep, clear glass bottles started a major fire.
Yeah,
I used to get attached here in Oregon, and then the word spreads because it gets put on your record of what you've done.
right.
And I worked with the state fire marshal investigative team because they have to have some actual firefighter crew members with them. And I worked with them one summer. It seems like everywhere I went for them to figure out how fires are started. And then I did that in California. 2 fires I've been on started by bottles, clear glass bottles. And it's
That
like,
that happens a
wow.
lot in California, man. Especially out in the desert. And you wouldn't think in the desert, bullshit. Nothing can. Yeah, there's a lot to
Oh,
catch
it
fire
burns.
out there.
There's shit to burn.
Yeah, there's all kinds of shit to burn.
Well, out there in the desert, the Death Valley, we set a record this year.
Really?
Yeah, like 138, 139 or some crazy crap it was.
Fuck.
1% humidity. That means that as soon as the sweat comes out, the air sucks it up. You're
Yeah.
sweating and don't even know it because your clothes are dry.
You could be sweating drops, but the drops don't make it, you know.
Past coming out. It's crazy. It's crazy. I had a buddy that was passing through there. He said when that temperature hit, he said it hurt to breathe.
Dude,
lives in the
it
Phoenix
tingles your
area.
skin, dude. It seriously, I've been in 130-degree in the shade in Saudi Arabia, and
Mhm.
that shit tingles your fucking skin, dude. You don't burn right away, but it feels like you have.
I
We
don't know.
had mandatory
I
glove and long sleeve days, unbloused shorts.
I literally had a I've literally worked on some fires where it's like 120 in Arizona, and we're on a fire in the black next to flames, going, they're trying to kill us.
Yeah, the wet ball don't even show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there. Fucking A. Yeah, you go outside and wet ball doesn't even exist.
Yeah. It's crazy.
That's always fascinated me, you know, how a fire starts. How do you determine where the ground zero is, where it started from? How?
The flame patterns lead you back to
Yeah.
where it starts, and
Yeah.
the reports of where it was when it first got noticed.
And there's a
And
difference between house fires and
But is it
forest.
forensically accurate, or is it best guess theory?
no, they've actually, one of the fires I worked, they actually went in and they couldn't figure it out. We found what we believe was ground zero. They took a soil sample. It was started by diesel fuel.
Hmm.
Oh wow.
You couldn't smell it, but it was still in the ground.
Yeah.
But
Diesel
I
the
was
never
like,
leaves the ground, man. It'll always be there.
really, diesel fuel? They're like, yeah. I'm like, man, I'd have never guessed that one. They're like, that's why we did the soil samples of where we believed the fire was at, because it'll lead back. It burns different.
Yeah.
It just, well, look, yesterday in British
It also
Columbia.
windage and shit like that. You
Uh-huh.
you got to look at windage. You got to, like, if it's a strong wind to the west or east,
was this the other
and
day, Torrent?
Yeah.
This is
So,
outside Downing Street.
you guys heard about British Columbia yesterday, right? That they had a major landslide that blocked the river up there, and they're under emergency evacuations because they know
No,
the lake that's forming behind the landslide is actually going to wash the landslide away. And they're figure, what was it, 300 kilometers of river, and it's already 75 feet above normal. Geology hub.
son of a
I
bitch.
Yeah, I I could actually give you the link to the information. That guy at Geology Hubs, he's really cool. As long as you shout him out, you give the post to him, his video, and you don't keep playing it. You show it once. He doesn't do nothing to you. He wants the information out there because he gets viewers and subscribers from it.
yeah. If you got the link,
Yeah, hang on a sec. I got it sitting here in my Discord.
It's this massive Chilcotin River landslide in BC could cause flash flooding in the next 24 to 48 hours. This one, right?
Yeah. Copy. Hang on. Here you go in the back chat. That's the link to his video. So that's live right now. Over here at UK.
What's that?
Oh, that video? No, this was Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Shit. I was looking to see what time it was. I was like, man.
Apparently there was more than
They're 5
200
hours
people
ahead of
arrested.
me.
Was you down there, Taryn?
On Saturday, yeah. I was indeed.
I missed that one, man. I probably was running live.
See, that makes me want to break out my cameras and go do some shit. Devo wouldn't let me do nothing. Boy, I've seen some cops. I seen cherries and berries like a mile away, and they never even seen them till they were there.
After all his talk that he was gonna let you do it to see if you got popped, he wouldn't let you do it.
Hell no.
Man,
We seen cherries and berries a few times, and both him and my old lady said, "No, fuck you, you no."
I got one of my family members out there said they made it really boring trying to First Amendment audit him because they told him, well, if you go over that way, you'll get a better view of what we're doing, because if something happens, you're another point of view that's unbiased also. I was like,
Exactly.
really? I was like, really? He's like, yeah, they didn't give a shit. They told me to go stand closer and told me where the better view was. I was like,
Keir Starmer's made a mess of this country, bro.
I'm about law and facts. If I don't hear law or see facts, I don't want to know about it. You know,
I thought it was crazy. He still hasn't sent me the video. He says it's not worth it.
Man, I would put that up on my channel. Shit.
I told him, dude, that's what everybody's looking for. Why don't you show it? No, everybody wants to see them being like they normally are.
Resulting in mandatory evacuations for areas up to 31.3. Early yesterday morning, just after midnight, a major landslide occurred in British Columbia within Canada, resulting in the loss of a tent and raft and injuring one person. However, this landslide created a much bigger problem, resulting in mandatory evacuations for areas up to 31.3 kilometers or 19.4 miles away. The reason for such a wide-ranging evacuation area is that this landslide, which I estimate contained a volume of 9.31 million cubic meters of rock that collapsed from a nearly quarter square kilometer patch of ground, has completely blocked a major regional river, specifically the Chilcotin River. In the more than 36 hours since, water has pulled behind the temporary natural earthen dam, forming a more than 3-kilometer long lake, which is more than 20 meters deep, with some unconfirmed reports alleging it is now more than 60 meters or 197 feet deep. As this vast mass of water continues to pool behind the landslide deposit, increasing pressure is being applied to it, which almost certainly will eventually trigger a catastrophic collapse. Such a collapse could cause a major flood and wall of water to burst downstream, possibly affecting certain towns more than 200 kilometers away. As a result, not only is a 65.2-kilometer long stretch of the Chilcotin River and nearby hills being completely evacuated, but also the river and riverbanks along an additional 314-kilometer or 195.1-mile long stretch of the adjacent Fraser River. Thus, a major disaster could soon occur, with the temporary lake expanding by nearly 13 million cubic meters a day. And please, and I mean this, do not let your curiosity get the best of you. The Chilcotin River downstream of the landslide is now completely dry. But at an undetermined time, a wall of water, perhaps upwards of 200 feet, could without warning sweep you away. So please do not go into the labeled sections of the Fraser and Chilcotin rivers, meaning from Hansville all the way to Hope, and evacuate if you are asked to. So, why did this landslide, which is centered 46.3 kilometers west-southwest of the town of Springhouse, occur in the first place? There is a short-term, a medium-term, and a long-term explanation for this. The long-term explanation is that a 3-kilometer-long patch of hillside extending 2 kilometers to the west and 1 kilometer to the east of the landslide, which occurred on July 31st, was already quite unstable. This is why there are 5 other obvious and presumably geologically recent landslide scarps which look like bites taken out of the hillside. As a result, the quarter square kilometer area which collapsed on July 31st was largely composed of loosely compacted and poorly sorted Triassic-age limestone debris from earlier Pleistocene or Holocene landslides.
Wow.
And it goes without saying, landslide deposits are quite unstable and often collapse again. As for the medium-term cause, the ground in this landslide was previously largely held in place by the roots of tall conifer trees. However, in 2017, a major wildfire burned this hillside as part of what is known as the Hansville Fire. Over the next several years, what remained of the burned trees rotted away, removing an important source of stability on the steep hillside. Then, while not particularly heavy, after 21 days of no rainfall occurring, this very hillside experienced rainfall for 8 out of 10 days between July 22nd and July 31st. In total, 2.1 inches or 5.33 centimeters of rain fell in this time span, which loosened the soil by just enough that it caused a major landslide to occur. While only 60 properties have been evacuated so far, there is a chance of a truly major disaster occurring, so I am keeping a close eye on the situation. As a final note, I would like to thank my new patron Sam Randall for supporting this channel.
And shout out to Geology Hub for bringing us the facts and keeping us safe.
Early yesterday morning.
Crazy, huh?
It's nuts.
It's just freaking crazy, ain't it?
That's crazy, yeah. Pretty
Yeah,
crazy.
it is. And thank you again, Geology Hub. You've always been a great guy, giving us the true facts, and keeping us safe.
Oh, I'm muted as well. Okay, that was a good video.
Yeah, it is. He does a really good job. He's a really nice guy. He came recommended to me through some of my emergency management friends, and I've been showing him his videos on my lives for years. He's really cool. Just give him the shout out, ask people to go over, like, subscribe. You know how it goes, and
Yeah.
he's cool with it. As long as you give him the recommendation, he's cool with it. Now, you try to steal his product without giving him recommendation or saying, hey, here's the guy that did this. We're just watching his. He might do something.
Sure. Most people are the same, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so was that by design? Was it divine intervention?
I don't know that, the fire and then record rain at this time of year. Record rain, literally. I'm hearing out of my friends from British Columbia, they're hearing it's a record rain. Makes you wonder.
Well, they can't set the fires. They can set the fires. They can't cloud seed the rain. They can. We know they can do these things. If they really wanted to, they could.
Oh, dude, I burned up. In my career, this photo that I got showing the guy, they're actually doing backfire. What I used to do, I have literally burned up, and I'm not, it's part of the job. I've literally burned up hundreds and hundreds, probably thousands of acres in my career just to stop bigger fires. It's what they're doing to help stop the park fire right now. That big one in California. Hey, Graham.
Mr. Grim Reaper. How you doing, brother?
So did you get in trouble the other night when you were over on Motors upstate?
No.
Or even just a little?
No.
Just the lighter to get your attention, right?
I did that to cool down after I went and poked a bear.
The lighter zooming by was a nice touch. It was like, oh, maybe I should pay attention.
Oh, it wasn't a lighter. It was one of those little balls, man.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a lighter. It went by so fast. I thought it was a lighter.
Fuck no! It went right in front of my eyes. It ricocheted and hit off. I don't know where it went, but we're gonna find it one of these days, and I'll put it back in my gun and shoot her with it. Huh?
And return fire.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. I told her that her time's coming. She's gonna get a dot on her butt.
Hey, look at Z and sis and sit. You know, Mrs. Z. Them two. You'd think they're really mean to each other, but they've been doing that for so long, and they're very, very happy. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd be lost without her. She knows it.
I know that feeling very, very well. Very well.
Yeah, everything we do is in fun. I scare her all the time. I send her clown videos, and she hates clowns. And I do. I'm the one. I keep on telling everybody this. I'm a bad influence. I don't listen to, especially my auditing. Don't do what I do. You'll get arrested, and if you do what I do to your significant other, you're liable to get your dork chopped off or something.
Oh,
But Lorena Bobbitt, yeah, that's it.
Look at Z and Hef. There's no way I'd do that with my wife.
Mm-mm.
And come on. What was it last year? She took his shoes, his lighter, and his pipe and went and gave them away.
Oh, remember when she had all his weed? And
yep, in the barbecue grill or something.
No, it's in the freezer.
Yeah, well, she did it again in the barbecue grill a couple months ago.
Oh, Jesus.
He went down and just got more, and then she told him where it was at, and he's like,
Yeah. Boy, yanking my chain. Boys, my old lady, I'd just go in and hide her weed. She'd have to smoke mine. Mine, she can't handle mine.
I do got to give it to Z, though. I was having trouble lighting a fire under kid fishing, and that guy talked to him for like maybe an hour, and that kid's got a fire under him again, and I couldn't get it relit. Z talks to him for an hour. They joke around. They have fun like it's his older uncle, which that's the way I feel about the man. And the kid's got a fire under him again. Yeah. I just for that I owe that man thanks for the rest of my life.
Who here has seen that movie, La Rona?
Rona. Who's in it?
It's nobody you would know.
I don't know. I might have could add it. I watch a bunch of foreign films.
It's Mexican or Spanish.
Hey,
It's
John.
about huh?
I might have seen it. You know, I watch Mexican, Indian, Japanese. I don't care. French.
La Rona will kick your ass. She went and killed her kids by drowning them, and I don't know. I can't remember how she died, but little kids are drawn to her, and then they're drowned by the ghost of this lady or whatever. But that's Lorona. She comes into, man, I've heard little kids screaming in that theater. Serious. I know for a fact because I was sitting down front and I could see the kid still standing up with his hands up against his face, and his sister sitting there with her hair in her hands on both sides, and both of them are screaming.
We had that real life lady that did that shit out on the Oregon coast here.
That's fucking crazy shit.
She needed to go away.
I think it's Mexican. I want to say not folklore. It's like
Legend, it'd be folk, same thing. Something you
Yeah,
tell your kids to keep them in line. Yeah.
yeah. You better chill out, or I'm gonna fucking send Lorona after you. Yeah,
Well,
you take a kid to go and see that shit, and you threaten them with that, they're gonna straighten right the fuck up.
it's like we tell the tourists out here in the spring to keep them out of some of the areas of the mountain. You know, it's mating season. Just don't make contact, and he's got really big feet. Just don't make eye contact.
Yeah, if you don't see him, he can't see you. Well, I better go to sleep. I gotta wake up at about, I don't know, 11, and I gotta set up Rumble. But we're gonna do a nooner tomorrow. Y'all are all welcome.
You should just set up your Rumble now, and everybody will have that all day notice that you got one
Yeah,
coming.
that's what I'm gonna do.
Everybody's like, "Why are you such a schedule?" Because it tells people that you're going to do it. Even if you adjust the time a little bit, at least they know you're doing one.
7 o'clock New York time. But y'all are welcome. Come on in, smoke one with Devo and I. Shit, I'll be drinking my medicated coffee, of course.
Hell yeah. We'll be there.
I gotta have medicated coffee, bro. No, the past week has been rough, so I went and got a thing of honey, special, 5,000 milligrams.
Ooh, cool, good.
That's good. That's 5,000 mil. Mm.
Well, I put about a tablespoon in and mix it up. The old lady goes and puts like 3 in there. I don't let her make my coffee anymore. She
What
don't
were you
fuck
trying
me
to
up.
run your were you trying to run your stream through your eyelids?
No. But after my stream, I didn't stay awake very long.
My old
Yeah.
lady, I watched her go. I got some skunk from one of my buddies in Humboldt, and my old lady had that shit that ounce smoked in one day. He was still visiting, and he goes, "Well, let's roll up one of those." I'm like, "Dude, it's gone." He's like, "Can't be." My wife looked at him, and goes, "Dude, you handed it to me."
I've just done 30 grams in a week myself of my medical stuff. I need a cut down. I'm doing way too much.
You
Oh,
know,
not
I
enough.
get so much that the dispensary here, they give me these little tubes with 2 joints in it.
Oh, pre-rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, these are what I give away. I mean, I got 3 of them just sitting right here. There's more in my room. But
If I ever, some of the crew says they're coming to see me this fall.
these people put infused, I don't know what the
yeah,
fuck in there. And I've been tempted a couple of times, but I said, nah. I got
Oh,
killer
come on.
bud.
You got to try one. If you're giving them away, you got
Shit,
to know
no.
what you're giving away.
They've got something new.
It's a weed that I bought, so I know what it's like. This right here now, Devo will not let me smoke that shit at all. That plum
Oh,
makes
come
me
on.
fucking stupid crazy. That's
That looks
infused 3
good.
times. And then on the outside of the last infusion that they put on the outside, they put Keith. And
That looks like a rolled moon rock.
it's about like a moon rock. It
Man,
burns really slow. If you leave the lighter there, don't toke it. If you just leave the lighter there, it'll stay lit like a candle.
that baseball I got last year was really hard on me. That
Me and Devo, check this out. Okay, we smoke with these fucking the Zigzag Kings.
Oh, I hate them. I hate them. Oh.
Those are the biggest papers that I can roll with. And don't try and give me, man, I've rolled one little joint by accident. But usually I can't. I can't roll with the shit a little joint, even with little papers. I can't do it. But we rolled this, it was infused Skywalker OG, and then the Gorilla Glue was Moon Rock. And then we put a strip, they called it hash, but it was more like a crushed up dab. And
So
we
it's
put a
Keef.
whole, no, not Keef. It was concentrate. It was just crushed up and weird looking. They called it blonde hash.
Oh.
But we put a big old strip of that on top of this big old fucking joint, and we rolled it up. Devo ended up giving me that so that I would quit handing it to him. He didn't want no more, but he won't admit to him getting smoked right under that table. I mean, dude, some people get, drank under the table.
Yeah.
I don't drink. I smoke.
I all day long. 420s for taking a minute to get some oxygen, right?
No. In fact, 420 went up.
A normal day.
It's now 880 because of inflation. So you got to take 2 hits.
We had a joke, me and my wife. 420s when we take a break for a minute. That girl.
Yes, it does. 420.
That girl was like mirror. She always had a doobie in her hand, no matter what we were doing. Always.
I either have my pipe readily available, which it's pretty damn readily available.
Yeah.
Or I'll have a joint. But at this point, I got both.
See, is your weed prescribed to you medically?
No.
You don't have it. See, we got it differently. The only way we get it over here if we get a medical card, and that's it.
Yeah, that's the way I used to have to deal with it.
Yeah, out here in Oregon was the same thing. Not anymore. It's wide open.
Yeah.
Well, they're not gonna. Starmer, our new prime minister, he's already said he's never going to legalize it because one of the largest providers of medical marijuana around the world is the UK government. We export tens of thousands of tons a year.
And seeds.
Look, Canada exports to Australia, but we can't get Canadian weed here.
No.
But
not
that's
even
okay.
If it's recreational and legal. You cannot send weed of any kind to Canada or from Canada.
What's really funny is I'd rather have what my buddy in Humboldt actually grows for shops now, and I'd rather have him stop by.
That's
you
funny.
know, something I was going to tell you. You told me
Thailand,
about
but you can't bring it from...
Dude, remember when skunk back in the day was indica?
Yeah.
Now it's sativa.
Yeah, and I don't.
I
don't get it.
I don't smoke sativa at all. I don't like sativa.
I don't either.
It gives it's that trippy buzz. It's that it's that real high. I hate it. I like the more mellow
Mellow. I like that earthy taste. Look at this.
What's funny? How you doing, bro?
This right here
You got
is
this, Mountain
purple panty dropper.
Nice.
That's really dense. That looks quite dense as well.
It is, man. You can't squish it at all, hardly.
What's the term like that on there? What's the term?
Look at that.
What's the terps on that like? What's the smell on it?
I get, like I said, earthy because it's indica.
Yeah.
With a kind of like a hint of pine.
Yeah, they normally are like I've got one coming at the moment. Black Cherry Punch, it's called. It's like berries and tarts. As
Do you like any of the cakes?
I don't edibles. I get nothing from. So to me, there's no point in.
No. I mean cake, like
oh yeah, we
birthday
get
cake.
yeah, we get
cake.
we got wedding cake. We got wedding cake.
I didn't like the cakes. I didn't get.
I didn't either.
Now we got one at the moment, which I can get. It's called LA Kush Cake. Right? It is absolutely.
We had that run through here.
Horrible. It's horrible. It has nothing for you.
I still have. Look, this is some that I won't touch. I give this away. You know, that's that fucking cake fucking disaster.
Yeah.
You know what I miss is my neighbor 2 blocks down. You could tell when he'd be by in a couple weeks because there'd be a skunk smell. There'd literally be a skunk smell in the neighborhood for weeks.
I got 4 plants hanging. They're Durban poison, which Durban poison is a sativa. But this Durban poison will put you down like an indica.
Really?
Down. You'll go.
I got some sativa the other day that I smoked so much indica, I get an upfilling from the indica. I smoked some sativa the other day just because it's all we had, and with us, and it acted. It was like, I was in the seat just with drooling for a couple minutes. I was like, what the hell?
I'm really I'm on the lookout for that one bud that will totally fuck me up.
Oh,
GMO,
the old school, the old school train wreck when it first.
No, I remember Gorilla Glue when it first come out. It was so.
Oh
sticky.
yeah,
you crush a bud and it'll stay there. You know. And you had to cut it up with scissors, and it stuck to the fucking scissors.
And you had to clean
smoke
your.
it out a bowl. You couldn't smoke it in a joint.
You had to clean your scissors halfway through cutting a little bud up. Yeah, I remember that.
Man, and you sit there and smoke one hit of that shit. And it wasn't one hitter quitter for me because nothing ever has been, but it was about 5 hits, and I was done.
I got some blueberry the other day that when I reached into the container to grab a bud, I pulled my finger out and had a blueberry bud stuck to it. It smelled like blueberry. It tastes like blueberry. And it made the rest of the day very mellow and took away a headache. I was like, oh, hell yeah.
My favorite out of all the weeds that I've smoked in my life is Buddha Thai. Those are one though. Maui Wowie, because it looked like dried up grass, and pineapple upside down cake.
I've heard about that pineapple. I haven't got none of it out here. My favorite was that Humboldt skunk from like the late 80s, early 90s that you could smell from a mile away.
My sister still has that growing.
Yeah, I love that stuff. But
she's through her 9th mother plant, I think.
Yeah.
And mothers last 4 or 5 years. You know.
Yeah, I only like it. I only like the first or second cutting round.
Well, the first and second cutting's what you want, but you know, you're happy if it's a skunk from back in the day where popcorn buds and they were hard and you couldn't cut them with a scissor hardly.
Yeah, those. Yeah, I miss those.
Yeah, my sister has all that shit.
My
She even
buddy
has
did.
some Thai that she actually went to Thailand to get.
My buddy went to, where was it? Vietnam or something, and he's got these huge stony ass, but they're huge.
Yeah.
Purple.
My
The
sister
leaves are
has
just purple. It was like, wow, where'd you get this? He's like, dude, I'm not even allowed to say. Just say Vietnam.
There's a new one on that we're getting over here now. I don't know if Meadows can bring my screen up if you can see it. It's called garlic mushroom onion.
What?
Right, and if you look at the read up, it's 30% THC, less than 10% CBD, and yeah, it's the one at the moment that's putting
What are the
people on.
terps at?
Well, the terps, because it's gamma irradiated, the terps have gone a bit because obviously irradiation takes terps away.
Right.
So the smelling is obviously earthy aroma with a hint of garlic and onion and a distinct sweet and spicy flavor with notes of coffee and diesel. So
wow,
sounds really, really nice. But that's £10. That's £10 a G.
Wow.
So that's £100 for 10 Gs. So 300 quid for just over an ounce.
I know where we go down and talk to them. We call it the Green Pharmacy. They let my uncle know last time he was in there. They're like, he's like, do you got any? And they're like, the guy looked at his ID and goes, oh, I got something for you. He's like, what do you mean? Your name's on the list. He went in the back room and came out with an ounce of this stuff and goes, I was told you really like this. 41% it tested at last time. I was like, oh my God, I don't even want to know. It
that
was like
Skywalker OG that I had that I spoke with Devo, it came out to 71, but
wow.
the blood before the infusion was 40.
Yeah,
So,
that straight out 40 was just
How's that?
Oh God, it was incredible. Of course, it didn't last.
shit, no.
That
we were back
Okay.
after
Tommy V. Sean Little, what's up, brother?
All
I
right.
want that
How about
tapestry
upstate?
behind you, Bob.
Hey, upstate, you can hear me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I kicked him
Okay,
out.
cool. All right, yeah.
Good to see you.
I'm delayed to be here. I'm normally not up at 3 in the morning.
What's in network?
I'm in Michigan.
See you, Bob.
Oh shit! I gotta go, guys.
Detroit area.
No, I'm in
Can you
Grand
hear me?
Rapids.
Oh, I know where it's
Upstate.
at.
I want
Come
to
and
get a
see
hold of
me
upstate.
tomorrow at noon. That's
Right.
noon Oklahoma time, 1 o'clock
1 o'clock.
New York time.
Where do you stream to? Is it Rumble you're on tomorrow or
Rumble and YouTube?
And what's your channel? Because I don't think I follow you.
Devo Sweet
Okay,
Chronicles.
upstate.
Meadows, can you put it in the back chat so we can?
Yeah, if we can put, hang on,
Upstate.
drop some links in the front in the chat as well. So for
Hey, Upstate, before you get away, Upstate, I'll get a hold of you in your show tomorrow. All right, I'll drop a link when I'm up there. Yeah, bring me up so I can talk to you.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
Ding, ding.
And
News. Good
we'll be
news.
live. We will.
You still doing an
Hopefully
hour
make
on
y'all
you? You still doing an hour on YouTube and then
We
an
get
hour exclusive
30
to
minutes,
Rumble?
man. If you ain't in by then, you'll only find us on Rumble.
Upstate, is it? Oh, you dropped it already.
Huh?
Weed Chronicles, yeah.
Oh shit! You did it right after broke, huh? And then I did it.
You did it. I did it. He did it. We all did it.
Everyone's done it. Put it in the front. I put it in the back. Anybody, whoever likes it from the back, is in the back. Anyone
We
likes
got
it?
you from the front and the back.
You can have it from the front and the
And both sides.
That's right.
Front, back, sideways.
Upstate got it from all ends.
All right. Good to see you. Upstate.
Yeah.
You have a good show tomorrow. Or later today.
Love the weed,
Upstate,
y'all.
brother. See you on the next one, buddy. Peace.
Later, brother. See y'all.
All right, Upstate. Be good.
All right. Hey, man.
Shit. Well, we've got to have a nice weed song to go
John
with that,
Little.
right?
Yeah.
We played this one.
Rolling up that sour diesel, feeling so high. Blue dream got me floating up into the sky. Kush, OG Kush, feeling so plush. Hush, Acapulco Gold, Gorilla Glue. Yeah, we love that rush. From Granddaddy Purple to Jack Herrera, wedding cake to Durban, poison, no fear. Gelato, Girl Scout cookies all night. Northern Lights, Pineapple Express, take flight. Super lemon haze, white widow, feeling fine. Alien OG, apple fritter, got divine. Scotty runs, Godfather OG too. Soothing my soul, now that's the groove. From Granddaddy Purple to Jack Herrera, wedding cake to Durban, poison, no fear. Gelato, Girl Scout cookies all night. Northern Lights, Pineapple Express, take flight. Those terpenes, vibe so right. Honey, Nahum, Ulini, lemonade, we're seen every night. Sessions with the best strains, Mother Nature's delight. So grab a blunt, spark it up, feel the high. With the best cannabis strains, reach for the sky. Light the blunt, keep it real. With these top-notch flavors, that's the deal. Yeah. So grab a blunt, spark it up, feel the high. With the best cannabis strains, reach for the sky. Fake pipe or blunt, we keep it real. With these top-notch flavors, that's the deal.
You know, that song is just perfect. Perfect timing to skin up the spliff.
Yeah.
Wow. They changed the smoke warning in my area to very unhealthy from unhealthy. Crazy.
Oh, no. Be careful.
It's been crazy here. It's just been crazy.
Yep.
I've been joking around about, who had drift smoke for July.
Right.
Yeah, I shouldn't have been joking around so much.
Mm.
I've got this new strain called RS11.
Yeah, I voted that. Yeah, and most of them. I smoke far too much.
Sticky as fuck, I'll tell you that much. Fucks up my grinder.
I can see it. Everyone's not talking, so they must be concentrating on something, aren't they?
I'm just looking. I got that fire bug, as they call it. I did that for 20 years. I can't help but keep looking for the information updates. It's just past 12, so the new IR maps will be coming out.
IR.
Infrared. I am surrounded by 4 different complexes, and a complex is when they have multiple fires linked under one command structure.
Ouch. So you're in the fire zone.
Yeah, I did. I'm right on the edge of it this year. It's all been I'm just on the edge of it this year, but the smoke's just been incredible. It doesn't bother me as much as it bothers my kid or my friends. I did it for 20 years. To me, I just smell money. You know, they're like, "Oh, the smoke." I'm like, "You mean the smell of money?" They're like, "Would you stop?" But when you do it like I did, and you made your money during that 4-month period, 5-month period, it's money to me.
So what are you going to do next?
I'm retired medically. I got taken out by a branch, and it wasn't good. But I just go around and help people now, and I mod and help and lend my knowledge to 3 different fire information channels, and I go around, help people with StreamYards, their YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, and help them get it all straightened out to where it actually looks good and stuff. And it's working right. You wouldn't believe how many people they do it, but they never put the time in to go. Actually, I had to teach people about how to use the studio, but it's okay. It gives me something to do.
I'm 66 as of last week, and I know nothing about technology.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you,
Bob.
Happy birthday, Stoner Bob.
Happy birthday, mate.
Happy unbirthday, Stoner Bob, because your birthday was last week.
Yeah. Oh my God, I'm getting old.
What birthdays this week? We've got Mama Bears.
Motor City Maniacs is today.
Ron?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know him. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he'll be back up later today, but he's got that stupid problem that appears every night for a few hours. His internet just keeps dropping and resetting. It's crazy. It's an everyday thing. We just know from like midnight on, Ron ain't gonna be around for a few hours.
Oh, okay. I'm normally not on at this time of day. Something woke me up, and I know I'm not going back to sleep.
Yeah, me. I'm always awake at this time. I'm just I go a lot of places. So I haven't surfed Australia today yet, but the Kiwi I bugged down there isn't up yet.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
He will.
Sorry, broke fish. And I was just gonna ask Mellows, did you just say Mama Bear's birthday is today?
It was the 1st of August. It was yesterday.
Okay, yesterday. Oh, I missed it. Oh my gosh. I'll have to say happy
We
birthday.
did some birthday songs for her. We did some. I was supposed to come back and be live. Yeah, she went out for a dinner with, and then when she was going to come back, we were going to run a live, but I was past that cold. So
got to sleep sometime.
Yeah, I ran 2 panels back to back. It was like 20 odd hours. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's the only thing I got in trouble for when I did that birthday stream on Z's channel for him. Everybody's like, "Oh, he ain't gonna like this." He laughed his ass off and goes, "But you're in trouble." I would go, "Oh, you didn't like me going on your channel?" He's like, "Oh, hell no, I love that. But what happened to the epic streaming broke fish? Where was the rest of the a minimum of 4 hours?" I went, "Okay, I get it. Next time I do that, you want to see one of my epic streams. Okay." I was trying to keep it short, just, short. Happy birthday, bro. And and I did it on his own channel, so he's going to see it. He called me up laughing.
Good.
Of course, I was a day early. Stoner Broke was a day early instead of a day late.
Imagine that.
He was laughing about that. He said he's never had so many happy birthday messages and calls in years. I'm like, good. Then it worked. In fact, isn't he supposed to have something coming up? I better check that. Be a good co-host if I didn't check on that. Yeah. Tomorrow, the 3rd. What is today? The 2nd? Oh, tomorrow. Cool.
You're not late.
Oh, he had to reschedule. That's okay.
Busy, busy, busy all the time, it seems like.
I've got to say, I do like Rumble. So, pain in the ass to set up on StreamYards.
Oh, did you hook it in with the green where you got a green Rumble symbol on your StreamYards?
Yeah, basically, I'm hooked up, but I've still got to create the live on Rumble.
Yeah, you'll get used to it. As long as you got a placeholder, it becomes easier, and you don't have to add a stream key now. They got that new way to hook it up.
Yeah, I'm hooked up like that.
Okay.
I just basically right now, if I'm going to create a live on StreamYards, I'll just create the live on StreamYards. But with Rumble, I've got to go over to Rumble, create the live, and then when I come back to StreamYards and create the live, I've got to choose which live it is, and then
that's what I tried the other day, because as you know, Mellows, I stream to multiple platforms through that box. So I go from the box to Restream.io, and then Restream.io sends the feeds out to all the platforms. But I tried to set the Rumble one up, but it told me I need to go in, set the live in Rumble, get the key that will then give me a stream key.
I can tell you how to fix that. There's a new way to fix that.
Yeah, the stream key. If you set it up with the API, you can you do an API key.
And you never have to give the stream key again.
Yeah, so all you do is just go to Rumble, create the live, and then come back to and then set it up. It'll be there.
And then add it in. I set up.
Will that be the same stream key for every single one, or does the
So when you go to when you go to Rumble, you can create the API stream key, and then you just copy that API stream key into your
software.
And obviously that embeds it then over to with the API. It embeds it.
Anytime you go live, it will just boom. It will, but you will need to choose which live which live you're using. So you might have multiple lives.
Because it was showing on my Restream.io that it was going to Rumble, but on checking Rumble, I must have done something wrong because it wasn't.
Yeah, if you use that thing like in StreamYards, it's a green Rumble symbol. It is how it connects, and you don't have to add the stream keys anymore. All of that, you just create a. You can switch templates and it still does it, but when you with StreamYards, I set up my YouTube part first, copy everything over there to Rumble, and then set it up the time up I'm going to do it. And when I add it in to add the Rumble in is what one of the platforms I'm streaming to. You select which live it is, and most people only set up one at a time. You click it and off you go, and the chat from Rumble will appear in your stream software.
Yeah, I don't. What does I have to do here? We need to go right now. Oh, sorry, guys. We need to go to the hospital because we got an appointment. I need to dip out, guys.
All right. Have a good day.
Pleasure.
Now who's it? Now who's dipping out?
Good to see you,
Pirate
Chris.
Finder.
No worries. I'll if you're back on, if you're still on later, I'll pop back in.
If you need any help, get a hold of me. My Discord link's in my channel.
Mellows, can you pop me a message with his Discord link? Because I want to pick some brains because I want to start using what they call NDIs.
Okay.
Whereby, say for example, I'm in my OBS streak. I send you an NDI link to your mobile phone, and then I just basically control your mobile phone camera from my end. So that's NDIs. So,
well, if you're in Grimm's Discord, I am too. Broke fishing.
I don't think I am. There's a lot of things I'm not in, mate. I stepped away from everything.
I get it.
All right. Well, we're in Telegram as well. Are you over on Telegram?
Yeah. You're on my. You got my link on Telegram, anyway.
Yeah. So I'll connect. I mean, you're going to come back anyway, aren't you?
Yeah. I'm going to come back, mate. I'm only going to a hospital anyway, so I should be back in an hour. So.
We'll sort out this Rumble shit once and for all. I want to pick your brain about on an idea that I've got in mind for IPTV.
All right, mate. Yeah. No worries. I'll speak to you all in a bit.
All right, bro.
All right. See ya.
Yeah. So yeah, we're over on Telegram, bro.
I haven't done the Telegram thing. Heck, I don't even have an Instagram. Refuse to have a TikTok.
Don't even consider Facebook.
On Discord, I don't really run a server over there anymore. I used to, but Bear's got a server over there that we use.
You're in Grimm's server, aren't you?
On Discord, yes, of course. Yeah.
I'm there too.
Perfect. All right. I'll hook up with you in Discord on Grimm's server.
Just hit my name. It's in the list of members, and
let's see what we got here. You know what? I hardly ever use Discord. Grim.
I fixed my Discord. It's really mellow. I had a little bit of problems. It was driving me nuts. I put my brother, the gunny, in charge. All the bullshit stopped. Of course, I heard from one of my friends that was just joking around that your brother's not very nice. I go, oh, what'd you do to piss the gunny off? He goes, you don't want to know. I won't be doing that again. Okay. You're still in the Discord, so don't ask me.
I just sent you a message and added you on Discord.
I see you.
So your brother's a gunny.
Yep.
All right. I don't know if Chris is on Discord, but I can. We'll have to sort this out. He'll be back. Do you want me to drop you the Telegram link?
No, I won't be. I won't be subscribing to Telegram. You know how that goes.
No, I'm playing you. Spread too thin. So yeah, Kick. What do you think of Kick?
I actually like the Kick. I like the setup of the home screen. It's really, really cool. It's really, really nice. You can. There's a lot you can do with Kick, and it's up and coming. It's doing really well. You pick the right category.
I think I need 200 followers to go live over there. Something.
I don't have 200 followers, and I go live.
How much do you need?
What do I got in my kick? I barely had any in my kick. You just got to link it in. Hang on a sec. Let me bring my kick up.
And I just signed up for Kick also.
I got 18 followers, and I go live all the time.
Yeah.
But I get a bunch of people that don't subscribe coming through. It's like Rumble for me. I get massive views when I'm up on Rumble. Still, even though I'm doing the weekly thing right now.
Why won't you let me go live on there? I thought, it's weird. For some reason, won't let me go live on there.
It's not letting you go live, huh? It's got to be something real simple because I had no trouble with it. I know Jay Blues said there's a problem with his right now, but every time I plan on fixing it, another fire breaks out and I'm off and running. You know,
that must suck.
I've hit my limit as well for 8 destinations on.
Oh, that could be it. I only.
No, I mean, if I was to disconnect, one of the channels and try to add it, won't go live.
You can have as many destinations as you want, but you can only stream to so many at one time, and
Yeah.
Like me, I pay for the plan where I only stream to 3, even though I got 4 platforms. Well, I got 5, but who streams to the book?
Huh?
I wouldn't have that, and my daughter would kill me because that's her favorite way to get a hold of me. It's the only reason I got it. Plus, I put a lot of fire information in my Facebook.
Yeah, I just don't need it.
Yeah, I only use it because my daughter refuses to dial my phone number, but she'll talk to me for 3 hours over the messenger. Call her on the phone, she's got to go in 5 minutes. Call her back on the book, and she'll talk to me for 3 hours. Her favorite thing to do, she knows I sleep in the morning, early in the morning, late in, around daylight. She knows I go to sleep and get my 4 hours then. She'll call me up 2 hours after daylight. Did I wake you up, Dad?
Of course.
Yeah, you did, but you damn well know I'm not going to hang up on you. What are we doing today? And she knows it too. She's like, yep, got Dad. I'm like, you little shit.
How many kids you got?
I have my daughter. I have 4. I have a 16-year-old son, a 28-year-old daughter, a 33-year-old daughter, and a son that's in his late 30s. Wait a minute, he's almost 40. Wow. I was 17 when I had him. So
that's how old I was when I had my first one too. But I'm 66.
You got me by 10 years, but it's all good.
Yeah. I like being old.
I like I have more fun now. I hate that I'm retired. I get the bug, and it happens every year. My daughter reminds me, Dad, you put 20 years in already. Would you stop? You don't have to be out there putting another 20. I retired medically. I got hit by a giant branch and gave me a concussion, and I've had too many in my life, so it caused additional problems. But they related all my medical payment is from my fire service. And now I'm being told I can have cancer from all the stupid chemicals they used on fires. And I'm like, oh, thanks.
Oh, yeah. That's part of the process.
And let alone my structure fire service. Who knew the foam that we use for cars and houses was going to bite me too?
Yeah, PFAS. It's called PFAS, the poison that you put fires out with.
I just called it the stuff. What's really funny is I show no signs of it. I have two friends that have cancer from it now. One of them probably not going to be here much longer, but that's okay. He feels the same way as me. He wouldn't change a thing we did ever.
Yeah, I wouldn't turn the hands of time back, not once. Learn what you learn, and if you don't learn it, that's your fault.
The only thing I'd change is I wouldn't lose so many friends.
I would have, and I'd have had more kids.
It sucks to lose friends on fires.
Well, yeah, but in life you're going to lose friends no matter what you do, no matter where you go. Ongoing, progressive realization of what time is about. I'm an optimist. I'm a stoner.
I smoke the shit out of it. Always have, always will.
And yet, I remain pot committed. When I was downtown for the concert today, it was a really good show.
Who'd you go see?
I part of the production for the city of Grand Rapids. Full Chord was the name of it. FULLCORD. It's a bluegrass band out of Grand Haven, Michigan. And I was there doing videos with my competition, WXMI, the Fox affiliate here in Grand Rapids. Presently, they're my competition, and as they don't get their shit together, I'm gonna continue to get more views than them. I put it in his face today, the cameraman down there. I said, "How many people do you think's gonna see this story?" He says, "Well, I hope somebody will see it." I said, "Well, you're getting about 200, if you're lucky, to 300 views on any of your YouTube posts." And he says, "How do you know that?" I'm a YouTube channel. I actually get views. I had 10,000 views on my coin pusher video. And we kept talking, and I let him know that, look, your best video got 2,500 views. You're a quarter of my views. What's wrong with your channel?
I don't get a whole shitload, but I have a bunch of followers.
Yeah, but it was a fact that they've got 35,000 subscribers, and I've only got like 1,000.
Oh, so do they actually have 35,000 subscribers, or they paid for 35,000 subscribers?
No, they actually have, in reality, about 35,000 subscribers. It's something that anybody can verify by just going to their channel and going WXMI and proceeding to their channel and looking at their statistics. They've got 30-something thousand. Here, I can pull up one of my extra phones here. Hang on a second.
Oh, I don't need to see, but
No, I'm just saying for my own knowledge.
I go to a different program that shows you when their subscribers came and how they came. And the only way to truly catch some of those guys is you got to look at when their subscribers came. Because we just busted a channel that was buying subscribers and views and likes.
Oh God, why would you do that? That can't be profitable.
Well, because it's really cheap. You wouldn't believe what you can buy for cheap. And it's crazy. I just
like on
laughed.
LinkedIn. Yeah, LinkedIn have all kinds of companies out there, wanting this many dollars for 4,000 watch hours and however many subscribers, and it's like, I don't need none of that shit. I'm like, the first 1,000 subscribers I met in person. That's just being real about it. Just people we know, 1,000 plus people.
Yep. I have some people that you just want to go, yep. What were you doing?
I'm doing reality videos. It seems to be pretty popular. My blue chickens. That's my farm video. We got a bunch of peacocks. There's probably 50, 60, 70 of them this year. And yeah, it's just I don't put anything on there that okay, even though I check the box for adults only, there's nothing on my channel that a kid can look at and go, "What's that mean?" or "What's that about?" There's nothing foul mouth.
We were joking around so bad last time YouTube marked me 18 plus. I had to laugh.
I always indicate that. I always check that box. I don't want nothing to do with anybody that ain't 18. I want them clear-minded or not. I don't care. I want my customers to be customers. Because they are. If you're getting paid by YouTube, anybody that watches your video is a customer.
Oh, I don't even do that. Get that monetization. It just brings too many problems and too many rules.
Really? Like what?
Like things you cannot do, or you lose your monetization. Put up the wrong video, you lose your some wrong thing on a video, you lose your monetization. It's okay.
It's only money. I mean, if they want to pay it to me, they will. If they don't, well, they won't.
And Rumble's way easier and with a lot less rules. About music rules are different. Everything. It's crazy.
So I should take all my videos and post them on Rumble.
You can actually put a setting in Rumble to where it goes and automatically downloads your videos from YouTube to Rumble.
Really?
Yeah, and then
I got
and then
260
and it's not you got to have 1,000 subscribers. You get monetized from your first video forward, and it'll automatically move them over there. You just got to go look in the settings.
Holy shit!
Yeah, most people don't realize that, but there's a thing to go over and check it to where, like, I put a live up, it won't sync the live, but I put a static video up, it automatically moves it over there.
Oh, so my live streams wouldn't go.
If they haven't been on Rumble, they will. If Rumble already has them, they won't.
No, Rumble doesn't have any of my stuff. I've never put anything on Rumble.
Then if you click that, it would automatically move everything over.
And I would probably get money out of that because I got 260 videos.
Oh yeah, and it'd take it a little while to do it, but it does it.
Oh my god, that'd be crazy.
Yep, and and they monetize you from the first video forward.
Holy shit! So I'm just wasting my time beating myself up with this fucking YouTube.
Well, it's great to jump on YouTube and go live, like with StreamYard. You just hit the YouTube symbol in the top right corner and remove YouTube, and then you're on your other platform. What I do is I go up on YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, and either Twitch or Kick. Every other time to a different platform. When I take the YouTube and remove it, stop streaming to YouTube, then I bring up the one I'm on Rumble. And if I was on Twitch, then I bring up the Kick and I give those platforms exclusive content and I never have to stop my live. It's like catching the second half of the show on Rumble. or on Twitch or on Kick. You know, if you use YouTube as a platform to tell everybody, hey, we're going over to Rumble, or hey, you know, most of my followers already know. I'll give you 2 warnings. Yep, I'm going to the other one. See ya. I'll be in the green room, and I disappear over to. And a lot of my full-time viewers, they're already over there. Before I'm done moving myself over there, they're already in the chat talking to me. Have been talking to me. It's and they monetize you right off the bat. But I would still use YouTube because a lot of YouTubers are like, I don't want to be on Rumble. But once you get them on Rumble, where it's literally better audio. According to my buddy Citizen Z Animations and my music buddy, it's better audio. The music guy says it's better audio, along with Z. Z says it's better video. Even Kick has better audio and video than YouTube. I play a lot of music videos when I'm on Rumble because we can. Over here, I can't play a bunch of bands. Over there, you can show the whole damn concert. I can't play a Kiss song without getting a claim or a strike over here on YouTube. But over there, I showed the whole 3-hour concert.
Oh, come on, really? On what
Really?
platform? All on Rumble and Kick?
Yep. Twitch has recently started muting, not giving you a strike. They just they have started muting copyright material. But Kick and Rumble, nope, it's there. Just have fun. I do an all request nights.
Okay, so I need to upgrade my thinking then, because I've never heard of how the Twitch. I've never heard of Twitch. What is
Yeah,
it? Tell me about it.
Twitch started out as a gaming platform, but they have just chatting, music. They got a whole bunch of categories. And for like my buddy, the professional pianist, keyboardist, because he plays organs and all this. He's a blues guy. He's in music over there. I'm in just chatting on Twitch. I actually last year came in the top 10% out of all of Twitch. Top 8% it worked out too when I dove in and looked. But I was in the top. And you know,
That's
Rumble,
pretty
you
damn
get a
good.
lot Rumble, you get a lot of viewers. They come and go. It's not like they sit there, they stay. They might not even talk, but you still get views out of them for a certain amount of time. And I would go over to Rumble first and literally hook it into where it automatically grabs all your YouTube videos that aren't on Rumble. Then when you do it live where you're on YouTube, Rumble, and let's say Kick, it won't import that because it's already there. I don't know how they do that. I didn't get into that much of the tech side, but yeah, it works really well.
Well, I'm not satisfied with YouTube. I'll grant you that.
Oh, I'm nowhere near satisfied with YouTube.
I mean, as a customer, I am okay, because never watching commercials, absolutely worth it. Okay, in my opinion, as a customer, I like YouTube as opposed to HBO, Cinemax, da 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 da, and cable TV in general, and the like Netflix,
Yeah,
Universal Studio channels,
I
all these
get what you
excess
mean.
money eaters, all these money eating channels and prescriptions or subscriptions. Um, After having YouTube as a customer for years and years, to be finally, I said, okay, I'll become a creator. And I've got a good concept for the cannabis coin pusher. I watched Coin Pusher go from 0 subs to 200,000 subs. he has a grasp on a concept, but his concept is lagging behind because he's not connecting it with cannabis. And my branding of the same machine is the cannabis coin pusher. As I release these video series, I want to know how to plug it into all the different platforms and release it as a real serious production, because there's a lot of money going to be put into buying and building the machine my way, and the tokens, the cannabis coins. They're not free.
Yeah.
They're
It's
$2 each to have them struck. Then I can sell them online as a product, just like selling the coin pushers, the cannabis coin pusher as a brand. Well, right now, if you went to order a Wheel of Fortune or any of the other coin pushers that are available, they're in the $10,000 to $20,000 range. And right now, the quickest I can get a refurbished one, like buying a used car of a coin pusher, is $1,700, and that's 2 states away. I'd have to have it shipped here, and they're in the $2,000 price range, $1,500 to $2,000 price range.
Yeah, I haven't got into that part. I basically just go around and help people with their Rumble now and stuff, and their StreamYards and their Kick and.
So this really works. I mean, plugging
Oh
it
yeah.
all in.
I'm on StreamYards. I have 4 platforms, and what I basically do is what I was doing lately. I've just been staying on YouTube and the others, but what I normally do, except for fire season, and I should do it on during fire season, I shouldn't break that rule, is I stream to YouTube for like an hour, maybe 2, but I do 4 to 6 hour streams. 4 hours is a minimum. A 2 hour is a short. And then I drop YouTube and I bring up one of my other platforms. I stream to 3 at all times. If I'm live, you'll find me on 3 of my platforms. Definitely Rumble. If I'm live on YouTube, I'm live on Rumble. You know, and I don't monetize. If they ever try to force that, I'm just going to tell them, send it to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. I don't want it. I do this for fun. I do some other stuff to help my friends, but that's why I do it. And I got a couple friends that are like, wow, dude, you're the only one I know that does that. I could be monetized. I have 2,500 subscribers, give or take 100. But I know it's 25 when I looked yesterday. And it's just, yeah, they all know I'm here to have fun. I ain't here about them trying to make money. It would mess with everything I already got. I'm here to have fun. It keeps my mind busy, which I have to do. I mean, I have doctor's orders to literally keep my mind working. Bang. Yeah, but I highly, highly recommend Rumble. And it's once you get it set up, it's so easy. What do you use to stream? You
My
using
phone.
No, I mean what streaming platform? Because you have to use a platform to go to Rumble. Like you use StreamYards.
I've never used it.
OBS, Realstream.
Well, YouTube.
Well, see, for Rumble, you would have to do like StreamYards, OBS, or Realstream. I recommend StreamYards. They're really, really easy, and it's not that expensive if you do it right. Like Grim and Mellows, they pay for a higher price StreamYard than I do, but I don't
Grim
have all the
Reaper?
platforms they do.
The Grim Reaper show?
Yeah, the network pays for a higher price. They're a step above me in the StreamYard. I'm at the mellow
Okay.
basic side, but it's really easy, and I can actually tell you how to get it cheaper too. You know, uh, the only thing that changes is where the symbol's at in the top right corner of the panel that we're on. Instead of that will still be there. Your symbol can be there, but right next to it, it'll say StreamYards. And who cares? It's their platform, it's their software. I don't care if I give a little advertising for them. They've treated me very, very well. And they keep coming out with more and more stuff to do. Like when the share screen is now has what they call a dark mode to when you hit present. It's now got a dark mode to it, and that tells me that they're getting ready to have a dark mode to the studio, you know, and that's when it'll get really nice because it won't be blinding us all the time. It's really, really bright, and I don't like to try to turn down stuff, you know, because then when I present something, you got to turn it back up anyways. So the lighting's right. But yeah, it's really, really easy. Mellows will tell you. It's once you get used to it, it's very easy. Setting up a stream is easy. You can stream to more than one platform. To the basic model, you can stream to 3 different places. The 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 level that Mellows and them are at, the network's at, like he was saying, he can stream to 8 at one time. You can get 10 people up on you do panels, you can get 10 people up on a panel, or you could just have nobody on the panel and do it yourself. You know, but it's real easy. It's just a program that sends its signal to those platforms, to those
Okay.
other channels like YouTube or Rumble or wherever.
Okay. I'm producing a video series. It's a scripted. It's going to have sound effects and da 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 da. But it's going to be a 40-ish, like 33 to 42 to 43 minutes long. That's what the videos presently are. You know, we've got them worked up to about that length. And we want to release them as a video series.
You just present them. You have them sit like I have a laptop has an HDMI. I have a flat screen TV. I have one where my StreamYard's on one monitor and what I'm presenting is on the other. You hit the little TV that's in the bottom you can see right now. It's next to leave on a laptop anyways, a desktop, it's next to leave studio and settings. It's a little TV with the plus sign, and you can bring up and show on the screen whatever you want. You don't even have to be there. You could do the whole thing, mute your mic and sit back and let it play. You just present whatever. I do it to where I use the entire screen I present a monitor, you know, because I have 2 monitors and I can sit back. You could talk with the chat, you know, it's the bar's still there beside you. But all this, when you're getting that serious, it's best to have an actual computer instead of a mobile device.
Okay, so I do need to go back to my PC. I've got a PC sitting in front of me on the floor. I just never use it.
It makes everything easier, and I actually like laptops because they're mobile. I can go anywhere I can get internet and present a show. Anywhere I can log into Wi-Fi and I can present a show. I could go down to, I hate to say it, but I could go down to Starbucks. I could go down to Motel 6 and present a show that right there and run the whole thing. And because I have HDMI, like in the Motel 6, you just plug into their TV at the Motel 6 and present your show. You have 2 monitors. You extend your screen and it gives you 2 monitors.
Right. Right. I got that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, and it's real easy. I mean, there's a few things that when you first started using it that just aren't worth leaving in the studio, especially when. And the best way is to pay for it, and you can get up on more than one platform. If you don't pay for it, you can only be on one platform at a time, and you get 20 hours a month free. And it saves your videos for you in the back, so you don't have to worry about. You can actually do other things with them. StreamYards has a library. You can do shows to where you do a panel, everybody that comes up would actually get their own recording of the whole panel. I could actually, I always ask, but I could hit the button up here that says stream to my audience. I very rarely do that because I believe everybody should get their own views, not me getting views off of their product. I can leave and and until they shut down or kick it out, it's still streaming it to my whatever platform I choose.
Huh. What is okay? I don't get what you're saying. You went
Okay,
past me.
like this panel right now. There's a button for me, I'm on a laptop. There's a button in the top right corner that says stream this to your audience. I could click that and select, let's say, YouTube. And I could stream this panel from that point forward to my YouTube. But that means my viewers are coming in and watching it, and they're not. I'd have to pin the link to come over to the network show. Episode 32 is what I would call it, and I'd probably, we're on Grimm's, right? Which one we on, Mellows? I can't remember.
All of them.
Yeah, we're on Grimm's. So I'd say I would put my title as Grim Reaper Network Show episode 32. Stream it to my audience. In the top, I would pin a link in my top of my chat for everybody to go over to the YouTube channel. This is where we're at, and here's the link to that channel. But I think that's really unfair to do to people because I'm getting views off of their content, and I don't agree with that. But that's me personally. I got friends that they're like, you can restream this. Yeah. But then I'm getting views off of your content, not something I create. It's something you create.
Hold it. What do you? Okay, you just said something that makes absolutely no sense to me because I don't know what you mean. What does restream mean?
Okay, I could take this show by hitting that button and send this complete show to any one of my platforms of my choosing, and it shows this show on my platform. It's streamed to my audience is what it's called. Restreaming.
And I can do that. I could do that same thing.
Yep. I don't know where it's at on a phone, but you right now could trigger
Oh
this
no,
and
I'm gonna
send
buy.
it to you.
I'll buy another computer. I wait
You
till I get.
could do this. You could do this right now. Let's say me, you, and Mellows were all in a group doing it, but it's your platform is the original one we go up on. I log in, get up on the panel, don't even have to stay here, and I hit that button that says stream to your audience. It's now streaming to my personal channel, and I'm re-showing what you're putting up. And then Mellows does the same thing, and he's re-showing what you're putting up.
Next question. And YouTube allows this.
Yes, totally allowable.
I literally could take your show or Grim
You
Reaper
could
show.
come up.
And,
You could come up
and
on my panel if I have that. I can turn that on or turn that off. I have it turned off. But if I turned it on and we were going to do a show and I want to share it to everybody that's here, to Mountain Girl, to Stoner Bob, and to Mellows, I create the stream, let's say about the fire information. We have a fire pop out, and we're going to show it to all 4 of our channels. You hit that button, you're sending a signal to your YouTube that's showing the content of from this StreamYard streaming platform. What StreamYard's just a program that sends a signal out to the platforms. It truly has nothing to do with YouTube except for it sends a signal there.
Ah, okay. Okay. That, boy, you just made it all, dots just come together.
Okay, sorry. Sometimes I forget to not have it so techy. But yeah,
No,
that's
no, it's good
basically
that you
what it
do
does.
because it makes me reach a little further in my thinking, and that's what's important because
And it's really handy with, like, if we did want to do a show together, we decide which one of us is going to go up. Let's say Mellows. He streams it to all his platforms. I just come in and add it to one of my platforms. You come in and add it to your YouTube. Mountain Girl comes in and adds it to her YouTube. And we're all of a sudden streaming on more platforms than Mellow can actually stream on. But we stream as a group, so.
it's a team effort.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is exactly where I'm. Okay, okay.
Like tonight, I bet you if I check, Mountain Girl is actually live. And we're restreaming to Mountain Girl or or their other channel. And I could have been over there, but tonight I seen Grim was live. I came in through Grim. Through Grim's YouTube channel. I'm not sure which one you came in through, but
Mountain Girl, I think.
Yeah, so see, Mountain Girl.
Well, actually, I'm not live tonight, but Northwoods is.
Oh, okay. So
okay,
see,
yeah, right.
Northwoods is. So yeah. And that's because they're using the restream what I call the restream, stream to your audience feature is how they're doing that.
And that's on StreamYard.
Yep.
Yep.
And you got to remember, StreamYards is just a program that allows you to send the signal and the show you're making here on StreamYards to YouTube, to TikTok, to Twitch, to Facebook, Rumble, Kick. They have so many that it's incredible.
I only want the ones that are going to make money come to me with. Okay,
I highly recommend stream to Rumble because you get monetized from your first video forward, and you start gathering. You use your YouTube to get viewers to your Rumble. Because see, like me, if I found out you had a Rumble, I would go over there and subscribe to it because I found out through YouTube that you had a Rumble.
I need to create a Rumble channel.
Yep, and it's real easy to do.
Is it free?
Yeah. There's a free version and there's a paid version. There's different levels to their paid version, but I'm on the free one, and I actually don't make bad. Upstate and Devo at the Weed Chronicles, they're also on Rumble.
Right. I've gone panel or on their panel and gone over to they shut YouTube off and then we can talk.
Then you already have a Rumble. You just need to finish setting it up.
Okay.
Because if you've gone into their Rumble and been in the chat in their Rumble, you already have a Rumble account. You just need to finish setting it up.
Okay. So then I can.
It's like all these people go, I don't have a YouTube channel. Then how are you watching me in YouTube? Wait a minute.
I just
what?
go to. It's on my phone.
And when I tell them that, the ones that you can see and hear the light click on even in the chat of, oh. I tell a lot of people, even if you don't put content up, 99% of people with YouTube have a saved music playlist. Make that public. It puts something on your channel. They're like, what? I go do it. Talk to me tomorrow. They're like, wow, dude, there's something on my channel. Yeah, it shows your playlist. It lets people know that you might not create your own stuff, but you want people to know you actually do care about your YouTube. You're not just a troll.
Wow, man, I don't know how to set my YouTube up. I just, whatever's. And
Oh,
my daughter said, edit your picture off there, edit your
dude.
name off of there, and then go from there.
The one thing I would tell you is it's all better from off of mobile devices. Yeah, mobile devices are great, but all these programs were originally designed for a computer, non-mobile device, and then they adapted them into a mobile device. Everything works better from a computer. And if you ever need help, like I told them earlier, if you ever need help, just let me know. Mountain Girl knows how to get a hold of me. Mellows knows how to get a hold of me. You know, I'm easy to find. My email address is actually in my YouTube. I used to stream every day for 6 hours last year, but I had a wiring malfunction. It's the same thing as a stroke in
Yes.
2014. So I have to do certain things, keep my mind active. It's part of that, and so
It's called
I just
ongoing rehab.
yep.
Yep,
And
I know. I'm there too.
and I came out of it. I now have what's non-epileptic seizures is what they call them, but I have convulsions is what they truly call them. They look like a grand mal seizure.
Does the
And so
RSO help?
when I get
Have you tried it?
I get too stressed, I have one. What really helps is Mother's Magic Flower.
Well, I'm saying RSO, Rick Simpson oil. Have you tried it?
Oh no, I just keep with
You
what I
should.
know best and like best. I know who Rick Simpson oil is. I actually have a high CBD here that is
Cool.
it's used to
Cool.
be
Yeah,
called
I get
Charlotte.
it.
I know the guys that got Charlotte's Web to Colorado, and
I
they
don't want.
they they
I
stop by all the
apologize.
time.
I apologize for interrupting. Sorry. I just wanted to say good morning to Support BNC and Deb Anderson and Big Chief and
Hey, well,
Sean Little and Johnny Blanchard. That's all I can see in my chat right now. So woo
thank
fucking
you.
woo.
You know how I am about watching chat. I do or I don't.
Right.
You gotta
I
remind me.
also I dropped in the back chat, you guys. I don't know if you're subscribed to this person yet or not, but also we're looking to get him. He's at 50 now, but we want to get him just a few extras just in case he loses a sub here and there so he can go live. He's out of Compton, Watts area in California. Um, he's dropped videos and stuff. He did one just recently, I think, park
Yeah,
fire.
2 days ago he's covering the park. He's covering the
Yeah,
park fire. He's up there at it.
yep. And I dropped his link in the back chat, and I'm also gonna drop it in Northwood's chat. So if anybody's not subbed to him, if you'd like to, it'd be wonderful, and you can jump over to Northwood's chat. It's in there, or I can bounce around and drop it around to the other chats too. But yeah, that'd be great.
Here. I'll do this even.
Oh, you're gonna
I'm so
copy and paste?
I'm gonna go stick it in the Discord under videos.
Awesome.
I I I do that. My Discord keeps getting bigger like all the time.
What is Discord?
Discord is a private group where basically anything goes. No threatening. Minds and information, joke around, just it, it it's just better. I have trouble describing Discord.
Hi, Bruno.
Okay.
Woo.
It's actually pretty cool. It's like a communication meeting place, private. It's not public. You have to have an invite to get into people's Discord servers. And yeah, mine's doing well, but I also got introduced to one of the Discord techs and I followed his advice. And mine's actually one of the, I could have they keep begging me to monetize my Discord and open it up, and I won't.
And how many people are plugged into you on Discord?
Right now I have, what is it? I have, I have 47 offline right now. I have 3 regular members in my Discord right now, myself as an admin, and 1 master mod. So I got like 50 people in my Discord. The other day I had 49. And it keeps expanding. You know, I was pushing it heavily before, but I
Thank you,
don't push
support.
it so heavy now.
Here's another question. How does that compare to, say, LinkedIn?
LinkedIn's more of a just here's my channel, isn't it? Discord, we could go watch a movie in Discord, go listen to music, go play poker. Uh, I have I have my own area for wildfires that I have 3 emergency managers that drops in, and my brother the Gunny has his own category in my Discord. My friend Citizen Z Animations has his own category with a bunch of subcategories in it, voice channels. I could have I could have everybody in my Discord get on at once and let's go sit in one of the voice channels and all of us talk or watch it. I have stages where I can show movies. It's pretty cool.
Wow. And see, there's a lot of people that are out there that might in the future hear this or, see this video, and it's like, they're not going to be willing to ask the questions. I'm not afraid to ask questions. I guess
Yeah,
that's
well, a lot of people think Discord is toxic because if you get into the wrong Discord, it is there are some of them that are very toxic. Mine's mellow. It's basically I put my brother the Gunny in charge of it, and he has a couple rules, and basically people don't break them. It's mellow. There's no attacking people. There's no reason to attack them. You can have talks and all that, but if you start attacking people and insulting them and trying to dox them and stuff, you'll get yourself removed from my Discord. He's already kicked 12 people I know of for doing stupid shit like that.
Thank you, Deb Anderson, and support BNC. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I subbed to him too, and I shared him out in my Discord under videos.
Thank you, Broke Fishing.
Like that day that somebody got really stupid, I jumped up and with New Northwoods and Mountain Girl and presented a stream. I actually went to the restaurant and came back, and right when I came back, they had dropped what was showing. I re-showed news all day for them and help information. But I do the same thing. My brother, the Gunny, is very military oriented, so his part is very military oriented. He's a Marine Corps Gunny. I wouldn't expect anything but that.
okay. Well, yeah, I understand that. I remember being in that position in life. I'm also a Marine veteran.
Oh, cool.
I only go as Stoner Bob, though I never identify, this or
Well,
that way.
I recommend people don't, but
There's a guy named the Sergeant Major, and he was the Marine Sergeant Major, and he's got a channel called Semper Fidelis, my friend, but he just uses the first 4 letters, just SFMF.
he's a Marine Corps Sergeant Major, and he doesn't use the designation that a Marine would use for a Marine Corps Sergeant Major.
That isn't what I said. his channel on YouTube is presented as SFMF, just 4 letters. And yeah, he's a sergeant major. He does live streams. He does shorts. He's a real deal. Yeah, good guy.
Cool. Well, I'm just so used to being corrected by my brother.
Never happened.
Sergeant majors are in the Army. If they're a sergeant major in the Marines, they have a gunny rating, don't they?
Gunnery sergeant is E7. Next rank above gunnery sergeant is master sergeant or first sergeant if they go to first sergeant school. Whether you're in the Army or Marine Corps, it's the same story. E9 is master gunnery sergeant, Army or Marine Corps. If you go to sergeant major school, then you get to be called sergeant major.
Oh, okay. My dad did 20 years in the military. I used to have to as a brat, I used to have to bounce quarters off my bed every morning. My dad would come in and bounce a quarter. If it didn't bounce, your bed got stripped and you were redoing it. So I'm sort of I'm sort of like, okay, I love it. I honor you guys, but come on, leave me alone.
There's a limit,
yeah,
rules, limits, and boundaries. You never push somebody to, not once you're out. Once you're a civilian, it's like, just be good to everybody all the time.
No, I mean, while my dad was in, I'm a brat. I'm a career brat. My dad did 1956 to 1976 and mustered out because he was tired of the BS right after Vietnam. And then did another 17 years. 17. Civil service doing the same job he did when he was in. It was crazy. I don't know. Had a lot of fun with that old guy, but there's times I was just like, dude, I'm not one of your privates. Leave me alone.
Yeah, when
but I understand.
My wife had to watch that out of me.
I understand where he was coming from. So it was just one of those things. Leave me alone. I'm not one of your privates.
That's right.
And from there, it was never really a problem once I understood. But when I was younger, and I understand why he did it. Every kid needs a little bit of discipline. If they don't have some, they turn out to be dumbasses. Doing dumbass shit.
And they do. And they grow up and turn into adult dumbasses.
Yep.
I mean, they're everywhere. You can't dodge this bullet.
And I have caught myself saying things to my youngest daughter and my youngest son that my dad said to me, and I realized I repeated it and went, "Oh my God, I became my dad."
Hey guys, I hate to interrupt, but do you know what time it is?
No.
It's 20 after. Time to smoke up.
You mean it's time? Is there ever a time to stop?
Yeah, at 4:20. I take it at 4:20 is twice a day.
Here we go. I'm gonna play it.
Rolling up that sour diesel, feeling so high. Blue dream got me floating up into the sky. Triple Kush, OG Kush, feeling so plush. Acapulco Gold, Gorilla Glue, yeah, we love that bush. From Granddaddy Purple to Jack Herrera, wedding cake to Durban, poison, no fear. Gelato, Girl Scout cookies all night. Northern Lights, Pineapple Express, take flight. Super lemon haze, White Widow, feeling fine. Alien OG, apple fritter got divine. West From Granddaddy Purple to Jack Harrell. When he came to Durban, poison, no fear. Gelato, Girl Scout cookies all night. Northern Lights, Pineapple Express, take flight. Smoking those terpenes, vibe so right. Honey, Nahum, Ulini, Lemonade, we're seen every night. Sessions with the best strains, Mother Nature's delight. So grab a blunt, spark it up, feel the high. With the best cannabis strains, reach for the sky. Fake, pipe the blunt, keep it real. With these top-notch flavors, that's the deal. Spark it up, feel the high. With the best cannabis strains, reach for the sky. Fake pipe or blunt, we keep it real. With these top-notch flavors, that's the deal.
At 420, exactly.
There you go.
We needed that.
So have you guys been using all the commands you can use with the Suno?
I don't know what are all the commands. I've used a whole bunch of them. I know that.
Well, you can put
67 versions of one song.
Yeah, but you can put in between like verses, you can put commands. They're in these certain you put them a certain way and it makes it do different things in there, like big finishes and this and that. Not just make music, but you can actually tell it what kind of guitars, or a start. You can make it. Yeah, Citizen DZ did a Suno school SKOOL, and he's talking that me and him are going to start doing a weekly school thing. I bugged him about it enough that we actually had an hour-long we did it. The first hour was Suno school, and he goes through with me playing dumb, which I haven't used Suno yet. I'm waiting for this next version to finish hitting. And there's a bunch of commands, and he tells you how to find them. He gives you all the information how to find them. He shows you how to use them. But I thought I'd let you know because I know you've been using Suno. But Z's a big time. He's been using Suno before it became public, and he's one of the investors. And he knows all. He knows stuff before we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Commands
on Suno.
Mellows was going through a lot of that stuff with us too, on different commands and.
Yep. Big finishes.
That's how I knew how to do a lot of the stuff on Suno.
Yeah, you got it. What's it called? You have to bracket a command in it.
Yeah.
The first letter of a command always has to be capital, or the command won't work.
Yeah. I got I see we got, it switched. I'm going to play the other one from BNC. Hold on, I'm going to grab it now.
I smoke 2 joints in the afternoon, it makes me feel alright. I smoke 2 joints in time of peace and 2 in time of war. I smoke 2 joints before I smoke 2 joints, and then I smoke 2 more. Oh, my daddy, he once told me, son, you'll be hardworking man. My mama, she once told me, son, you do the best you can, but Then one day I met a man who came up to me and said, "Hard work good and hard work fine, but first they carry it." So now I smoke 2 joints when I get up in the car. I smoke 2 joints. I smoke 2 joints when I play video gaming and every 10,000 points. I smoke 2 joints. I smoke 2 joints in time of peace and 2 in time of war. I smoke 2 joints before I smoke 2 joints, and then I smoke 2 more. Oh, my daddy, he was told me, son, you'll be hard-working man. My mama, she was told me, son, you do the best you can. But then one day I met a man who came up to me and said, hard work good and hard work fine, but first they carry it. So now I smoke 2 joints in the morning, I smoke 2 joints at night. I smoke 2 joints in the afternoon, it makes me feel alright. I smoke 2 joints in time of peace and 2 in time of war. I smoke 2 joints before I smoke 2 joints, and then I smoke 2 more. Smoke 2 joints, that's what I do. Smoke 2 joints, come smoke 2 joints with me in the morning. Smoke 2 joints, come smoke 2 joints with me in the afternoon. Yeah. Smoke 2 joints. Smoke 2 joints, I'm gonna do your homework. Smoke 2 joints. I knew you were gonna say that. Smoke 2 joints. Smoke 2 joints. That's what I do. Smoke 2 joints.
Guys need to get like Upstate to video himself rolling joint, because those were 2 pinners. Those weren't joints, those were pinners. If you can roll the paper back and forth and get it around more than once, it's not a joint. You're supposed to be able to barely hook that thing under the glue.
Nice big fat cones.
Yeah.
I've made a few of
But
those.
great song. Loved the song.
Yeah. There you go.
I call them crisp packets. Yeah, big giant fucking cones.
Yep.
The danger is that the head might fall off and land on your lap.
Nah. You know, we used to joke around, but I believe it more now. I smoke marijuana for other people's safety.
That's exactly why I do it. I do it to save the world.
Yeah, you know. That reminds me, I wonder what that Kiwi's doing. I haven't been able to troll him in a couple weeks. He hasn't been wanting to come up since the Euro Cup.
Oh, we don't really get many trolls up here. We kind of.
No, I mean my buddy. He hasn't been wanting to do one of his live streams, and he pissed me off one day. So I've been passively trolling him, not like the other trolls do. I passively, to where he figures it out towards the end of his live that you've been trolling me, haven't you? Yep. I've been nonchalantly pushing those buttons to see your face change color. It's all in good fun, you know. He apologized. I accepted his apology, but I still got to get my little bit of button pushing in, you know. Not done yet. I will be maybe the next month. So what are you guys doing with the rest of your day? You're like 8 hours ahead of us, aren't you, Mellows?
I am. I'll be here for the next 7 hours. I'm going to try and fix some of these fuck-ups that I made. Usual shit.
Yeah, that's me too. I don't know. I'll be taking a break. I've been getting woke up at daylight by everybody. You know, it's that old thing, you can lead the horse to water, but you can't make it drink. I can show you how to get the fire information yourself, but you still call me on the phone and ask me what's going on.
Yeah.
Even though you can see the same thing and I've taught you how to do the same thing I do, but you still like literally call me up on the phone and 20 minutes after daylight going, "What's all this smoke about? We got another fire?" Dude, I was asleep. Let me look. No, there's not another fire. It's just drift smoke from the ones that we already have. Leave me alone. Goodbye. And then I call them back later and go, "Hey, wait a minute. Like the fire that broke out today, they heard about it. My friend was at work. They called me up, didn't know I was on speakerphone. They asked me, I give them all the information I can give them. I tell them what's going on about the smoke and all that and what it is. And then I hear like 12 people in the back all say thank you at once. It's like, oh, you had me on speakerphone. Well, that's wrong. Where are you at? I'm at work. We were all worried. I told him I had the man. I had the dude. I'm like, okay, thank you. Bye. Next time, tell me the whole work's listening.
Hey, I gotta go. Okay,
You out of
guys.
here, Bob?
Yeah, I gotta run.
Have a good day,
Sorry.
Bob.
All right, you too. I gotta run. All right, bye. Leave. Press this
Take
button.
care, bro.
All right.
And how's your weather been, Mountain Girl?
Well, we've had just the opposite of what you're watching out there. We've had nothing but rain for over a month every single day.
God, would you please like help me tell the guy controlling the weather to make it happen out here? We haven't had nothing for 2 months. Maybe a little bit when the thunderheads pass, but you can go out and kick the ground and it's dry.
Yeah, this has been crazy. I mean, every single day for probably almost 2 months now. It's ridiculous. I mean, we're flooding in areas that we've normally haven't seen flooding in years and years and years, and
Yeah,
it's
I've seen that.
crazy.
It's been crazy. It's been crazy out here. We haven't had a drop of water since like 1st of June. I
Oh,
think I
that's
actually
insane.
told you guys last time we had rain here. It's just been crazy. I mean, you have that little bit of moisture that comes with the thunderheads, but it ain't doing anything. You know,
Yeah.
torrential. Well, you seen it on Geology Hub earlier. The torrential rains in British Columbia caused a slide. It's like crazy.
That's insane. There's Mellows. 420.
Sorry, Matt and Gail, I was just editing Good Guy Audit's website.
Now I put on the avatar for support and Deb. The other one. I put on the Mellows avatar for him for a split
Well,
second.
I just took the best out of what I was sent yesterday, because I get sent pictures from my friends as kids that are following in our footstep. I only used a couple of them. Like this one, Firewalk, was from this up here this year. This one, they're backfiring. Uh, I didn't add in any of the other, but I keep getting all these crazy pictures this year. Last year, nobody sent me anything. Well, I know why. They've all talked to me about it. Nobody knew what to say. It took them a few years to figure out how to approach me and what to say after the wife, and I understand. And they're like, wow, you're not mad at me? No, dude. I'd rather you didn't tell me if I ever needed your help and gave me my space for the time you did than tell me anytime and not be there because you didn't know what to say. You're talking to me. It's all cool. They're like, wow, dude, you're really mellow about this. Why not be? I can't change it. I have to learn to live with it.
Right.
But I did like this picture from this year that got sent to me. The tanker dropping a load.
Yeah,
This
I see
one this one was a really
Yeah.
this was a really good picture. It turned out great. He's
Yeah,
not
that
very
turned out awesome.
he's not very far off the deck.
Yeah.
And he's hauling. I see, and a bunch of videos coming out this year too. The cell phones are doing wonderful things. I mean, if they're on my crew, I'd be screaming, "Put the damn phone up and get back to work." But I can't knock them now that I'm not the boss anymore.
You have some pretty massive fire pics too, huh?
Oh yeah, I got some really good picks this year. I've gotten some really good ones. I put them over on my Discord. I've been putting them on my YouTube too occasionally.
Now you were saying something about because I know most of the fires out there is because it's so dry, but did I hear you right saying something about that one might not be caused by how dry it is, but by
Somebody's stupidity.
means?
The park fire in California is a human caused. The one I had out here today that started today, and it took them 3 hours to catch it, and they caught it. They said 10. They've necked it down since they've got a better mapping of it. Somebody walking around the edge counting chains, which is a distance of measurement. But yeah, that one there's no lightning.
Yeah.
So that brings it down to why did it start? Grass doesn't spontaneously combust. So that brings us to who was doing what, who got stupid, and
Right.
it's sad that you have to think that. But all the big ones that are complex, those are all from that lightning storm 3 weeks ago that rolled through. When I was like, basically was I jumped off I can't remember whose panel it was, but the lightning was so bad I had to get offline. We were worried. We actually
Yeah, I
shut our
think that was
electronics down.
I think that was with us. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it caused a lot of fires, but we had thousands of strike, and that storm went all the way up and came out of California, went all the way across up the mountain chain, all the way into Washington, probably all the way to Canada. I was only watching my area because I got to cover the little area I'm in.
Wow, Deb, that's crazy. You see her comment?
Yeah, that
That's
well, you got
insane.
that guy that shot his wife 3 times with the shotgun.
Uh,
There, something happened with him this week. I think he finally got what he deserved. Fine, I think his court case is finally done. A lot of crazies out there right now. And I don't know. I will never understand why people want to start fires. I just don't get it. I mean, I used
I don't
fire as a tool.
understand a lot of things that some people do, but you know,
Well, I think some of us should have never let ourselves be heard of how stupid could you be, because some people took that as a challenge, not a statement.
Right.
And I don't know, for the past couple years, I've seen some really stupid shit.
Totally. Of course, I haven't watched the news in a couple years. I stopped.
I
I
I
think I
try.
stopped after Biden got into office, and after all that crap. I think that's when I stopped watching the news.
All I do watch is I go and get the fire reports now. Otherwise, if it's really important, my brother will send me a personal message going, "Hey, stupid, did you see this?"
Yeah.
No, I hadn't. He knows I haven't.
Yeah. My news now is here on YouTube. I get all the information from all you guys. If it's something really important, I'm sure to find out from you guys.
Oh yeah, if it's really, really important,
Sure.
my friends will get a hold of me and go, "Hey, did you see this shit?"
Yep. Yep.
I mean, I got my brother for the military side. I got another friend for a little bit of political, but I tell him to leave me alone. The gunny, you don't tell him anything. I don't need screamed at like that. And I have I have friends that each covers. I have another friend that I get music industry news out of him, but he's a musician, so I expect that, you know. But otherwise, I don't watch a lot of news. I have a lot of fun though. I think I have more fun helping other people get onto other platforms besides YouTube and waking them up that maybe you should do this.
Yeah.
Like we planted this. I'm not going to say I did. We planted the seed with Bob about Rumble.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I didn't have half of this stuff until I started hanging with Mellows. Now I got so many so many different apps and platforms that I don't even know what's what anymore.
I had to call it at 4 platforms. I mean, yeah, I need the mental stimulation, but 4 is enough to handle for me. Plus, like this summer, I have been helping all the other fire streamers, information streamers. That's what they do. I do just about everything. You never know what's going to happen on my panel, and I've been spending a lot of time on that I haven't even been able to come up. The other day, I wanted to come up on my own panel, but I got called over there to help them gather information and be getting it out to people. And I didn't do my live stream, but I don't care. You know,
Yeah.
I felt perfectly fine and happy helping my friends help people.
No. Mello, how many did you get many entries for the song contest yet?
I thought they already had a winner. Is he doing another one?
Yeah, this is another one this week that's due today by noontime, Eastern time. I still gotta get mine in. I
What's
finally
what's
picked
the
I finally
guideline
picked
for this one?
um what's it called again? I think it's a little weed or a little
Oh,
yeah, a
weed
little weed.
song. Okay,
Yeah,
now
but
can
but
I?
but hold on now. Weed can be anything from, the smoking kind to the weeds in your garden to,
I get that. Just the word
my little
weed.
kid, the little weed growing up or, stuff like that.
So, is there a stipulation about we can't have professionals help us?
I don't think there's any stipulations. You just write up a song and get it produced and get it to Mellows, and then he puts it on,
Oh,
and then
I'll
people in
have
the
to.
chat and whatnot will vote for their favorite.
I'll have to talk to my buddy Z. You know what I mean? That's almost like cheating, though. He's been doing that his whole life as an animator. That's almost like cheating, you know.
Yeah. Well,
Or at least I feel it would be. So that
I don't know. We had one last week. It was Body and Soul.
Yeah. What? One moment. I was just hello. Yeah. Can I help you?
Yeah, of course. Hi there. I'm Elliot calling from One Family. I'm calling today to follow up with interest.
Your name is Elliot.
Yeah, I'm calling from One Family. In regards
One
to
family.
yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
What is that?
We are one of the largest over 50s insurers in the market. Today I'm just calling Oliver to follow up with some of the interest.
Insurance.
Assurance, to be fair. It's a whole of life cover.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I have insurance.
Oh, sorry, am I speaking to Oliver now?
Yeah. This is me.
Hello?
Hello. 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 Yoo-hoo. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I can hear you now. So, sorry, just to confirm, am I speaking to Oliver now?
Yeah.
My apologies, sir. I'm so sorry. I got a little bit confused there myself then. So the reason for this call was just to follow up on some interest for over 50 whole of life cover.
Yeah.
Did you say you have something in place, sorry?
Yeah, I have insurance. Hello? Hello? Oh, shit.
I love when they try to sell me extend my vehicle warranty. I always tell me I'd love to extend my vehicle warranty. I have a Peterbilt 379. It's a 2019, and the warranty's coming up. Please. Well, no, we need a vehicle. That is a vehicle. Now, come on. That's what I have. That's what I drive. Let's go. We don't have that in the list. Oh, then you don't extend vehicle warranties. Okay, you have a nice day. I kept one guy on the phone for 20 minutes before he realized it was a what I call a semi and you guys call a lorry.
Hmm.
They don't cover lorries. He hasn't called me back for some reason.
Motherfuckers.
Oh, I had a warrant for my arrest 2 days ago, and the cops were going to arrive within 20 minutes, but we could clear it up with them. So we have a policy over here when I go, if I say it really loud, Kid Fishing's awake, and I say it really loud, he starts really loud going, I'm getting them, I got the tools. Okay, here's more rounds for it. All right, are we ready? Let's go out there and stack some wood out in front of the all right, let's get ready. Barricade. The guy thought he just started. Then he fires off his air rifle, his 177 caliber air rifle without a pellet in it, and it sounds like a 50 cal. Yup, it's working. We're ready. Bring them on. the guy's like, oh, you could hear the guy go, "Oh my God, what have I started?" And he hung up. I was like, well, they're coming to get me with a warrant. They ain't gonna take me. They're gonna have to work for it. He thought he started World War III. You guys get that same scam over there? You got a warrant and there's a out for your arrest and the federal
They've tried
authorities are, huh?
They've tried everything.
Yeah. They really don't like it when I read out their phone number to them and ask them, "Why are you using my friend's phone name and phone number?" What? No, we're not. I go, well, it's not reading out your business name, and I actually know the person whose phone number you just called me from. Want me to walk down there to his house and punch him in the punch you in the nose? What? I said, yeah, as soon as I hang up with you, I'm going to walk down there to his house and I'm going to punch you in the nose. You're calling from his phone. That one I was actually glad because it started a case against
Well, here we go. It's starting thick and heavy. Hang on. Hello?
Oliver speaking.
Oh, hi. Yes.
Hi, Oliver. It's Clementine here, calling from Tails.com.
Hello.
I was calling regarding a survey you'd done to get some dog food for your dog.
Oh.
And it was lovely news. You'd secured yourself 2 weeks of our tailored dog food for free, like a little trial period for your dog.
Fantastic.
Lovely.
Oh, amazing.
Oliver, do you know much about Tails.com? Have you used us before?
I've never heard of you.
Right, fair enough. So, what we do is we tailor the food. So it would be a one-of-a-kind recipe made for your dog. And the way we do that is we'll look at their age, weight, breed, any health conditions like allergies, and then we can provide them with the healthiest tailored nutrition.
Okay.
So, brilliant. So what you have is 2 weeks of our tailored kibble, and I don't take any personal details from you. All we would need to do to get the discount to you is to have you quickly pop onto our website, and we would get your lovely dog's profile set up. All we do ask is if you can cover the £2 delivery, so we don't go completely bankrupt.
Oh, but you said you didn't want nothing.
Fantastic.
Does that all sound good, Oliver?
Fantastic.
Brilliant. So if you could pop me onto loudspeaker and pop to tails.com for me.
Can you send me that so I can check it out? I'm not near a computer at the moment.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. So when you've got a moment, go to tails.com.
Okay.
And then I'll arrange a call back for you because we need to be on the phone when you go on the website if you want to do the trial because we generate the promotion code whilst you're on the line with us.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So is there a time that would be good to call you back when you've had a chance to have a look at the website and everything?
Yeah, I'll probably be back later on this afternoon.
Okay, fine. So if I give you a call, say about 4 o'clock, would that work for you?
That's fine.
Brilliant, Oliver. I shall give you a call then. In the meantime, have a lovely day.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
In the same breath, she tells you she doesn't need nothing from you, and then says it'll be £2.
Yeah.
In the same breath, lady, you just busted yourself in your own lie. You don't need nothing from me, but it'll be £2 to get it, which means you're getting details from me. So, do they even realize that the average person with even like 3 brain cells realizes that they're trying to scam?
And you know what's weird? I just saw a movie, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, and it was a scammer that called this person and told them basically the same thing. Put me on speaker on your phone and go to your computer and sign in to your account. And then she had to put her account number, all this stuff, but it was for a bank, and they ended up wiping out her whole entire bank account.
Yeah,
That's messed up.
well, they do those fake. They're getting so good that they just need to know which bank, and they can actually, or they take over your computer, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
What's that guy? What's that Trilogy Medium? What's the other guy? John, what's his name?
Um,
Oh God, I can't remember.
I don't know either.
His last name starts with a B, but I used to watch them a lot, but I got bored with it. Oh no,
Yeah,
the last
they-
one that called me, I started asking her about her personal life. So are you
yeah,
married?
they're doing it here too, Deb, all the time.
And the last one, I literally started talking to her, inquiring if she was married or had a boyfriend, this and that. I had one that got really, really rude with me right after my wife passed, and I pissed him off so bad he said some things he shouldn't have said, and I called right back, and it went right to the scam center. And I asked that guy, you could hear the other guy still ranting, and I asked him, hey, can you turn to that guy that's over there ranting and say this to him? Because he said some really rude things about it, what he was going to do with my wife. And I asked him to inquire what he would do with the, you know, how much, you're going to go down to the mortuary and do what to her? That guy turned around and asked him, oh my God. Half the place was busting up laughing. You could hear that guy screaming, hang up on him, hang up on him. Oh, so I got under your skin, did I? I called them like every hour on the hour and asked the same thing until all of a sudden the number didn't work anymore. I should have just gave the number. What is it? Jim Browning? That's his name, I think.
Jim Browning is fucking awesome, man.
Yeah, I should have just sent the number to him because it was an actual number that went through. But I was so pissed I harassed those guys for, I think it took me like 2 days to get that number to be no longer valid. Don't tell me you're going to do that kind of things to my wife who's no longer with me.
Yippee-ki-yay!
So you get a lot of those? I haven't had a scam call in like a week. I think they put me on a list of do not call this guy.
I've been fucking with them for a long time. They still don't get that message.
Hey, Aussie Nathan. Woo fucking woo.
What I hate is that they go after these older people
Mm.
who barely can
Don't
use
keep
their
them on.
computer, who can barely use their computer in the first place.
Yeah.
And she didn't even want to text you the credentials so you could go look and see what it's all about. And then have her call back and finalize anything. That's funny. I answered the phone. I used to answer the phone. Freeman's Mortuary. You stab them, we slab them. Some of them do get to heaven. Hello? Well, Guys, I think I'm gonna jump down and see if I can actually get a little bit of that 4 hour shut eye, because I know I'm gonna be up at daylight, and once I'm up, I'm up.
Thanks for joining us, Breakfish.
Yeah, thanks for letting me up, Mello. It's good to see you, New Hampshire girl. Good to hear you. I hope you keep feeling well enough to where I get to see you again.
Yes, definitely. It was good to see you too.
Yeah, and I was thinking about you the other day. I know what it's like. So you have a good day, and I will talk to you later.
Take care, man. Thanks for joining us, man.
And there were two. So what do we do now, Mellows? What do you want to do?
I just finished editing Good Guy Activism's website. Had some couple of little things that I needed to finish on it. So now we can play some music. We've got to do the competition. I was kind of waiting on Mama Bear to run her show.
Yeah, I still gotta send you my entry. I finally picked one. I'm just gonna send it to you.
So we just play some music for now.
Alrighty then.
You got any preference?
No preference. I like everything, all of them. So whatever you play is good with me.
Do you see this? This one.
Coincidences happening within a short period of time become virtually impossible mathematically. Let's look at the coincidences in Epstein's. He's 6 feet 1 inches tall, hung himself from a bunk bed 5'7" tall. Right off the bat, your mind wanders, how the fuck did that happen? What did he do? Lift his legs? How many of us could actually do that without putting them down again? I don't know. So let's assume he did that. He broke his neck in multiple places, hanging himself from a 5'7" bed. He didn't fall from a step ladder. No, it was off of a 5'7" bed, and in ways that are indicative of forced strangulation. His cellmate, who he had in his cell the entire time he was jailed, was inexplicably removed from his cell the day before. The guards who were on duty.
Wow.
That was the last ever interview before they killed him.
Huh. No, I didn't even know any of that stuff. I mean, I know he passed away, but I didn't
Jeffrey
know
Epstein.
this stuff here. Yeah.
In that interview, John McAfee predicted that they would attempt his assassination in the same way as Epstein. And then it's like a month later, they arrested him and then they murdered him in his cell.
Yeah.
They said he strangled himself like Epstein did. He didn't strangle himself. Yeah.
Shit they get away with.
Sure. It's enough of you.
Support. How did I know that support?
All right, so music-wise, High Life. What's this one?
I could book a go with laughing loud. Durban voices sets the tone now. Gelato dreams don't need to slow down. Girl Scout cookies pass around. Gorilla glue lifts off the ground. Oh, smoke left under skies. Northern lights catch our eyes. Stress-free life, we unwind. Life's a ride, we can't decline. Skywalker, we reaching high. Wedding cake beneath the sky. White widow lovers by the fire. Apple fritter takes us high. Ice cream cake in the sunset glow. Pineapple express, let the good vibes flow. Cali bug, we puff and pass. Backyard party, no time to fast. Smoke laugh under skies.
This is Anne Marie.
Lights catch our eyes. Stress-free life, we unwind. Life's a ride, we can't decline. Doing points sets the tone now. Gelato drinks don't need to slow down. Girl Scout cookies pass around. Gorilla glue lifts off the ground. Oh, smoke laugh under skies. Northern lights catch our eyes. Stress-free life, we unwind. Life's a ride, we can't decline. Sour diesel in the air, yeah. Friends chilling everywhere, yeah. Blue dream makes us light as clouds. Acapulco go, we laughing loud. Durban poison sets the tone now. Gelato dreams don't need to slow down. Girl Scout cookies pass around. Gorilla glue lifts off the ground. Oh, smoke left under skies. Northern lights catch our eyes. Stress-free life, we unwind. Life's a ride, we can't decline.
All right. That was Anne Marie's song. Just logging in now to see what other emails I've got. Right.
He's got some really good ones.
Right. No, that's it. I ain't got no other songs. And Marie's the winner. No, I do have another song. I've got Mama Bear's song. I haven't heard Mama Bear's song yet. I did. I created monsters. You know, I do that a lot. Over the years, I have created many monsters. I'm saddened to say. It's not a good thing. probably a reason why dumb people exist. Because maybe they shouldn't know shit. It'd be dangerous if they did. just a theory, right? You know what I mean? It's just like the bucket theory.
We're the good monsters, right? Support.
Dandelions can be a weed to a toddler, a flower indeed. Little eyes see yellow so bright, someone else their refined delight. The gardener sees a pesky foe, in the yard they always grow. Pop up once, pop up twice, no matter what, they're never nice. Dandelions, dandelions, wild and free, beauty in the eyes of you and me. Cowboys love and winemakers see a different world in every weed. In a glass or in small hands, dandelions make their stands. The gardener fights with all his might, but they return come morning light. Golden blooms, the toddlers cheer, winemakers know the time is near. Harvest comes and bottles fill, dandelions keep coming still. Dandelions, dandelions, wild and free, beauty in the eyes of you and me. Towers love and winemakers see a different world in every week. Dandelions, wild and free, beauty in the eyes of you and me. Towers love and winemakers see a different world in every week.
I like that. That was cute.
That's it. I think Mama Bear win that one.
That was nice. I like that.
She won. She won. I mean, the
Dandelions can be a weed to a toddler, a flower indeed.
There you go. It's still
Little
carrying on.
eyes see yellow so bright, to someone else they're a fine delight. The gardener sees a pesky foe, in the yard they always grow. Pop up once, pop up twice, no matter what, they're never nice. Dandelions, dandelions, wild and free, beauty in the eyes of you and me. Towers love and winemakers see.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep. I think Mama
Yep.
Bear won that one.
I had 67 of them that I ended up with, and I narrowed them down to 3. And then
Oh, if you even you haven't
finally
even
got
sent
one.
me any.
What's that?
You haven't sent. If you sent me your one.
No, not yet. I keep looking at the time. I'm like, I have till noon. I have till noon.
All right. I kind of messed up this competition. We weren't supposed to say whose songs they were.
We'll forget. I
We'll
don't
forget.
even know.
Just
I don't know what
erase
you
it.
said.
You did not hear. These are not the droids you're looking for.
No, no. Mellis doesn't know what he's talking about, people. Just disregard that.
The jury will disregard anything the witness just said. Oh, fuck.
Support. The Living on a Prayer cover song. I love it. Yeah, I'm waiting till the last minute just in case I change my mind again. I want to pick another song. I think I just did it so much for so many hours. I was finally like, oh, I've had enough. I'm just picking this one, and this one, and now I only have to choose between 3.
All right, let's play another tune.
Let's go.
Let's stick. I've never done with it.
All I hear is new chain, big house, fast car, it's so boring. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word, that shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just 1 million views on YouTube is 2 big middle fingers. I don't apologize or compromise, I quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had to fire all along, I needed fuel in the flicker to light the fuse to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm decided to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. But I hear it's new chain, big house, fast cars, so bored. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word, that shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just 1 million views on YouTube is 2 big middle fingers. I don't apologize or compromise, I quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had to fire all along, I needed fuel in the flicker to light the fuse to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm deciding to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. No one's friends with me now. Can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now.
I love that one.
All right, you want to watch a video?
Sure thing.
Let's put a video on and see what we can see, shall we?
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
This one is, I'm not sure if you saw the Donald Trump when he sat there with the black journalists and they grilled him. Did you see that video?
I don't think so. If I did, I don't remember it. Of course, I
Okay.
can't remember 5 minutes ago, so.
Oh, fair enough. All right, well, this is Candace Owen. Do you know who Candace Owen is?
Yes.
No, personally, but
So she's reacting to that video, basically. And Brian's reacting to Candace Owens' reaction. And we are reacting to Brian's reaction videos of Candace Owens' reaction video of Donald Trump's. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, yes.
All right, so let's all react together, shall we?
contrary to what you might think, I like Candace Owens. She's got a pleasant smile. She seems like she has a good demeanor. She's smart. She's very articulate. And I think she's better off since she left the Zio cult over at the Daily Wire. And, you know, I like most of the people. I don't know them personally. None of them do I know personally, but I would hang out with them and talk with them. I'd talk with the Hodge twins, or I'd hang out with Candace Owens or Kyle Kulinski or Cenk Uygur, and I would want to talk to them. They're my fellow human beings. And I think what I want to foster on this channel more than anything is just being honest with the truth, being free to ask questions, and even people who you might disagree with, maybe forge friendships with them, because those friendships are the best thing that you can do. One of the best things in life is forging real relationships on honest foundations. But also, you have to talk about the truth, and you have to talk about the fact that there is no such thing as another person on this planet who has some kind of legitimate authority over you. Does anybody on the planet have the right to rule you? That is the question. And if they don't have the right to rule you, and they don't have the right to make laws and say, if you don't follow these laws, we're going to punish you. If that doesn't exist, then the entire house of politics collapses. And that's what a lot of people make money on these platforms, whether it's social media or mainstream media. They're making, or if you're a politician, you're making boatloads of money on people who actually believe the lie that other people have authority, and we can transfer power from one individual to another. And now he becomes the leader of the free world, the commander in chief of the armed forces. And that's what this channel is about, questioning that paradigm, unearthing the answers to it, asking questions, prodding, poking, finding out what the hell's going on here. So I thought it'd be interesting to watch Candace Owens as she watches Trump being grilled at the National Black Association of Journalists, and just watch how a Black woman would respond to this. Because what people want to think, what people want to convey to you, the thoughts that they want you to have are, hey, Black people are against Trump and white people are for Trump. And they try to foment this race baiting scenario where if you look at it on TV, it looks horrible. It looks like Black people hate white people and white people hate Black people. But when you look at your regular life, you work with Black people, you work with white people, Asian people, Hispanic people, and you're all getting along. So what are they talking about on TV? Well, what they're talking about on TV is they want you to not get along, because if you're divided, if you're easily divided, you are easily conquered. And that's what they want to do. They want to conquer and control us. This is about politics is about the game of control. We want to control your mind. We want to control the way you think. And we want you to throw your lot, cast your lot in with us so that you can consent to the evils that we're about to do to you. Because I'll tell you, When you go vote, I don't care who you vote for. I don't care if you call it the lesser of two evils or if you think this is the best man or woman for the job. When you cast your vote of support for that person and that person does the evil you know they're going to do, they're doing that evil in your name and with your support. That's how sobering voting is. You're actually consenting to the person who's going to write those policies that will drop those bombs that will burn and rip apart a lot of people. Are you okay with that?
I love when people are radically honest. And I loved that when Trump, and you just knew about the setup here, right? It's like he gets the call, the National Association of Black Journalists. He probably was like, I didn't know there was one because I didn't know there was one either. I think we just need a National Association of Journalists, but whatever. We are a culture where we're just identity everywhere. And he's like, yeah, I'll do it, of course, because this is a good thing. I've done so much. he probably feels this way for Black Americans. They were obviously living better under me. So I want to communicate to them. And of course, it's a setup. It is always a setup. They're going to do the typical, well, our girl Kamala, we like her better. So anyways, let me just show you a clip of the instant setup, the first question that was asked of Trump and how he responded, because it's beautiful. Take a listen.
Mr. President, we so appreciate you giving us an hour of your time. I want to start.
First, I want to say, I don't think it's fair to say it was a setup, because if you had any kind of journalistic integrity, you want to talk about it. She's going to say, I want to address the elephant in the living room. You do want to talk about those things. If Candace Owens, I would ask Candace Owens this, if you were going to interview Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris, wouldn't you want to talk about the elephant in the living room that they don't want to talk about? Is that really a setup? And if it is, and we're gonna call it guerrilla journalism, is there anything wrong with that? And if the person being questioned fears the scrutiny, are they really devoted to the truth? That's what I want to ask.
By addressing the elephant in the room, sir. A lot of people did not think it was appropriate for you to be here today. You have pushed false claims about some of your rivals, from Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama, saying that they were not born in the United States, which is not true. You have told 4 congresswomen of color who were American citizens to go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabid to describe Black district attorneys. You've attacked Black journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort. So my question, sir, now that you are asking Black supporters to vote for you, why should Black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
There's so many great comebacks Trump could have said, so many. Well, let me ask you, were they losers? Because if I'm just calling like I see them, how can you hold that against me?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner. First question.
Audio seems good here, Mellows.
How are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network. And I think it's disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the Black population of this country. I've done so much for the Black population of this country, including employment, including opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina,
get out of this,
which is one of the greatest programs.
I just love it. Honestly, the only thing that could have been better if he just looked at her and said, yeah, she's like, you called Black journalists losers and you called them rude. If he just looked at her and said, you are a rude loser. And what I love about this is that he treats.
I think she was thinking the same thing. I haven't seen this yet, so I think she was thinking the same thing that I was. But yeah, there's so many comebacks that he could have come at. It's like, hey, can you give me a quote? What quote are you talking about? I think I remember the one where he was telling the 4, I think the squad, go, if you don't like it here, go back where you came from. I think that kind of statement is legitimate if the criticism is legitimate, like the criticism from the squad. If the criticism from the squad was legitimate, like they're questioning state power and they're questioning the violence and the theft and the extortion of the state. It's like, if you don't like our theft and extortion and violence, go back where you came from. I think if the question originally was in good faith and is legitimate, then I don't think the response of go back where you came from is legitimate. But if it's illegitimate, if they're basing it on something that's hypocritical, which the squad does, then I think, yeah, if you don't like it, go back where you came from is perfectly reasonable.
To everybody equally, right? He doesn't care. It doesn't matter if you're a Black journalist asking a question, if you're a Spanish journalist asking a question. If you are trying to set him up and you're acting like a loser, he's going to call you out on that. Like I have said, you know, this is why I absolutely love Thomas Sowell, is that he says that so many people have gotten used to special treatment, so used to special treatment that when they are treated the same, it feels like discrimination to them, right? So
That is a good point. I like Thomas Sowell.
they feel discriminated by Trump because they have been treated special. Like you're a Black journalist, so you're in this category where nobody can say anything offensive to you. In fact, you can just offend them. And that's what she's doing. She's offending him, right? She's trying to pretend that she's being a journalist. She's not. She's an activist. And she's, in so many words, accusing him of being a racist by pointing out what he has said to Black people and not pointing out that he has said so much more and likely much worse to white journalists, right?
That is such a good point. Is it journalism or is it activism? Because there is a difference. A journalist is like, I don't care where this road takes me. I am going to unearth the truth. And then when I get the truth, I'm going to report the truth, whether it hurts people's feelings or not. An activist is going, okay, how can I support my presuppositions? How can I promote the things that I believe? They don't have any interest in the truth. They just have an interest in being propagandists. A lot of activists are propagandists. Now, being an activist doesn't mean you're a propagandist, but you can be an activist journalist, but you have to be honest about what the truth is, because what you present to the people, regardless of what you believe, regardless of what your bias is, that's the avenue that you want to take. You want to take the journalistic avenue because that is the avenue of integrity. As an activist, you can have some pretty serious biases as an activist. Maybe you're a pro-gun activist. Maybe you're an anti-gun activist. Well, everybody's got their own reason for it, but you know what the bottom line is? Nobody's got the right to take my personal property. You don't have to be an activist to know that. That's the journalist coming out. Okay, you think the world is unsafe. And you think what makes the world unsafe is there's all these guns out there. So according to you, the solution is we need to get rid of all those guns and we need to ban these guns, which means we need to criminalize innocent people who hold the guns. Well, that doesn't hold moral water. You're being an activist, a biased activist who isn't interested in journalism, because the journalist goes, wait a second. Yeah, you want to get rid of all these guns. I understand that you think that guns are the problem, but isn't the real problem the evil people who are picking up these guns and destroying the lives of the innocent? Besides that, how do you enforce gun laws? Oh, that's right. You do it at the barrel of a government gun. So you're not really against gun violence. You just want government sanctioned gun violence. Well, it doesn't make any sense. And their entire argument completely blows apart at the seams when you just apply a couple of reasonable questions. So that's a good point about activism versus journalism.
So she's just trying to curate her audience to see everything as a token of the discrimination that's going on. And I love that he remains the same, right? There's no Black scent there. He's not trying to make the room like him by relating to them and dropping some hip hop bars. He's just like, yeah, and you're a loser too. You're rude. I'm here. I made the time for you. Don't treat me like this. And that is the Trump that I love. I really do. That is what I liked about him, is that no matter who he's in front of, he is still the same Donald Trump. Love him or hate him. I tend to love that.
I don't know. I've seen him tailor his language. I don't know why she's saying this, because in video after video, and we've done videos like this in the past, but it seems like it doesn't seem like he tailors his language to what he thinks is going to play to that particular audience. I've seen it. It's not unique with Trump. Kamala Harris does it. Joe Biden. Every politician does it. And don't say that Trump is not a politician. He is a politician. He's running for the biggest office in the land, the president of the United States. He's acting like a politician. He's running like a politician, and he's talking like a politician. Does he talk outside of the box differently? Is he less orthodox than other politicians of the past and the present? Yes. That doesn't mean he's not a politician, though. So he does moderate his language, and he does placate and does pacify. You can't say that he doesn't. That's just not true, Candace.
That version of him. And it gets even better because then she asks about Kamala Harris and Barack Obama, and it went, I would say, better than expected. Take a listen.
Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a Black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly, very much, and she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was Black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn Black, and now she wants to be known as Black. So I don't know, is she
That's
Indian
hilarious.
or is she Black?
She is always
You know what? I respect
historically Black college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn, and she became a Black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do you believe that she is a
somebody
That's
should
so
look into
funny.
that too when you ask, continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
You cannot say that Trump is not entertaining. He is the most entertaining politician of our lifetime, in my opinion. The only close second as far as entertainment value and being quick-witted and making some pretty fast-minded quips is maybe Ronald Reagan.
I just love the way he says Black. He's just great. I mean, come on. And this is what I mean, where I'm just like, I hate how leftism has turned Black people into something that we're not. Like, we know that's funny, okay? We know that is hilarious. Is she Indian or is she Black? You know, I've known her as an Indian woman. Now she's Black. I don't know. It's fine both either way, but is she Black or is she Indian? Like, that's subjectively funny. And it's the same question that we're all asking ourselves, which is like, who is this girl mimicking? Now she's like Kamala from the block. Nobody recognizes this Kamala. And like I said, throughout her entire political career, she was very content using the Indian card, wearing a sari. I think that's what it's called. And yeah.
And that is true. If you look up Kamala Harris's background, it is true. And then she was running a recent campaign ad where she's on a cell phone with a girl, and she's like, "Girl, let me tell you, I'm in these streets." No, you're not. You're the vice president of the United States. You ride in Beast 2. You fly in Air Force 1 and 2. You live in an opulent life. You're surrounded by Secret Service agents. You ain't in these streets. You're a freaking liar.
And suddenly, I don't know. She just was like, no, girl, I'm definitely Black, and starts dropping these phrases. So we should be, and we should feel insulted by Kamala and not Trump, because he's keeping it 100. Okay. The Trump that's in that room is a Trump that's in a room filled with white people, Black people, mixed people. That is what I demand out of any politician. That is that for me. I just want to know that you were going to speak the same. I was thinking about how
you're going to speak that. No. He doesn't speak the same. That's just not, that's being disingenuous. Come on. You can pull up tons of clips, and we have where you can tell on the fly, he's tailoring his language, kind of looking around, getting the read of the room, and then modifying on the run. So I don't think that's good. And one thing, I don't know if she's going to touch on this, but what's interesting is that this reporter / activist was talking to him as part of a panel for the National Association of Black Journalists. Why can't it just be the National Association of Journalists? What if there was something called the National Association for White Male Journalists, or just for white journalists? People would lose their minds about that. What if instead of the NCAA or the NAACP, we had the NAAWP? That's hard to say. Maybe that's why they don't have it. It's hard to say. NAAWP, National Association for the Advancement of White People. What if we had that? They try to push this identity politics, and it's amazing how people's brains just gelatinize and the critical thinking just sinks in the quicksand.
How weird it would have been if Vivek tried to speak in a Black accent, because I love Vivek. I'm a massive supporter of him. I'm a massive fan of his, and I stumped with him for a bit in Iowa, and I just thought it was the strangest thing.
Vivek is a great talker, but he is a politician from top to bottom, through and through. This guy can't be honest to save his life. And you know what? Look at my last short. If you want to understand how all of politics is a scam and all politicians are scum, just consider this. During a Democrat primary or a Republican primary, in a Republican primary, you have all the Republicans going at it so they can pick their nominee. You have, on the Democrat side, you have all the Democrats going at it, going after fellow Democrats so that they can unify behind one nominee. But while they're having the primary, each Democrat or each Republican, respectively, in their own party is trying to convince you, and they spend boatloads of money to try to convince you that the other guy that they're running against within their own party is corrupt and evil, and he'd be a bad idea to elect as president of the United States. Pick me, don't pick him. I good, he evil. Same thing with the Democrats. They do the same thing. And yet, when they whittle everybody down and they pick that one guy, and you're the loser, guess what the losers do? They all endorse and support and spend boatloads of money to try to convince the same audience that they were trying to convince that this guy was bad and evil and corrupt and he's bad and I'm good. Now they're trying to convince you that this guy's good. He's the greatest thing since sliced bread. He's an angel that's descended from heaven, and he's going to greatly benefit America. So I endorse him. That's hypocrisy. You wanted me to vote for you. Now you want me to vote for this person that you just tried to convince me was bad. If anything can convince anybody that politics is 100% corrupt and based on lies and hypocrisy and tall tales, putting that lightly, it's just outright lies. It should be that. That should convince you.
If when Vivek met me, he just dropped a black accent, I'm actually going to require Vivek in front of him to speak to me in a black accent. Like, I want to hear Vivek speak like Kamala, and him. Just imagine Vivek being like, girl, in these streets.
There you go. She
Yeah,
said
no,
it.
he would never do that. And Kamala should never do that. And I love that Trump is just willing to call that out. And like I said, that's the version of Trump that gets him the most votes, when he just treats people as they deserve to be treated. Now, we all know what she actually is, obviously, is that her parents were Marxists. Kamala is a Marxist. If she is voted in on the basis of the color of her skin, well, maybe Black people should talk to Cubans and ask them about how Marxism works out. Talk to the Venezuelans right now and everything that they have gone through since socialism was implemented, because that is kind of the master plan for America, is to transform it into a socialist country. We're inching ever closer, which is why I want to thank my next
Guys, we are a socialist country. Education, socialized. Military, socialized. Banking, socialized. Socialization is all over everything in America. What do they call it? Social security. We have socialized medicine. It's socialism. We have socialism. There's no resisting socialism. We are socialism. And because we don't have free markets, there is no capitalism. When you have some entity that owns the issuance and value of our currency, you don't have a free market. And therefore, you don't have capitalism. What do you have? Because Federal Reserve is a private entity, we have corporatism. We have corporatism that owns our money, the issue of our money, the value of our money. They spring forth corporations with the government blessing. That's all socialism / communism. And besides that, let's make it real simple. Socialism, communism, Marxism, fascism, what is that? It's a wealth redistribution program by force at the barrel of a government gun. So it doesn't matter if you're talking about socialism, communism, Marxism, fascism. It's all done by the threat of force and violence against you if you don't fall in line with the policies of the rulers. And there are rulers in communism. There are rulers in socialism and fascism and Marxism. There's the few at the top trying to control the many at the bottom. So, while a lot of this was funny, I think there was some dishonesty. I don't think intentionally. I really think that she is so enamored by Trump that, not completely enamored, because I think if anybody gave Trump what would be considered a fair interview with regard to the convicts in 1984 by George Orwell big pharma scam, she came pretty close to doing it. Although, in my opinion, and I'm armchair quarterbacking here, not good enough. Not good enough. So leave your thoughts about this for the world and the global thought police in the comment section below. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell notification icon, give it a thumbs up, share it with everybody you know. Don't forget to subscribe to my email list through my website, highimpactflix.com. Candace Owens, if you're watching this, hey, I'd like to talk to you. I mean, I'd like to just have an honest conversation. I don't have all the answers. You seem smarter than me, but let's talk about this. Does anybody have a higher claim over your life and property than you? Is it ever right to initiate unjust force and violence on peaceful people who haven't done anything wrong? Do you really think that we should have a blanket, federalized, qualified immunity protection additional protection over every law enforcement in the United States, including the bad ones. Do you think it's okay to hook up with the Federal Reserve and tell them, hey, we need more quantitative easing. You need to lower the interest rate so we can have cheaper access to fake money? Like, there's a lot of questions. Are you really okay with Zio Don? I mean, you left the Zio organization. What was the reason for that? So there's a lot of questions I would like to ask her, but she would never, you know, I don't think she would ever want to do an interview with the likes of me. I'm a small fish. These are big sharks. These are big whales in the ocean of life. But I definitely would like to talk to people like this, because people with influence like this, wouldn't it be great if they actually abandon the left versus right paradigm live? They've got massive audiences who would listen to them. And she could probably articulate the principles of freedom way better than me. I'll see you guys in the next video.
Now it's time.
Yeah. Let's play another song. It's killing me. My dog needs some water.
My mom likes when I rap fast with enough energy that it can make her heart dance. I would like to write a song for her to sing along. Better make it fucking bumpin' cause my mom's the bomb. Life took my parents on a giant roller coaster ride. Cause I was walking with a limp, something wasn't right. Doc came in the room, said they found a giant tumor. It was lodged in my brain, immediate surgical procedure. Imagine the thoughts running through their head. They 2-year-old boy heads filled with dread. You can't prepare for that being said on a Tuesday afternoon when you get out of bed. But I made it, I fucking made it. You've been by my side through good and hard times. I'd do anything for you, I'd do anything for you, Mama Bear. I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love Mama Bear. Childhood, we spent a lot of time together. School was pretty far. I wouldn't trade it for the world, driving, talking in the car. I was on a path or a mission, you could say. All I wanted was to be like Rafa, Roger, or Mark Andre. I always had it in me, the fire was burning strong. My mom told me a story from when I was 6 years young. Mom, I hate losing so much, I want to win so badly. I guess not much has changed though, and that kinda makes me happy. I got fire burning in me, it's strong. Living by my side through the good and hard times. I'd do anything for you, I'd do anything for you, Mama Bear. I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love Mama Bear. Back to the fire burning in me as a kid. It was hard to control the stupid shit I did. Provincial tennis champs, hitting no man in the head. Threw my racket at the net, it flew over, smack, his face went red. I looked over at my mom, oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god, he's dead. She was living to the max. That kid needed a lesson, probably needed quite a smack. But my mom is way too cool for that. Control the stupid shit I did. Provincial tennis champs, hitting no man in the head. Threw my racket at the net, it flew over, smack, his face went red. storm warning, flashlights blink on and on, and I marvel at it all. Just the simplicity, beauty of life, like a giant painting on canvas, a body of color exposed to be seen. Only man has no control of the paintbrushes. He must be quick to hurry, paint what he sees before his eyes, or snap it from the lens of a can to capture for forever. Keep it locked in some memory that the storm warning, flashlights blink on and on, and I marvel at it all. Just the simplicity, beauty of life, like a giant painting on canvas, a body of colors exposed to be seen. Only man has no control of the paintbrushes. He must be quick to hurry, paint what he sees before his eyes, or snap it from the lens of a can to capture or forever. Keep it locked in some memory back, or forever. Keep it locked in some memory back. Lights blink on and on, and I marvel at it all. Just the simplicity, beauty of life, like a giant painting on canvas, a body of colors exposed to be seen. Only man has no control of the paintbrushes. He must be quick to hurry, paint what he sees before his eyes, or snap it from the lens of a can to capture or forever. Keep it locked in some memory back, or forever. Keep it locked in some memory back, or forever. Keep it locked in some memory back, or forever. Keep it locked in some memory back. The storm warning, flashlights blink on and on, and I marvel at it all. Just the simplicity, beauty of life, like a giant painting on canvas.
You do some great videos.
Sorry, Mango.
I was just saying, you do some great videos, I must say.
Thanks.
Go ahead, play that one. I love this next one.
It's a good one.
Well, down on Main in the early light, eyes running like he's got a fire to fight, a spectacle for all the town. Ain't nothing but his knees sprinting round and round. They call him untrackable, just a blur, stripes and a laugh that's crackable. Down the street where the wild winds pants, there goes high in his underpants. Neighbors wake and they rub their eyes, betting if he's chased by hounds or fireflies.
and I race the sun, an unstoppable torch. High, they call him untrackable. Just a flash of checks, the signs attackable. Through the town, he's the leading dance. There goes High, yeah, in his underpants. Baby High's got his reasons, lost the better it's the season, but every heart in town beats in his chest. A local legend, unnamed but the best. Sheriff laughs as he sips his tea, says that's just High, let him be, let him be. But Grandma pees, and she shakes her head, put some pants on, boy, before you're dead. High, oh, the untrackable, he's a tale at night, our dreams inactable. Down the street, watch him take his stance. There goes High, behold, in his underpants. So if you're down on Main and feeling blue, just watch for High, he'll uplift your view. A hero, maybe not by chance, but a joy in each step in those underpants. Well, if you're down on Main, feeling blue, just watch for High, he'll uplift your view. A hero, maybe not by chance, but a joy in each step in those underpants. Baby High, they call him untrackable. Just a blur, shots and a laugh that's crackable. Down the street, where the wild winds dance, there goes High, oh, in his underpants. So if you're down on Main and feeling blue, just watch for High, he'll uplift your view. A hero, maybe not by chance, but a joy in each step in those underpants. So if you're down in each step in those underpants.
I love that one.
Yeah, hero not by chance. Oh. What should we do, Matt and Gil? Should we play some tunes, or should we play some videos, or should we? No one's up here. Does anyone want to come up on the panel and join us?
Deb, come
Deb's,
on up.
jump up. Otherwise, we're just going to sit here playing tracks with her.
Right. Where did Support go? Did he fall into a coma again?
Probably. Yeah, 2 joints.
2 joints. Yeah.
Floats like a balloon, dreams pop stopping in the night. Silence is golden, but I ain't feeling alright. Gone with the wind, deep breaths of our scheming. Forever lost in the abyss, dreams just teasing. Moments like old snapshots, blurred and faded. Paper memories crumpled up, dreams invaded. No more holding hands, mine left out to dry. Pain drifting in my heart like a dagger in the sky. Foolish heart playing tricks on me. Thought love was here, now it's fantasy. Torments dancing, killing me softly. Was it ever real or just glossy imagery? When did the gates of love shut with a bang? Was it a high or bite left me in the hang? Tenderness took a hike, no rapture in sight. Exiles me from warm talks, fades with the light. No more words to spill. Silence is my friend, wanted you to see the real me, not pretend. Now the gates are locked, can't find the key. Foolish heart playing games, won't let me be. Foolish heart playing tricks on me. Thought love was here, now it's fantasy. Torments dancing, killing me softly. Was it ever real or just glossy imagery? Joker with the deck cards, stealing deceit. Love a mirage, dust getting in my feet. Chasing shadows, lost in twilight's fleet. Foolish heart, sneaky like a thief in retreat. Should've seen it coming, sky turned gray. Heart took a hit like a cinema cliche. Now I'm left pondering in a dark arcade. Foolish heart led astray, false serenade. And now it's fantasy. Torments dancing, killing me softly. Was it ever real or just glossy imagery? Or did the gates of love show with a bang? Was it a high or bite left me in the hang? Tenderness took a hike, no rapture in sight. Exiles me from warm talks, fades with the light. No more words to spill. Silence is my friend, wanted you to see the real me, not pretend. Now the gates are locked, can't find the key. Foolish heart playing games, won't let me be. Foolish heart playing tricks on me. Thought love was here, now it's fantasy. Torments dancing, killing me softly. Was it ever real or just glossy imagery? Joker with the deck cards, stealing deceit. Love a mirage, dust getting in my feet. Chasing shadows, lost in twilight sleep. Foolish heart, sneaky like a thief in retreat. Joker with the deck cards, stealing deceit. Love a mirage, dust getting in my feet. Chasing shadows, lost in twilight's fleet. Foolish heart, sneaky like a thief in retreat. Should've seen it coming, sky turned gray. Heart took a hit like a cinema cliche. Now I'm left pondering in a dark arcade. Foolish heart led astray, false serenade.
You can talk about any video you want. What is that video? Let's have a look. What video is this he's talking about? Any idea?
I have no idea. If I can get service to get on there to get it.
Yeah, you see, did you notice Bruno messaging the wrong chat? That was funny.
I know. Well, I saw him come in and in the message you put him like, is he in the right chat? But I didn't say anything. I just,
He must have been watching Summer's chat as well, and then he commented into my chat.
yeah. I can't get the link right now because my service is being stupid.
I don't know, what chat is he in? Do you know what?
Northwoods.
Do you want to bring that link up in the back? I don't know what he's talking about.
Let me see if I can go get it. Hold on. Be right back.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What happened here? All right, I stuck it in the back for you, Mellows.
Gerald, is that the one?
The last one I just dropped it.
What's this about? This one.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Gerald Salente, and it's Wednesday, July 31st, 2024. And we're very, very honored to have with us again Judge Andrew Napolitano. And there's no one, and again, show me any, give me the facts. There's nobody that knows the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, what it means, and how we've lost it than the judge. And we're very honored again to have him back from after his vacation to be with us. Judge, thanks for being here today.
It's a pleasure to be here, my dear friend. I missed you dearly. In fact, almost everywhere I went in Italy, I thought, Gerald would love this. Gerald would love this. We should be having dinner and a bottle of wine together right now.
Yeah. Well, right now, I'm just having a cup of espresso, hand ground.
All right, fresh ground. I'm having water, fresh poured.
And a little bit of anisette in here. You know, I don't use that sugar. I like it sweet in another way.
A lot of people in Italy have anisette and sambuca in the espresso first thing in the morning. It's very, very common. So I was at a train station, an old-fashioned Italian train station, where you quickly are going to eat a croissant and a cup of coffee. So you order the croissant, you order the coffee, you pay the cashier, you give the ticket to the girl, she gives you the coffee, she gives you the croissant. Boom! She puts a bottle of anisette right down. What is this for? She goes, everybody uses it. Take it, take it.
I'm telling you, that's what I do. Oh, I love it. Gets me going. So, Judge.
A lot has happened.
You know, you put articles out each week, and this article is going to be out tomorrow. And of all the articles you've written, I said, the judge has gone to a whole different level in how much he despises the murder and thievery going on around the world, and that's being committed with the help and assistance and actions of the United States. This article that you wrote, again, I got here just to show you. I underline the salient points. The whole damn thing, the whole thing is underlined. When presidents kill, sometime before he withdrew from the presidential race, President Joe Biden secretly reaffirmed his own self-willed and self-created authority to kill persons in other countries, so long as the CIA and its military counterparts have, quote, near certainty that the target of the homicide is a member of a terrorist organization. That standard was concocted by the George W. Bush administration in 2002. I just want to mention this before you go on. The CIA and its military counterparts, near certainty. What does near certainty mean? We believe, we're not sure, but kill them anyway?
That's exactly
terrorists?
That's
What
exactly
makes the person a terrorist? I mean, by what definition? And what right do you have to kill somebody if they're not going to attack you?
Tell that to every president from George W. to Joe Biden. What you're saying is exactly correct, but you are following the moral law, the natural law, and the constitutional law. These presidents of both political parties have given themselves the power to murder And in some cases, they have boasted about it. Obama was the most severe because he murdered Americans, and he boasted about it. What is a terrorist? Well, to George III, Thomas Jefferson and George Washington were terrorists. To us, they're American heroes and founding fathers.
You mentioned Obama. In the book Double Down, he's quoted as saying, quote, "I'm really good at killing people."
You know, when Obama killed Anwar Awlaki, who was born in New Mexico, and Mr. Awlaki's son, who was born in Virginia, his father, Awlaki's father, went to a federal court and said, "There are rumors the president is going to kill my son. I want you, Judge so-and-so, to sign an order prohibiting the president from killing my son." And the judge said, "Well, you don't have standing to sue. And by the way, Mr. Awlaki, this is fanciful. Presidents don't kill people." 2 months later, the son and the grandson were evaporated by a drone while peacefully sitting at an outdoor cafe in Yemen. And Fox allowed me to go over the top about this on air, so much so that the Department of Justice finally released its legal justification to NBC News. A friend of mine at NBC got it to me right away. If a law student had submitted this paper in law school, he would have flunked. Their justification for killing Americans, they likened it to the police shooting at bank robbers who are shooting at them. Oh, really? A guy sitting in a cafe 10,000 miles away, not even charged with a crime, is the moral equivalent of a bank robber shooting at police? This was the nonsensical legal opinion drafted by Eric Holder on which Barack Obama relied when he killed those Americans. And I'm not just picking on Obama. I think he was the worst because he killed Americans. George W. Bush killed many. Donald Trump famously killed General Soleimani, who was on his way to lunch to negotiate a peace treaty with his counterpart in Iraq. It's sickening that presidents believe they can kill, and Biden is no different because American troops are advising Ukrainian troops how to kill Russian boys and IDF troops how to kill civilians.
The presidential use of drones to kill persons overseas began in 2002, you're right, with Bush-ordered target killings that continued under President Barack Obama, who even killed Americans, as you were saying, overseas. The rules for killing were made up by each president. And by the way, Obama, I call him the Nobel Peace of Crap Prize winner.
Not on my end.
This is the little arrogant clown, a little boy of nothing, brought to you by what, the Pritzkers? Oh, yeah, the billionaire families that own the Hyatt. Yeah, that Pritzkers. Yeah. When little Obama was a nobody in Illinois in the Senate, that Obama who lied his way into office as a peace president. I wrote in the Trends Journal back then that he was full of baloney. He was a lying little piece of scum. And that's who he turned out to be. And you right over here. It continued under President Obama, who even killed Americans overseas. The rules for killing were made up by each president. They were relaxed under President Donald Trump, who gave CIA senior personnel and military commanders the authority to kill without his express approval for each killing. I mean, look what you're writing, that people give orders to kill whoever the hell you want.
I fear that killing will happen here in the United States because the theory behind the killing is, even though the victim is not engaged in violence, by killing the victim now, we prevent future violence. This is, of course, profoundly violative of the natural law, the moral law, and the Constitution, but this is their theory. But it's a small leap from killing an American at a cafe in Yemen to killing an American at a cafe in Washington, D.C., with this warped mentality that they can kill whoever they want.
You go on to say Abraham Lincoln was the first head of state in world history to target civilians militarily and the first to engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of civilians of his own country. How many did he kill?
About 750,000.
And destroyed the South.
Correct.
Blew it to nothing.
Correct. Particularly Georgia and South Carolina looked like Eastern Ukraine.
You go on to write, Franklin D. Roosevelt slaughtered thousands of innocent, helpless German civilians at the end of World War II by carpet bombing German cities. What's that one, that German?
Dresden. Right.
All civilians.
Correct.
Leveled it.
Correct.
Just as it's perfectly fine, because after all, Judge, the Israelis are leveling Gaza. They have every right to slaughter anybody that they want. We're getting Hamas. They're in everybody's house, in everybody's school, in everybody's church, in everybody's mosque, in everybody's hospital.
What you just said is an incredibly accurate paraphrase of what the mass genocidal murderer told a joint session of Congress last week, during which his 55-minute speech was interrupted 58 times by standing ovations. As Scott Ritter says, what do you expect? He has an audience he bought and paid for. Those people were not there representing the American people. They were there showing their subservience to the Israeli state and to the donor classes that fund their campaigns. Both parties. Thomas Massey, the only Republican that didn't go. 100 Democrats, God bless them. Not people that I would agree with on their voting records. They refused to go. Kamala Harris refused to go. Like, I don't agree with her on many things, but I was ecstatic that she wasn't there. She refused to be seen publicly shaking his hand.
Yeah, she's playing both sides of the fence.
She is. I'm not saying I want her to be president, but
I'm just saying on the Israeli thing, she's playing both sides of the fence.
Correct.
You know, and by the way, you saw our trend alert, our special trend alert. She's going to win. She's going to win big time.
Gerald, I agree with you. The world is so strange. After that assassination attempt, I said, Trump can go back to Mar-a-Lago. There's no way he's going to lose. But the whole world has changed now. And this guy Vance is the weirdest person on 2 feet.
I do a podcast on InfoWars every Monday. And I was doing it live, and they said, Mr. Salenti, Trump just announced that he selected Vance as his vice presidential candidate. And I said, bad choice. And not knowing all the other stuff, I said, it's a bad choice because Vance is from Ohio. And Trump won Ohio big against Biden. He should have picked somebody from a swing state.
Correct. They never imagined that Biden would leave. By waiting until after the RNC, Biden trapped Trump into choosing somebody who will not expand his base.
And, going back to, what we're talking about in these murderous people. And again, Kamala Harris, her husband's Jewish. She's probably going to pick that guy. She may pick that guy from Pennsylvania that's Jewish. So get the swing state over there. And again, what you were saying about how it's the cover of our magazine. What you were saying about that Biden, that when Netanyahu was giving the speech to Congress, that they paid for, right?
Yes.
Free elections, got no money, got no chance. America is run by the robber barons.
Correct.
And that's exactly what you were talking about. You go on to say that in your article that the presidents could kill whomever they please, and somehow Congress can lawfully authorize these killings. I just want to mention this because how many of these people call themselves Christians? What Christ believes in murder? And all you Jewish people that also believe in it, how about those things you call the 10 Commandments? Thou shalt not kill is one of those things. Right? Where are all these people that spew out this crap about their religiosity and it's okay to murder everybody?
So last weekend, the Knesset, that's the Israeli parliament, held a debate on whether or not the IDF should lawfully be able to rape their captors. And the second part of the debate was whether or not the IDF should be able to execute their captors so as to provide more room in Israeli jails. They didn't take a vote, but that was the actual debate. Those two proposals were offered by Prime Minister Netanyahu's coalition. You're talking about, as Jeff Sachs says, a criminal gang, criminal gang of murderous thugs who are utterly lawless, who feign a religiosity to justify this slaughter. And Ray McGovern has been way out in front on this. The rampant disease in Gaza today, which we all thought was eradicated, going back to when you and I were kids, polio, rampant in Gaza.
I mean, look at the pictures. Look what they're doing. They're bombing the hell out of the place. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? I mean, you know, and you look at what that city used to look like. It wasn't like a dump.
Yeah, yeah.
And now it's bombed. Could you imagine your home being bombed and everybody around you living in tents in the desert and then being bombed there? Oh, and this is the hypocrisy, by the way, Judge. You go back to the covers of the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times on Monday after 11 people were killed allegedly by Hezbollah in the Golan Heights, the stolen land that Donald Trump said it's fine, you can keep stealing, that Israel's occupying. That's the New York Times front page of the funeral of these people. This is the Wall Street Journal front page. All right?
Right.
11 killed. How many Palestinians were killed yesterday?
Oh.
We've been listing in the Trends Journal each week the hundreds that are being slaughtered every week. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. No pictures of them. No pictures. Screw them. They're only Palestinians. They're not God's chosen people. And by the way, God does not choose people. And as Naomi Wolf said very clearly, a Jewish woman, say that's a lot of baloney, this chosen people stuff. God chooses people not because of their religion, because of their morality and living to the standards of what God, teaches and preaches. But look at the hypocrisy of this.
Yeah. It's so disheartening. It was a relief for me to be away from all this for 2 weeks, but it's just disheartening. This thing involving these Druze kids, they were Arabs in an occupied land. Why would Hezbollah kill its own people? It just doesn't make sense. And yet the Israeli government will use this as a pretext to kill somebody in Beirut, which they did. They're going to start World War III. In 24 hours, they performed an assassination in Tehran and another one in Beirut. The guy they killed in Tehran was in charge of the ceasefire negotiations. So how the hell can a mediation or a negotiation succeed when one side murders the chief negotiator on the other side? That's exactly what happened in the past 48 hours.
Judge, this article you wrote, as I said, your passion for peace and your hatred for evil, war, and murder is so evident in this. And everybody should feel the same passion. These are evil people. They're demonic people that are running the countries in most of the world, and particularly in the West, in Israel and the United States. They're evil. And if we don't have peace on earth, it's going to be hell on earth. As you said, World War III has already begun, as we said, and they're just going to keep escalating it. And this is the escalation of it. By the way, you see how gold prices are going up because of all of this as well.
Yes. Yes.
Judge, everybody needs to see what you're doing every day. We were talking before we went on the air. I said, how was your trip? He said, great. but so much has been going on that I had to keep staying in touch with what's happening and keeping it going. So you go to judging freedom. Could you imagine judging freedom? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which you write in here, has been stolen from us. We need to get our freedom back. And the judge is doing everything he can with the people that he's bringing on to make that happen. And the judge is going to be up here in Kingston, New York on September 28th on the Four Corners of Freedom. Go to Occupy Peace, occupypeace.com. Judge Napolitano, Scott Ritter, Max Blumenthal, Anya Parampil, and others are going to be here. We want 1 million people here. We want to have peace. We're in charge, not them. It's we, the people of the United States, not a bunch of little political clowns. We have to put our power into place as people that are true Americans, and or whatever you are, of a spirit of the God you believe in, not the devil and the worshipers that are running and ruining life on earth. Judge, thank you so much for being here, and we'll see you next week.
Gerald, you just put goosebumps on my arms. Thank you so much, my dear friend. No matter what we talk about, I love our time together, and you're a great human being. All the best.
Thank you.
Annual National Association of
Okay. What's next, Mellows?
Hot bottom at the pain is greater than the suit. Remind them every time it's greater than the suit. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dreaming reunite together, save the world. I'm reminding that the pen is greater than the sword. Remind them every time it's greater than the sword. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dreaming reunite together, save the world. I remind them that the pen is greater than the sword. Don't stop trying, we all equally God's light. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Save the world, save the world. Inshallah. Education is not just some privilege. It's a right every child deserves, is God-given. That right comes under threat, it must be defended. You don't think Allah don't see what you're doing to his children? Who's the hell accountable? Who's in charge, mister? These kids don't have nothing to do with y'all business. You should be building more schools, not prisons. They bombed us, it ain't even make the news of y'all city. He could have been a scholar, but he's a child of Gaza. Missile hit his home and crushed and killed his baba. We should be playing soccer or meeting up by our lockers. He wanted to be a doctor, but he didn't have those options. Like the pen is greater than the sword. Remind them every time it's greater than the sword. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dream and reunite together, save the world. I'll remind them that the pen is greater than the sword. Don't stop trying, we all equally God's lives. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Save the world, save the world, inshallah. The system need to be eradicated. The attack on education has been activated. It's not random, it's intentional, it's calculated. I'll be lying if I said I wasn't aggravated. I ain't smiling cause I ain't happy. Know how many times I pray for peace and peace ain't happy. Still get on my rug and pray for peace, still gotta take actions. And people held responsible for actions. Until then we gotta stay active, we need change that. Change need to be data driven, accurate, comprehensive. And since we are the victims, we deserve a voice in the day-to-day decisions. And we can dig this generation out these great reminders that the pen is greater than the sword. Remind them every time it's greater than the sword. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dream and reunite together, save the world. I'll remind them that the pen is greater than the sword. Don't stop trying, we all equally God's light. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Save the world, save the world. Inshallah, system need to be eradicated. The attack on education has been activated. It's not random, it's intentional, it's calculated. I'll be lying if I said I wasn't aggravated. I ain't smiling cause I ain't happy. Know how many times I pray for peace and peace ain't happen. Still get on my rug and pray for peace, but God take actions. And people held responsible for their actions. Until then we gotta stay active, we need change. That change need to be data driven, accurate, comprehensive. And since we are the victims, we deserve a voice in day-to-day decisions. And we can dig this generation out
We all
of
there?
conditions. I'm reminding that the
Yeah, it's me. I'm not a foreign baller, man. I don't do this.
every time is greater than the soul. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dream and reunite together, save the
Yeah, I
world.
want to get your opinion on that video.
Greater than the soul. Don't stop trying. We all equally God's line. Education we defend.
I'm sorry, but I tend to I intellectualize things first, and I know it's late at night, but
I'll remind them that the pen is greater.
yeah. So here I am,
How you
and
doing, bro?
it's
Sorry, mate. I just had to.
I've been sending that link out all week, and I've got a lot of feedback from friends of mine, but I'm reaching out to a wider audience now, and I want to get some feedback. Like, what do you really think about that?
What about the president's assassinating people?
Well, yeah, what the video was and what it was about, what they said.
Yeah, I mean, it's some of the things that we've been highlighting for a long time now. How they assassinate and murder people. Obama was the only president that actually has authorized the use of drones on U.S. soil. They assassinate so many people. They all have assassinated people. They're murderers. Every single president.
Well, yeah, I mean, the earliest I can remember in my lifetime would be like, with Reagan sending missiles into to get Gaddafi. Remember, but they missed him, but they went after him, right?
Well, Donald Trump,
Libya.
Donald Trump just recently.
Sorry, I gotta bounce in a second. Mellows, you gotta bounce yourself off the other stream. It's kind of echoey
Alright.
a little bit.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Go ahead, guys.
Oh.
Sorry, Annie's mom, girl. I love you, and thank you for welcoming me. I
Bye,
appreciate
JT, love you
having me
too.
on.
See you in a bit, Manti girl. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, they
Dang, Mountain Girl, no, I'm sorry, Mellis. Mountain Girl, we've known each other for how long now? Well, like almost 3 years now at this point.
Quite a while.
Yeah, it's been a little while, huh? I know I step out and stuff, and people think I'm coming from a certain place, but it's all love with me, and I appreciate that you are still willing to embrace me. I really do appreciate that.
No problem, JT. You're a good person.
As
We all
in you as
all
well.
have our moment. So, hey, we respect you. We love you, brother. Don't worry about
Yeah,
it.
when I'm perfect, I'll let you know.
I might be waiting a long time.
Well, yeah, don't hold your breath.
All right, Mello, sorry about that. We cut you off. You were saying.
Yeah, please, yeah. I'll mute up.
All right. Oh, it's really hot. Hot and sweaty.
Mel's, I see you as somebody who has a decent opinion. You have some very good technical ability with what you do online, and I do respect your opinion on things. So we might disagree, but I don't on certain little things. But I don't see you as anything lesser. I see you as somebody who actually has a very good, valid opinion, and that's why I put this video in there, because I want your opinion on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, What can I say, man? Presidents, they murder people all the time. Would they go to the point of actually setting up a former president? No doubt. If they thought they could get away with it, I reckon they would. Yeah. Did they not? Donald Trump, did he not give unfettered access to CIA? He literally don't even have to come to me for approval. Just get rid of them. Just shoot, kill them, kill off whoever you want, pretty much. And he gave them like a la carte, you know. They're all murderers, every single one of them. Not one president hasn't assassinated. Had a part in assassinating or overturning the government and murdering people. Sometimes people who just know things, murder them in the name of.
And what they're trying to do today, they're trying to make this one world government, right? It's like, well, now there's real incentive to get rid of the dissenters, right? Because they're trying to create this global agenda. So there's even more incentive now to to eliminate any sort of opposition, right?
Yeah, I mean, opposition. I don't think. I mean, I would have said I don't think opposition would go that far, but Larry Fink. Did you know that Larry Fink had actually met Mr. Cooks, the assassin? There's a video.
Okay, when you say Fink, though, you're talking about the head of BlackRock, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Larry Fink. There's a video surfacing on the internet with Larry Fink, the head of BlackRock, right, and the assassin Crooks. Coincidence? I don't think so. There's no such thing as coincidence in the world of politics.
There's no coincidence in politics.
There's no such thing, you know what I mean?
No such thing.
It's impossible, These sort of people, they any accident, no matter how improbable, they will take advantage of it and manipulate the situation. There's no bad crisis, if you know what I mean. They will take advantage of every crisis.
Oh yeah, and they'll spin it into, because they own the news media, and they'll spin it into a positive. Say, see what we did for you? You're like, wait a minute. 100 people just got murdered. Oh, that was good. Oh, okay. They do this all in our name. That's what upsets me the most. Is it's in my name because I'm an American. That's in my name now.
It gets even worse
as if I'm some sort of party to it.
It gets even worse than that now. Now people are justifying sick actions, like, for instance, rape. I mean, you heard about the Palestinian. What do they mean Palestinian? You just put Palestinian prisoners into a cell and call them Hamas. You know what I mean? And
right, they were just talking about that. Can you shove a stick in some guy to get information? Like they were just saying that, right?
They raped him. Yeah, they anally. I'll play that video now. This is the sickest thing you'll see, and people are literally defending their actions. You know what I mean? It's just that's how sad it is. When the people are defending the actions of a rapist.
And there's some guy's not going to say when you got 3 foot of broomstick up his butt, like he's not going to say what you want him to say. I mean, come on, man. So it's like not only is it the sickest thing you can think of, but then they justify by saying, "Well, see, he admitted it was true." Yeah, you were breaking a broomstick off in his butt. I mean, yeah, he's going to admit it's true. I would. In fact, I would admit it at 12 inches, not 36. I mean, that fool was a stalwart. He took all, like, damn. there's just, and then we sit there as Americans and go, well, they know what they're doing. They're the government. They're smarter than we are. And it's like, sign your name to it. That's why I want to. This is what I say to That's why I say to people. I go, sign your name to it. Then write on a piece of paper that you're okay with it. Sign your name to that. And they look at me and go, well, I didn't think about it that way. but that's what they're doing. They're already signing your name to it. They're already telling you that your name is attached to this, right? Am I right or wrong?
Yeah. Check this shit out. This is Israel, right? Israel is facing civil war at the moment.
Israel arrested 9 soldiers on charges they raped a Palestinian prisoner so bad the victim could not walk any longer. The soldiers reportedly resisted arrest by barricading themselves inside of the detention center and then defended themselves using pepper spray. That eventually didn't work. They were taken into custody, but that's just the start of this story. And Israeli protesters now taking to the streets in support of the rapists, saying they have a right to rape. Dan Cohen from Uncaptured Media has been following this story, and he joins us now. Dan, thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. I mean, there seems so many unanswered questions about this story. Why now?
Well, they broke his ribs even, right?
Rapes have been going on against these prisoners for a long time. Why are we suddenly hearing about these arrests now? What is happening?
Well, it's really ironic how this is all unfolded, Clayton. I mean, the International Criminal Court, the international courts have been pressuring Israel to the best of their ability to carry out some kind of investigation into the numerous reports of heinous crimes, including torture, murder, rape, as you described, of Palestinian prisoners who were taken from the Gaza Strip into the Sdei Teman prison inside Israel, which is an Israeli military prison. And so as the International Criminal Court has has announced some measures, Germany has actually said that, well, we're basically Europe, and Germany in particular has said that we're going to wait for Israel. We want Israel to carry out an internal investigation, take care of business inside its own house. So by Germany and Europe doing everything possible to protect Israel, to prolong this process, it actually, finally, Israel
well, let them investigate themselves until when they say nothing happened.
Stories of rape of Palestinian prisoners, and what you just described, where Israeli military police showed up at the prison and in order to investigate the soldiers who are accused of carrying out these awful crimes, then they basically had a clash with the military police and the soldiers at the prison, and then it became a public thing. And you had several dozen protesters, if we can call them that, Israeli protesters, including members of Israel's parliament, the Knesset.
I'm glad that some people in Israel have a
Jewish Power Party.
I'm glad
going there and denouncing the investigation. So they are in total, full-throated support of these heinous crimes of anally raping Palestinian prisoners. I want to give a little bit of context to help people kind of understand the moment. Back in 2016, there was an Israeli soldier named Elor Azaria who was caught on video in the occupied West Bank city of Hebron, summarily executing a wounded and immobilized Palestinian. This is a pretty normal occurrence, except this was caught on like high definition video and blasted by a local Palestinian and then blasted out by the Israeli human rights group B'Tselem. That video went viral all over the world, became an international incident, and embarrassed Israel. And it forced Netanyahu, who was then the prime minister too, and the kind of political class to say, oh, we don't do that. We believe in the rule of law. And that angered the Israeli populace, and there were huge demonstrations. I was there. I actually filmed them and did a couple of short documentaries on these, and the atmosphere was just frankly terrifying. Just fascist mobs in support of this soldier who just blew a guy's brains out on the street, and that is the correct and moral thing they to do, they believe. And so that soldier went to prison for a very brief period of time and became a national hero.
Well,
So
can we pause here? Can we pause here for a second?
The rage of the populace against.
No, I do understand, because like 9/11, okay? I do understand how like the mob would be like. I know the Palestinians would send children into a mall in Israel with bombs and blow up a strip mall. And I get that, man. I do. I get that. And I see it. And it's like, it's just like 9/11, When we experienced 9/11 in America here was like nothing to what Israel has been going through. But again, we're not trying to be the United States in the middle of Palestine, which is what Israel's trying to do. It doesn't excuse what happens. The inhumanity is inhumanity. But I know that for decades, there's been just human bombers running into strip malls and schools and everything. So I get it. I get their indignation about, but in the end, if you're a human being, you should have some objectivity, and you should, if you have children especially, you should have some objectivity about morals and justice. And one ends does not justify the other, right? Or am I wrong on that?
The ends do not justify the means.
Right. So no matter how bad you've gotten it, no matter what's been done to you, if you are coming from a moral stance, saying this was done to me on a moral stance, you don't do that to somebody else, right?
It just makes you.
If there's a line, you stay on your side of the line, right? And then when the time comes, you don't cross that line to justify the you know what I mean? Exactly what you were saying. The ends does not justify the means. Being as I'm American, and 9/11 happened, which is the least of what I mean. Like boy, oh boy, 9/11 was the least we had coming to us. What we done in the Middle East, because the Middle East is like, we go all the way back to the Crusades, to the 1200s, and the Middle East was the most technologically advanced. And every single time they've been blown, they just get blown back into oblivion. The Middle East is just like, it's a crazy subject when you really look at it, when you really study the Middle East. Have you ever studied the Middle East, Mellows, and really looked at what's happened to them over years, over centuries?
I have looked into it, yeah.
And every time they get a foothold to be a great society, because they were like the greatest society at one point, the Hanging Gardens and all that stuff. And they just keep getting blown back into oblivion ever since the Crusades, And boy, oh boy, you start to understand how indignant these people are, and why, this sort of thing is going on over there. And 9/11, we got a taste of it ourselves here, And so in America, we're like, hey, and you guys were even in London. You're in England, right?
Yeah.
They were bombing the subways, right?
Bus.
Yeah, you're in England, correct?
Yeah, it was a bus.
Oh, okay. And I remember watching. There was a lot of subway bombing. There was a lot of subway warnings with the bombs and stuff.
Yeah, no,
And
it was a bus. It blew up a bus.
okay, but then it's a freaking travesty, and it's useless lives being wasted, and so you get a taste of it yourself. But that's where my moral standpoint comes in, because it's like one eye for an eye, we're all blind. And so what good is all this fighting doing for any of us when we could all sit down at a freaking table, right? We can all sit down at a table and let's hash it out, man. What do you need? What is it that you need? Let's sit down and hash it out. But they'd rather bomb a bus. They'd rather fly a plane into a building. They'd rather bomb a strip mall in Israel. Like, why? Why does that take precedent over just sitting down and hashing it out? And then we have presidents authorizing killings. When are we going to do the right thing? When are we just going to just do the right thing? What is it going to take for that? Okay. Well, I'm asking, man. I mean, do you have any? Do you have any? Anyway, I'll mute up. Go and play the video.
Whatever happens, as long as those people are in control making money, nothing will ever change.
Yeah, then maybe that's it.
Netanyahu was
That is.
absolutely massive. They filled the largest square in Tel Aviv, in Rabin Square, where Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated in the 90s. This crowd was full. There was a woman. She held up a sign that said "Kill them all." So that was back in 2016. Now take that and multiply it by October 7th. The shock and trauma and hate and rage and racism pulsing through the veins of Israeli society, that is just this is the same kind of phenomenon at a just massive, many times larger scale. What's happened in Sde Teman prison. So these protesters, I mean, I should say this prison, this is the Israeli prison system is run by the police. It's part of the police under the purview of National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir. This prison, however, is run by the military. It takes Palestinians from Gaza to the prison, and it says to interrogate them so it can get intelligence about where Israeli captives in Gaza are, this sort of thing. But what actually happens in this prison, as numerous investigations have shown, Palestinians who have survived this prison have come out of, it's not about getting intelligence at all. It's not about finding Israeli captives in Gaza. What happens there is the most cruel punishment. It is torture with electric shocks, beatings, severe beatings, where if you talk to someone, you are beaten till your teeth break, till your bones break. If you fall asleep, these kinds of things. People are, as we know, anally raped. Prisoners are killed. There have been many who have been murdered who just never come out. I mean, earlier on in the war, when we saw those photos from Gaza of Palestinian men rounded up, they're blindfolded and their hands tied behind their back, and they're in the back of a truck. That's where they're going. These are just civilians, because all the fighters are underground. So they take civilians from the neighborhoods and just take them there and torture them and kill them. Even top doctors, I think it's 39 medical professionals from Gaza have I believe been killed in there, including the head of orthopedic surgery at Al Shifa Hospital, Dr. Adnan Al-Bursh. He was taken in there and killed. So this is, I mean,
You know the argument. They'll call them all Hamas, right? So civilians, they're just labeled Hamas, even though the Hamas fighters are underground. So they just round them up. So this woman, this is the argument right now from these protesters, right? We should have the right to rape Hamas prisoners, right? I mean, that's really the argument here. Even Ben-Gvir, the Israeli Minister of National Security, condemned the arrest of the soldiers as, quote, shameful, and called them the best heroes. So these soldiers who raped this woman, he considers them the best heroes. I like to think of it in terms of like the United States of America. Like if Americans are watching right now, they're like, can't wrap their brains around this. Imagine this happening in the United States, where we have American soldiers who captured Al-Qaeda terrorists, legitimate Al-Qaeda terrorists, and happened to be a woman Al-Qaeda terrorist. And they were then found to have raped an Al-Qaeda terrorist in a prison holding cell, like at Guantanamo Bay or something like that, to the point where she couldn't walk anymore. How would Americans respond to that? Would Americans take to the streets and protest, saying that American soldiers have the right to rape an Al-Qaeda terrorist, even if that person, if that was an Al-Qaeda terrorist, this person was a civilian. So I guess I'm just trying to put it in terms of like how
they were okay with waterboarding.
Is that a bridge too far?
No, I think that's fair, and it's even crazier because the Israeli case is even crazier because they say, Ben-Gvir will say, if you criticize this raping and murder of Palestinian prisoners or Hamas or whatever you want to call them, you're an anti-Semite. That's what they'll say, that you're an actual racist and you hate not only Jews in Israel, you hate Jews all over the world. So they're going to say that me, Dan Cohen, you hate Dan
You're
Cohen.
a Jew.
Yeah, exactly.
And you are Jewish.
Exactly. So this is even crazier than it even would be in our case in the United States. But your point stands because this is not about look, when you torture someone, you can get them to say anything. You can, they'll confess to anything. That's the whole point of torture. You're not getting actual useful intelligence out of them. You're saying you can get someone to declare that they are baby Jesus reincarnate if you put them under enough pressure. So that is not what this is about. This is about pure sadomasochistic violence against people who they believe are subhuman and deserve to be exterminated, as is happening in the Gaza Strip. Compare this, Clayton, how this episode has unfolded and we've known since basically not long after the beginning of this war, not long after October 7th, we've heard testimony about the horrors taking place in this prison. Compare the coverage of that throughout all these months to the Hamas mass rape stories that we heard about October 7th, which at this point have long been totally debunked. There's not a single name of an Israeli woman who was allegedly raped on that day. And the media ran with that story. Joe Biden talked about it, said, there was
New York Times.
Exactly. New York Times did a huge investigation on it. The UN investigated it. All of this stuff, and it was all totally phony. But here in the United States, a lot of people believe that Hamas committed mass rape. And not only that, in Israel, Israeli liberals that I talked to, who are probably, pinching their nose and, turning away as they look at this, they believe that there was mass rape. Now, when you have that in the sort of consciousness of what's happening in these prisons, they're taking that out on these prisoners. You mass raped our women, and now we're going to punish you for it. So that's another part of this. So it shows the media complicity in perpetrating a complete hoax, fraud story while ignoring what was actually a projection. There is mass rape taking place inside these prisons, and it's been completely ignored and covered up by the Western media and political class. And now it's exploded, and everyone, is now wondering what's going to happen.
Yeah, well,
But
it's 'cause
even
they're
if
in the
it's
tank
not
and
a
they take money,
hoax,
of course. So they're complicit in this. They're absolutely complicit, and the U.S. media should be ashamed. And by the way, the alternative media in the United States should be ashamed about this. I'll get you out of here on this, Dan, which is civil war. There's
U.S.
been
media, yang, yang,
things
yang.
floated around inside of Israel now for the past couple of days, weeks, in fact. But this could, people saying this could be the moment, the tipping point moment here inside of the country for those that want Netanyahu removed and for those that want Netanyahu to remain in power. Do you think that this moment could lead to a civil war inside of Israel over this rape situation?
Well, the Israeli military establishment is terrified of what's going on right now. They have sent actually 3 Israeli military battalions that were supposed to go into Gaza, have now been diverted to go to a military court in the Israeli city of Lid in order to prepare for any kind of clashes like this. So this is actually even affecting Israel's war effort, if we can call it that, inside the Gaza Strip, which is, of course, floundering and going nowhere while they massacre civilians on a daily basis. At the same time, if imagine that there was not just pepper spray used in these clashes between the protesters and the Israeli military police or these detained soldiers. Imagine if there was a shot fired. That is when you could see this whole thing explode, the lid totally come off, and see real serious violence in the street that could descend into civil war. The state of Israel is totally unstable right now. It's in an extremely perilous moment where it's not able, it has no real successes in Gaza. It's destroyed its international image. It is threatening to go to war with Lebanon, which it definitely cannot handle. It can easily expand into a war with Iran. And it's trying, and Benjamin Netanyahu is just inside the United States, of course, getting bipartisan support, and with the unspoken agenda of trying to drag the United States into war to fight for Israel in Lebanon and in Iran. So all of these factors with the internal instability this is a recipe for complete disaster. So really anything could happen at this point, and there's definitely a possibility of civil war. One more point I'll make: back in if you remember the World Central Kitchen massacre in Gaza back in earlier in the spring, I wrote
when Israel killed all of those aid workers delivering food.
Exactly. Drone strikes on aid workers who the U.S. and Israel had put into Gaza, and this was a huge incident. I wrote a piece on my site on Captured, looking at that incident and a few others where they had committed a massacre. The Israelis had committed a massacre against a bunch of Palestinians waiting for an aid truck, and then they said they did it. And these were happening mostly in the north of Gaza, these heinous massacres. What that was, as I showed in the piece, was actually a clash between the soldiers, the rank and file soldiers and commanders, and the military establishment in Tel Aviv handing down the orders, because they did not want to see, the soldiers who were in the field do not want to see a drop of humanitarian aid getting into Gaza. Whereas the military establishment, the political class, they have to play along with the United States and Europe and the international community and say, oh, we are allowing aid in. And that angered the rank and file who were in there fighting so much that that's where they committed these heinous massacres. So this is another big divide. The people in the Israeli military who are actually carrying this out, and the political class who are handing down the orders. And it's the same divide that you see in the prisons, in this prison incident, where the soldiers in there are raping and torturing and murdering, as the broad swaths of Israeli society want them to do, to just simply punish Palestinians. And the political class has to play along and carry out this investigation in order to protect its own interests. So this divide is throughout Israeli society. It's throughout the military, and this is the real fault line. That the longer this war goes on, and Netanyahu resists a ceasefire, not because of for really even national reasons, but because he is facing criminal prosecution. If his government falls and he loses his immunity, that he is guaranteed by the most right-wing forces that he brought into the government, then
Uh-oh.
Thanks
Hello.
for your unbelievable reporting on this. One of the few voices, one of the few journalists in the Western world, in the Western media, who's been able to cover this objectively. Dan Cohen from Uncaptured Media will be watching your documentary unfold there in Israel. Dan, great to see you as always.
Great to see you. Thank you.
How is this? How is the same issue coming through from Al Jazeera?
Again?
How are we getting it from the how is the same issue coming through from Al Jazeera?
What do you mean? The story-wise, narrative.
Yeah, I mean, because I want to see their side as well. Because if I'm going to be objective, I want to see the other side too. I want to see. I already know our side, and now this was a look from one side, where we're allowed media access, which would be this was through Israel, but it obviously wasn't pro-Israel. I mean, because this issue is not. It can't possibly be pro-Israel from the way it's coming out. But how is it coming through Al Jazeera? Is it just nothing but is it just sheer hate? I mean, and I'm not sorry to giggle, but I mean,
It's primarily controlled by the same corporations. So
right.
You want to have a look at. Look what they did with RT. RT News is no longer available, right?
Right. Yeah. RT. Yeah. They were. Yeah. They remember. They were going. I used to have a streaming service, and I would get 3,000 channels from around the world. So I remember the news on RT. It was a totally different thing from when I got it from the U.S. It was like, oh, this is something completely different.
If you notice now, right, you go to YouTube and you see Putin's speech, you won't normally, under all normal circumstances, it would have been translated. But no. They don't want people to hear what he's got to say.
But and I don't think that Putin is a bad of actor as people think he is. I think he wants what's best for his people. Now, do I think that makes him any better than a U.S. president? No, I don't. Do I think that he's actually reelected? Well, is the American president really elected? I mean, come on now. But the things that he said, a couple of years ago, about this coming the dollar and all that, he made some major points that were just bang, 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 bang. And I wish that people listen. I was telling my friends, listen to what he's saying. He's making some real points here. We're not all. It's not all cracked up. We're not all the best in the world. We're not the biggest moral. We're not who you think we are, who the news says we are. Now, you may feel that way. Because you know how people in the world, in the U.S. think we are. We all think that we're the best and the brightest, and we know fucking everything, and nobody else knows shit. But it's all done in Kruger effect. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We we think we're smart because we're too stupid to know we're stupid, right?
Yeah.
And that's really the most of it.
When I was young, you couldn't tell me nothing, man. I knew everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
You couldn't tell me nothing. I would argue with anyone, you know, like there was nothing I didn't know.
Well, and for me, as I've gotten older, I'll argue with you because I want to have a disagreement so I can grow. If I don't disagree with you, then when the hell am I going to grow?
But it's natural, though. I mean, when you're young, you're more confident, you know, with what you know. And you think you know what you know because sometimes it feels like you know more than everybody around you, right? So you think, fuck, you know, I must know more, you know, I must be, you know, clever because I know more than everyone else around me.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's obviously clearly not the case.
And now I get facts and I put the pieces together. And so I argue from a place of, well, please show me disagreements. Show me where I'm wrong because I can't learn from any other place. I need to know where I'm wrong. You show me where I'm wrong, now I can learn. Right? And then we can all learn. Because if we don't see where we're wrong, then we don't know how to be right. That's where I come from, but it bothers a lot of people. You know, it bothers a lot of people that I push into that place that I want to know, I want to see, I want to get to the point where we disagree. When we disagree, we can actually make some headway. That's when we can learn to actually come together. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh. My head is pounding. I've got a headache coming up. Oh, fuck.
If we just sit here and agree with each other, then I'm just an echo chamber. You know, if I want an echo chamber, I'll get on my computer, you know, with the microphone and put the headphones on, and you know, I don't need that. That's not getting me anywhere. What I need is the experience of other people. That's what I need. I need the real experience of other people, like the video you just showed me. You know, I asked you to play a video, you played it, and then you played that video, and they don't necessarily disagree, but they give different sides of the same sort of issue. To me, that's priceless.
The justification for violence is exactly the same thing. Look at the war with Iraq, right? With Iraq, right?
Yes.
We had a sequence of events that brought us into a war with Iraq, right? The 9/11 terror, right? 9/11.
The weapons.
Saddam Hussein had fuck all to do with the 9/11. That has been established. Yet we use that as a pretext to start a war with them. It had nothing to do with Saddam. It was the other one that fucking laid claim to it. Saddam had nothing to do with it. But
at this point, I don't even know if what's his name? Not Obama, but
No, but because of 9/11, everybody got behind the idea of going to war with. They needed somebody to blame, right? Everybody needed somebody to blame. So, you know, and then you've got Saddam Hussein. The media is portraying him as he's laughing and he's celebrating that the 9/11 towers came down. So everybody just turned on him. It was an easy fucking target, you know. So it was easier for Congress to sell that and the president to sell that to the people.
Osama.
People were already pissed. Yeah. No, I'm talking
you
about.
You got to put a face on a poster. You got to put a
I'm
face
telling
on a
myself,
poster, right?
I mean, Bin Laden is an easy target, right? He's the one that supposedly the one that did the 9/11 attack. But Saddam
Right.
Hussein, he used that as a pretext to go to war with a country that had nothing to do with the 9/11. See what I'm saying? But because people were angry at the time, and they hit at the right, the iron was hot, basically. This was a good time to go to war with Iraq, even though they had fuck all to do with the towers coming down and the attack on the towers.
But
We
boy,
used that.
what a great time to really educate people. What a great time to really lay the facts out and educate people. But they didn't. But they don't do that, right? They don't do that. They go boom, put a face on a poster. Let's get after it. Right? That's what they do. But when you can really okay, look, this shit is hot. Let's educate people. Let's get the real issue. Let's get them the real facts. Put it all out on the table. Put this shit run on American television. 400 million televisions. Let's go boom tonight on the news. This is what we're talking about. The facts, but they don't do it. Right? Why not do that? Why not talk about the real shit of what it really is, what's really going on? But they'd rather just put a face on a poster, say, "Put your guns right here and let's go." I mean, that's what they do, right? Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I cut you off. I didn't mean to do that.
Just looking for some pills, man. I've got a headache coming on. And just kicking.
I just don't know why they don't take the opportunity to really educate people when they can. Because when people are angry and seeking, well, who do we get after? They just put the boogeyman on TV, right?
They don't want educated people, man. They want to hoodwink people and bamboozle them and sell them.
Yeah. And it's so much easier to lie to people than it is to convince them they've been lied to. I have spent years trying to convince my friends that they've been lied to about the U.S. government. And they just won't get it. They won't believe me. And they're always like, see, you should vote. I'm like, why would I participate in a broken system? You understand the definition of insanity?
I had
Do the
one
same
person
thing over and over.
blame me, right, for not voting. The reason why we're in this mess is because of people like you. You don't vote. And I said, no. Conversely, I said, the reason why we're in this mess is because of people like you who give away our consent by implied rights. You idiot.
You're the voter who keeps putting these people in power.
Or if you
don't blame me, I didn't put them there.
If you
voted and you put them there.
Another stupid one is if you don't vote, you don't have a say. You can't say. You don't really get. What do you mean, man? Fuck you! It's because I don't vote, I get to say. You fucking idiot.
Well, see, what I do is sometimes I do vote, and what I do is
when you vote,
I write my father in. I do vote, and I write my father in, and they go, "Oh, well, you wasted your vote." And I say, "No, I voted for a man that I know is a good, upstanding human being, will do the right thing by you and by me." They said, "Well, you can't win." I said, "But I voted for somebody I believe in." Who did you vote for? The lesser of two evils? You get what I'm saying? I voted for a man. I wrote my father in and said, I know that he will do right by you and by me. Who did you vote for, Trump? That's the lesser of two evils. Did you do the right thing or did I? And because I don't vote all the time, and I didn't vote the last 3 times, but
the one and only time
when I have voted,
the fucking motherfucker took us into an illegal war.
Well, every time I vote, the last 3 times I voted, I wrote my father in because I know he'll do the right thing. I know he will. I write him in for Congress. I write him in for Senate, and I write him in for president. And I finally told my father about 5 years ago I was doing this, right? He was like, "Why would you waste your vote on me?" And I said, "I didn't waste my vote. I voted for a man that I know would do the right thing." And he sat there and he considered that. And he said, "You know, I appreciate that. And I understand why you did what you did." He said, "No, I know I would never win off of your one vote." He said, "But I understand your premise for writing me in." He said, "Next time I'm going to write you in." And I said, I appreciate that, Father. You know what I mean? Because if I don't use my vote for somebody that I wholeheartedly believe in to do the right thing, then I'm wasting my vote. Right? And if I don't vote, I'm wasting my vote. So if I use my vote to write in somebody that I wholeheartedly believe in, then I'm actually casting a vote for the right person. And I'd rather do that. I'd rather cast my vote for somebody I wholeheartedly believe in, right, than not vote at all. Then miss my opportunity to cast a vote. So I just write my father in on shit. And then you can say it's funny, you can say I'm wasting my vote. But I wholeheartedly believe in him. I don't wholeheartedly believe in Trump. I don't wholeheartedly believe in Biden. I don't wholeheartedly believe in Harris. I would never ever vote for them. You know what I mean? And I can't say there's anybody else besides my father that I believe in. So I vote for my father. And it doesn't bother me because I know that in the end, I didn't waste my vote. I used my sacred right to vote for somebody that I wholeheartedly believe would do the job, fulfill it in the way it was meant to be fulfilled.
I don't vote because it encourages them.
Well, what's wrong with encouraging that?
Encouraging what? The politicians to carry on fucking lying to us? No, I don't think so.
No, encouraging people to vote for their own fathers.
Who?
What if we encourage everybody to vote for their own father? If they believe in their father as a good man, what's wrong with encouraging people to vote for their own father?
Depends. If you got a father that's a cunt, you might not want to vote for him.
Well, they're not going to win, right? But hey, it's better than Trump getting the vote, right? It's better than Biden getting the vote, right? It's better than some scumbag getting the vote.
You don't vote for them anyway.
No, yeah, that's the whole thing. Is rather than not vote for somebody you do believe in. Vote for your father.
Nobody votes for Kamala. Nobody votes for Biden. Nobody votes for Trump. What they do is they vote for their local.
Oh, you wait and see. Kamala's going to win. Yeah, you wait and see.
Nobody votes for these people. They vote for people who vote for them. They vote for their local.
The electoral college. Okay, I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, well, and that's how it's all unverified, and there are people that. I know what you mean.
You could vote for who you think is going to vote for Trump, but then he could change his mind and decide to vote for Harris. You know.
Well, and there is some merit to the electoral college. There really is. Because if we just went on a popular vote with the gerrymandering, that's the whole thing with the gerrymandering of the districts here in the United States, and it's rampant. It's rampant, man. The gerrymandering, whether they still votes for districts, it almost doesn't matter.
So now they've got fancy little machines to lie to everybody with.
Right. Well, even Trump, when he got elected, he felt like he should win by landslide. So he ordered the FBI. This is back in 2016. He ordered the FBI to look into Kentucky and Tennessee and Alabama, I think it was. He ordered the FBI to look into voting fraud in those states because he was beaten so bad by what's her name? But then the FBI came back to him and said, "Yeah, we found fraud, and it was actually in your favor." And so he shut it down. He said, "Okay, fuck you, stop looking." And a year later, they came back and said, "Yeah, okay, we have the proof now. Um, there was rampant fraud, and it was for you." And he said, he said, "I told you to shut down the investigation. Shut it down now. Get rid of the evidence." People don't know that. They don't know that actually happened. And it actually happened because he didn't feel like he beat Hillary bad enough. So he ordered.
Have a good day.
He ordered an investigation. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody came up. Who is it?
Mama Bear.
Mama Bear, what up?
Hey,
Have a good day, Mama Bear.
I'm only here for a few minutes. I have a doctor's appointment. I have an infusion for this morning.
Okay.
I'm actually sitting in the doctor's office parking lot right now.
Good luck.
Okay, we'll be here. Did you have a good day last night? You have a nice evening?
Oh, I had a great one. It turned into a late one.
Yeah, I passed out and fell asleep. I just.
Are you okay? You sound a little shaky. Are you okay?
Oh, I'm tired.
Hey, Mama Bear, happy birthday.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I missed you
Happy
yesterday.
birthday.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It turned into a late night.
As the birthday should.
Thank you. It was a good one.
Yeah.
It was a good
What are you,
one.
19?
Huh?
So what are you, 19?
I'm over 21. I'm over 21. I'm over 21.
Mother Bear, happy 22. Let's go.
I'm over 21. I had a strawberry last night and it went down quite good. I don't normally drink, and the one did me in. Thank goodness I wasn't driving. It was a all strawberry daiquiri.
Yeah, in America, they got nobody's driving these days, right?
Oh.
They're after you. They're after you.
Yep.
I got mute up. I want to cough my guts out.
Yepper. Oh, but it was a good one. Lots of phone calls, lots of text messages, lots of messages.
Talk to the kids.
Oh, always. They started.
Right on. That's what makes it worth it, right?
They started at 5 after 12. They started messaging me.
Right on.
So but I walked in the door after midnight. And I said, oh shit, I got to be up at 6 o'clock in the morning. So it was a late night, early morning. Be on the road early. So
hide the shot glasses. Let's go.
Go ahead and finish your talk.
Oh, we were at the. Did you see the videos we played before this? Did you see the videos?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, it's internationally, it's like this world. We're in this really egregious state where they're putting our names to all these things, right? And we're just little people, and it's like, what are you attaching my name to? You know?
The Iraqi war is a very touchy war for me.
And it's just like, but we're really the giant. Are we the giant? Isn't that what this is really all about? Is that we're the giant? And if we all just wake up and stand up and put our name to it, put our fist in the air, that's when it stops. Isn't that what it's really all about?
First, the United States has got to get 2 candidates to run, because right now we don't have any candidates to run.
You're right, because right. Trump wasn't elected by the Republican Party, and Kamala wasn't elected by the Democratic Party. They just shoved 2 people in our face, right? That's what they did.
Because I don't like either one.
Well, you're not supposed to like either one. You're just supposed to vote for one.
I sure the hell ain't giving up my guns. Harrison's going to give an executive order for us to give up our guns in 100 days. She can go to hell.
Sure does.
My ass.
Well, and then they were talking about digital currency, and that if Trump gets elected, he's gonna back it.
Yeah, he never said anything about giving up our guns.
Yeah, but digital currency. Oh.
I got cash in my safe deposit box.
Yeah, but the dollars will be no good.
Well, Mama Bear, you know what they say. Well,
Get some gold and silver.
She wants us to give up our guns, but you know what they say. You can shit in one hand and wish in the other.
Yeah.
Go ahead and catch my bullets one at a time.
Right.
I'll give you my bullets. Catch. That's what makes America. That's always what made America so great, is that the people go.
They sound like 2 5-year-olds fighting like, there's politics. It's not. There's no politics in the debate going on. They're fighting like 2 5-year-olds.
Yeah.
When I grew up, it was what was going on in the country. That's what they debated. That's what was going on when it was election time, not this bullshit.
Yeah. Well, for me, I was born in '72, and so when I go back to Eisenhower, and I see what a real man who was in office was, who actually strengthened the military-industrial complex, and who warned us over and over and over, don't trust anything. Verify. And that was always what Eisenhower ever said. And this is the man who led us into D-Day, as part of all that. But I've studied Eisenhower, and all he ever said was verify, but don't trust, verify. And we moved forward to Reagan. All Reagan ever did was deregulate the government, allow them to own land, allow them to expand, deregulated news media, which is, so now today, news media doesn't have any publications, and they're owned by private corporations who are owned by the people that own the government, and they feed us crap, bullshit, and people go, Reagan was the greatest president ever. You know what I'm saying?
We had better presidents than that.
Yeah, right. If Reagan is the greatest president ever, like, I mean, that's what he said. And people still think Abe Lincoln was a great president. And it's like, if you really know about Abe Lincoln and the 14th Amendment, what he did, like, woo wee. If you know how he led us in the Civil War, like, woo wee. If you really know the facts about what Abraham Lincoln did, what he was about, woo, he was a Federalist big time. He was not about your rights. And people want to sit there and talk about presidents, and I don't know. But for me, it all goes back to Marbury versus Madison, when the courts took control. And for me, that's when, if you really look at it, Marbury versus Madison, the courts became the arbiter of your rights, and no president has dared to strike it down. Just like no modern president has dared to strike the Fed down, because they're all owned by the bankers. Anyway, I'm mute up. Please talk.
So Denver, Colorado, they've had enough. They don't want any more migrants over there. They ship them out.
Don't ship in New York. We've got enough.
That's gonna start a fucking division, isn't it?
Yep.
Everyone getting pissed off with everyone else for pushing all the migrants. Everyone's gonna be blaming, it's them, Colorado. It's because of Colorado they pushed them out and they come over here. It's because of them. It's because of him. It's because of that one. It's because of this one.
Got enough here in New York. Don't ship.
Meanwhile, these are the same people that are complaining who voted for Kamala.
We got enough of them here, I'll tell you.
My head's starting to pound. It's starting to hurt.
Tell me about it.
All right, let's play a song, Mama Bear.
You got it. I can't do much. I'm on my phone.
It's all right. I can do it.
So what did you damn Coloradans do again?
They're kicking out the migrants. Or they want to kick out the migrants.
Oh, no. No, you can't do that. Yeah, you can.
Where are you going to fucking kick them out to?
What would you do? I mean, I don't know how I feel, but I know.
Can't they? You know what I mean? Most of them are either from fucking, just across the border, isn't it? Venezuela, South America. Just send them back, man.
Mexico won't take
them. That costs a lot of money, though.
You round them all up. It costs even more money to fucking feed them, look after them, and give them, benefits and medical help.
Well, yeah, I don't want to give them Social Security and all that shit they're talking about giving them all that shit.
Well, what are you going to do?
I don't want to do all that.
You're going to have to give them a job at some point, right? We're going to be a complete drain on society. So what are they going to do? They're going to take away jobs from the job market. The already suffering job market.
If they get their job the way, of course, the more people, the more jobs we need. So it's like they take care of their own because
The job market is already getting squeezed by automation and AI and robotics. So now we have
okay, but say 100 million people come in. What's 100 million people's worth that need jobs done, right? So you can't say that just bringing people in is a bad thing. Because there's 100 million people more that need jobs done. They need maids. They need their lawn taken care of. They need to eat food. They need to, they add to the economy. But if they're automatically just going to get
no, historically, people have come in. Migration have come into the country. The people that have migrated to our countries, they've come here to build a business, to study, to educate, and so these are the cream of the countries. The people that are coming from these countries, they're the best of the best who have come over, right? The most educated. The most privileged.
Not where I come from, the people I've worked in. I worked with a lot of immigrants in my field.
No, they emptied.
And, El Salvadorians,
They emptied the prisons out. They emptied the asylums.
I'm talking about the traditional migration route, right? When you come into a country, you're going to have to, give them a reason why you come to. You come in to study. You come in for jobs. You come in for, whatever it is you're coming over into this country for, and it's going to be approved. What I'm trying to say is these people that migrate from all these countries, these countries are losing skilled labor force because they want to come over to our country where they get paid more and get paid better, better benefits.
Well, of course, yeah, the doctors and the nurses they get, and the geologists they get first crack.
The migrants that are actually flooding through the borders at the moment are not those people who come over to work hard, to study, to for a better education, for a better life. These are the people they're the degenerates of society, the low, uneducated, the unskilled, the criminals. These are the people that are flooding over now. They're undesirable.
Well, I agree with you. I agree with you. Unskilled. I won't say degenerates. I won't go that far. Because we've had amnesties in this country.
No, you're not understanding me. A lot of them are. We're talking about South American countries are releasing their prisoners from prison under the condition that they cross the border and never return.
Okay, yes. I understand
that. Mental health hospitals, they're emptying their hospitals and sending them over. They're emptying their prisons and sending them over. That's what I'm talking about.
I do understand that.
The degenerates, they're coming in. And the people over here, it's just catch and release. They catch them, release them. Catch them, release them.
But what I'm trying to say is it's always kind of been that way. And we've had amnesties in this country. I mean, what was the first one was back in the 60s, and we had another one in the late 70s. We had another one in the late 80s.
They know emptying their prisons, right? They're going to reduce their deficit, right? Their outgoing expenses, right? Emptying their prisons and sending them to America, only for America to send them back to them and pay them to keep them. That's the ticket there. Because now America's going to pay these countries to take their people back.
Yeah.
It's worse now.
It's a cash machine, man. It's a cash grab.
Mm-hmm.
And there's another thing, right? When the government is illegitimate, right, and everybody can unite behind this disagreement behind their government, the disagreement of their government. This way, they have diluted the conversation so much that it's divided so much, and it's not exactly overwhelmingly against the government. It's because of the numbers and the statistics, of all these people that are coming in. It's not so one-sided anymore. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, you're right, because Biden promised some welfare and all that stuff, and that's different than what was going on for the decades before, since the 60s. But we have allowed amnesties for illegals that have been here and have worked.
Okay, let me say something.
I have friends who were here.
When it's illegal for U.S. citizens to be homeless in the United States and cannot live in a tent. But it's okay for the illegals to live in tent cities around the United States. What do you see? They are putting up
Mama Bear, I'm not against you. Mama Bear, I'm not against
They
you.
are putting
see
tent
hypocrisy.
cities up around the United States for the illegals, and that is not classified illegal. But yet, we
Right.
have American families that are rejected
Yes.
out of shelters and have no place to live,
Yes.
and they can't live in
Yes.
a tent. But they
Right.
are putting money up for the illegals. But yet, the United States citizens are being taken out of their homes because they
Right.
get more money for illegals to live in that home. We got a
Okay,
problem.
well, let's go to number one. Well, what did Mello say? A lot of them coming here are degenerates. It doesn't mean that a lot of these American people that live in tents aren't degenerates too.
This is true. This is true, but you got to remember the citizens.
Let's be objective, okay? Because me and my family, I would not allow my family to live in a tent because I'm not a fucking degenerate, and it will never happen to me. No matter what I have to do, my family will not live in a fucking tent.
An American degenerate is an American, right? At the end of the day, his family, his family, and everybody, right? As far as I'm concerned, since the moment they were born, right, have poured money, they contributed into the American system. So if he is a degenerate, but he's still an American, right? As long as he's, at the end of the day, right? What I'm trying to say is, he has more claim. He has more claim.
14th Amendment. You're talking about a 14th Amendment American.
Yeah, it's just turned up out of the blue. Who's never contributed, not 1 cent, right?
Right.
Neither has his entire family contributed to 1 cent, but yet they get all the benefit. While you, after 50 odd years of pouring into the system, taxes year after year, working your ass off, your family.
But here's the thing,
right?
Here's the thing.
Would be more entitled
with the Social Security Act.
I mean, shouldn't you be more entitled to help before somebody else?
That's the thing. With the Social Security Act, if you become a citizen, the bank will deposit, make a deposit in your name.
That was the deal, right?
I'm
just the same they did with me.
And I'm facing losing my home.
Right. So
I'm not advocating.
Why the?
I'm not advocating for these people coming into the country. I'm not advocating. I'm exposing how the system is fucked up and not how our people are fucked up.
Funny? You want to know what's funny? My home was paid off. I can't
Good for
afford
you.
my taxes.
You know what, sweetheart? That's beautiful. I
can't afford my
paying your home off.
taxes. I can't afford my taxes.
Hell no, you can't. Nobody can. But good for you for actually getting your home paid off.
And you know what state I live in? New York State. I wrote a check this month. I wrote a check this month for $4,000 to pay my freaking taxes.
Damn.
You know what? I'm 7 months late. I'm paying my taxes.
$4,000.
Just so these guys can piss it in the wind.
Right. Yeah. It's racketeering. It's racketeering is what it is.
1.3. I'm going to tell you something. 1.3
to protect you from me.
$1.3 billion in lawsuits was paid out in New York City.
That was just police lawsuits.
Yeah.
Litigation against police.
Right on. Yeah.
Billions of dollars every year is just wasted.
I'm not against you. I'm just trying to do.
Now you want to talk Social Security? You want to talk Social Security? Do you know they owe $2.9 billion back to Social Security? The government does.
Yeah.
So how are we going to pay all these illegal Social Security when they owe $2.9 billion back to Social Security?
They're going to borrow it and they're going to mock your time and labor.
Oh, wait a minute. Now I'm going to give you another kicker. You know all this money we're sending to Ukraine?
They're going to borrow it.
Yeah, do you know who they're borrowing from?
Right, on our souls, our
No,
children.
they're borrowing it from China.
Well, yes, yes. Well, if China wants to buy the bills, they will. But
Okay,
China actually currently isn't buying any more
do you know
bills.
China just sold? Do you know China just sold a whole shitload of bonds and deflated our money?
Right.
They sold them half the price. Yeah, they just dumped it
Yeah,
for the price.
You know, Trump sold that all to them, right?
Trump didn't sold our bonds. They owned our
No.
bonds for years. They've owned our bonds for
8.8
50
trillion from the
years.
CARES Act. Yeah, Trump sold all to China.
No, Trump didn't sell it to them. They owned them for over 50 years. Get off of
Oh,
Trump.
there we go.
I don't care for Trump. I don't care for Trump. So get that out of your head.
Trump doesn't sell bonds.
Good for you, then. Good for you.
Trump don't sell bonds.
It's not his job to sell bonds.
No, but the CARES Act, you sold the 8.8 trillion.
Wall Street sells the bonds. The bankers sell the bonds. The president doesn't sell bonds. The president signs checks. He borrows money from the bankers. It's basically
Well, yes, but if it comes to do we sell? He writes. The president signs the bonds, and they either get bought by either a foreign ally or they get bought by the banks, and that's how it works. If the foreign powers don't buy them, then the banks have first. The banks have next choice.
It's the Federal Reserve that sells the bonds.
Right. Well, the president signs the bonds, and whoever buys them is who buys them.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying when he signs the bonds, he signs the bond.
Right, he signs them, and they get bought by who they get bought by.
He's borrowing money from the Federal Reserve, who doesn't have any money.
Right, and the same banks that own the U.S., the same banks that own China, the same banks that own London, the same banks that own Russia, the same banks that own Brazil. It's all the same banks. So it doesn't matter if China
I
buys
have to
it.
go into the I have to go into the doctor's office.
All right, Martha, we'll be here.
I will talk to you guys.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. I just know how it all works. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you.
Oh no, you didn't upset me. I've done a lot of research into all this, and I know where it is.
Yes, I can hear that. I can hear that, and I appreciate what you said, and I hope things go well for you today. I really do.
All righty, I'll talk to you guys when I get out.
All right, good luck.
Yep.
See you in a bit, Martha.
Bye.
Yeah, the president signs like I need $8 trillion, and it gets bought by who it gets bought by. And usually the way it works is first is our allies, our allied countries, and if they don't want to buy it, then the Federal Reserve absorbs it. And you know how the hormones work, right? You know the hormones work in this country and how sickening that is, right? You know about that. Isn't that what Brexit was all about?
Talk about predictions. When is Donald Trump going to get another assassination attempt?
I think everybody sees what happened. I think everybody sees what happened.
Next assassination attempt. This is going to be my new conspiracy. I've got my conspiracy hat on. Yeah, my new conspiracy theory. I'm gonna guesstimate, say September the 28th. There you go. September the 28th. He's gonna be.
That's when his comb over will blow up, and he'll die from being exposed.
We're definitely gonna have a go at him again.
You know, I always said, well, number one, he never should have been president because he owed $400 million. Half of his wealth was borrowed from Deutsche Bank when he became president of the United States. He owed $400 million to Deutsche Bank. You cannot have a president who owes half of his wealth to a foreign power. And who is Deutsche Bank owned by? Deutsche Bank was owned by Russian oligarchs. So how was he even allowed to become president? You can't have a president who owes half of his wealth to a foreign power. It never should have been allowed. No ifs, ands, or buts. And then that's number two. But now the guy has a comb over. You cannot elect a president who's not comfortable in his own skin. He's not comfortable in his own skin, man. He has to have a comb over. He has a hairdresser come and spend 30 minutes a day hiding his bald scalp. You can't have that, man. You're bald or you're not. What do you care? It's DNA, dog. You know, it's DNA. You live with it, right? Does that make any sense to you, dog? I mean, seriously, Mellows.
I'm looking for a
I
video.
mean, seriously, Mellows. You're tall, you're short, you're fat, you're skinny. You have hair, you don't have hair. Oh. You got to be comfortable in your own skin to be the American president, right? You at least have to be comfortable in and of yourself to be the American president, right? Like at least like go back to Jimmy Carter. I'm a peanut farmer. He was comfortable with himself, right? Actually, Jimmy Carter was actually a pretty bright guy. Actually, really was. I mean, he wrote that whole tax plan himself. You know that, right? And if we didn't follow Jimmy Carter's tax plan, by the time we hit Clinton, there would have been no more national debt. You know, it would all been freaking paid off. I'm playing the crickets. Sergio Mellos, would you follow a man? Have you ever followed a man who wasn't comfortable in his own skin?
No, not much of a follower.
Well, me either. But if I was going to follow somebody, and if you were going to follow somebody, would it be a man who's scared of being bald? Or a dude who, you know, or Kojak who says, I'm bald, bitch, what are you going to do about it? Not everybody has hair. So the fuck what? But when you don't have hair, you pretend? I mean, how do you follow that guy? Right? Can I get an amen on that?
There's most leaders forgot that to lead is to serve. You understand?
Well, to leaders to what?
It's to serve. It's to serve others.
Well, yes, because what do you lead them for? Yes.
Yeah, so most leaders who crave to serve don't deserve it. They don't deserve that power because they're not there to serve. They're only there to serve themselves. They're not there to serve others.
Right.
You know, so those that want it shouldn't have it, and those that don't, the ones that should.
Well, I can tell you, my entire life,
You know, most-
any job I ever had, I was made a leader. I was made for my first job. I was made a shift lead. You know, every job I ever had, I was put in charge. And down to my last job, where, you know, I was the number one in the company, and I was in charge of training everybody, and, you know, I was the most liked guy. I was the most feared guy, but I like to be liked. So many like me, but the whole thing was We worked for contractors. It was, where do we get our paycheck from? We're not McDonald's. We're not selling Big Macs, my friend. And if we're going to keep making money, we have to provide our customers with a product. We have to provide them with a service. And how do we do that? We do that by knowing our shit. We do that by being proficient at what we do. And I was very, very, very good at what I did, and people followed me for that. Mostly because if they ran 2 calls, I ran 4. If they ran 6, I ran 8. Now, because the big dog eats. Now, what I mean when I say the big dog eats, I don't mean the big dog gets I don't get the free stuff. I get I get the hard stuff, right? They get to run 4 calls and go home. I got to run 6 because I'm the big dog, right? The big dog eats. The big dog does more because he's the big dog. You lead by example, right? Is what I'm trying to say. You lead by example. And if you don't lead by example, then everyone's going to see through what you're doing. If you don't lead by example, then everybody is going to sooner or later pick apart everything you do and put you in a place where you're irrelevant. And then try to fight your way out of that. Because you can't. But if you can lead by example, then people will follow you. People are going to say, hey, he's not telling me to do anything he didn't do. He's not asking from me anything that he's not asking of himself. But it's very, very evident when people aren't doing that. Right? It's very evident when the finger's pointed at you. And you can easily point a finger back.
I want to play us a few tunes, just trying to mellow us out a little bit. We've got a competition ending shortly for the best song for new competition.
You know what I'm saying?
Little Reed. Yeah, that's cool, man. I'm just going to play a few songs just to mellow us out a little bit. Marcy?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were not pretty mellow.
Yeah, no, chill, man. It's just we've got this competition that's supposed to be for today, for this afternoon.
The last one I saw was you guys had 6 songs. And number 6 was number 6 101.
Yeah, that was last week.
Oh.
Yeah, so this week it's about a little weed. That's the
a little weed.
Yeah, that's the theme. A little weed.
A little weed in my smoke. I'ma get some more. Getting ready for my buds. Knocking on my door. Holler to my peeps with that Cali bud.
This is all AI.
Yeah.
Life's too light. Green and dry. Holler at my peeps. Don't need no alibi.
Where's the Inferno?
Chilling in the backyard.
Again?
Sun is getting low.
One point Inferno. Did he put one in here?
Your audio is a bit crackly. Say that again.
Inferno's my boy. Inferno, did he put a song up?
I don't think he has sent me one for this competition. Not yet, anyway.
You know he's a bass player, right?
He's a what?
He plays bass. Inferno. See, he don't tell people this stuff. I'm outing him. Inferno plays bass.
What, bass guitar?
Yeah. Yeah, Inferno's a multi-talented guy, man. Inferno's he's a talented dude.
Yeah, Inferno's cool, man.
He's my boy. He's a good man.
Yeah, your audio is a bit crackly. It's not just from me. Hey, Marcy.
Is that better? Do I talk like this? Is that better? Oh, Marcy.
Marcy, you have to write the rules, man. Those that write the rules. The ones that play the game.
Yeah, that's the truth. You know, Mellows, you're going on me, man. You're going on me. I like you.
Yeah. Makes a change.
You remember you didn't like me at first, man. The first week we met, you blocked me.
I'll do that.
That's why I said a little disagreement is a good thing. Man. A little disagreement is a good thing. Then we know where we stand, right?
I have a reputation to uphold. You know, I'm known as the tyrant. Right, so you know, after watching 10,000 videos on YouTube of tyrants abusing photographers, I've kind of learned how to be a tyrant. You know, it's like, you know, you can learn all kinds of shit on YouTube, right? I've become a tyrant, the best tyrant. I'm like the nicest tyrant that you could ever find.
Well, yeah, I understand it. You want to set rules because you see all this going on and you go, well, I'll make rules the other way. But then, you know, it's like,
there are a lot of disingenuous
if you make rules the other way, then you're just making rules, right?
There are a lot of disingenuous people. There are a lot of people who want to hurt and attack, and you know, right now there are people who want to try and damage my channel, and because my channel is connected to multiple other channels, anything they do to me will, you know, will affect all the others, right? So
I get you on that too. Yeah, all the fucking haters with the community strikes and all that bullcrap. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, well, it's
because you know I'm friends with Tom Zebra and Ricky Monday and Laura Shark and like the original Cop Watchers. They're getting torn apart by these.
Do you hear me? Can you hear my audio? Is my audio clear?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I do hear you. I hear everything you're saying, and I appreciate it.
There it is, song contest, The Little Weed, 12 noon, Friday. Get your songs in, guys.
No, I know what you're talking about with the with all the strikes and the people that are after fighting it after you. I know what you're talking about. The biters. I call them biters, right?
Well, this is it. You see, some of these people, they'll come up and they'll smile to your face, pretend to be your friend while they stab you in the back. At the same time, those who want to stab you in the back or want to take you down will use those people around you to get at you, right? So they will, like Brandon. You know, remember the Looney Tunes guy, the one that plays the cartoons? You know, he's a little bit. He's a little bit. Well, he's vulnerable. He's a vulnerable adult, right? He's very easily influenced. So because people will see him, that he comes onto my panel, they try to coerce him or influence him to share the panel link, right? So they could come directly onto the panel as if that would work.
Oh, do the porn bombs stuff, yeah.
And porn bombs, yeah. I mean, anybody that comes up onto this panel, I'm expecting them. So anybody that came up that wasn't expected, I'm not going to fucking let them on, obviously. Do you know what I mean? So
you've seen my face. You know who I am.
And I double check. I always double check because I've got to. Do you know what I mean?
I can't. I can't stand that stuff, man. I can't stand that stuff. If you're gonna be somebody's enemy,
it's
you
a
go
war.
full face.
We are at war. It's an information war, and people want to either disrupt either the conversation that we're trying to have. They don't want us to have that conversation, so they'll join and change the conversation or hijack the conversation or something like that. So you've got to try and be on top of it. You know, there's. I don't want to. I want to stay away from a drama channel, right? I've been surrounded by these drama channels, and I stay away from them. I don't like them. I think they're toxic, and they don't do any. They don't do any good. You know, they might, be fun to get a little bit of steam off and whatever for 5 minutes. I've actually participated myself in, berating somebody, and I don't enjoy it at all, even if they did deserve it, right? And you break them down and, and tear them a new arsehole online and so on. It might feel good for 5 minutes, but me personally, I did not enjoy it. I don't enjoy breaking somebody down.
Well, I don't want to do something like that. I would do it in their chat.
I get somebody to pieces, right? And even if they deserve it, it's not something that I enjoy doing. Right? I would rather use that energy to do something more creative, more constructive, more productive than destroy somebody, verbally or whatever. I don't want to participate in that world. You know what I mean? Because I want to change the world, and I can't change the world if I'm still participating in the old one.
Brother. Thank you. Thank you. You mean so much more to me now since that last thing you made right there. I want to change the world, and I can't do that by living off the old one.
I can't. I mean, it's just a wishful dream. I want to change, but I'm still stuck doing the bad shit that I don't want to do. Then what the? It's a hypocrisy, right? Gandhi said, "Be the change you want to see," and it's a difficult walk to walk, man. But if we don't try, our future generations. If we don't fucking try now, then who's gonna do it? If we don't, who will? We're all waiting around for some Batman to come along and save us. They ain't coming. There's no Batman going to come and save us. If you want a Batman, you're going to have to be that Batman yourself, right?
Amen.
No one's going to save us. Stop this madness. No one's going to come and fucking aid us. No one, right? We have a government that we pay for, that is literally invested in controlling us, and they will continue to control us as much as they can, and until we don't. A government that is afraid of the people, right? That's when we have liberty. When the people are afraid of the government, that's when we have tyranny. Correct?
Boom.
Right, so I ain't these motherfuckers shit scared of me, I want them terrified of me, like Keir Starmer, my prime minister. He's blocked me from his Facebook. Fuck him. I trolled that motherfucker. Yeah, I did troll that fucker. He's the one that fucking decided that it wasn't in the best interest of the British public in order to try Jimmy Savile while he was alive. So fuck that motherfucker. I'm going to troll the shit out of him.
Oh, yeah.
And while I live in a free country, yeah, fucking sure. The minute they say to me it's illegal for me to troll Mr. fucking Prime Minister, then I don't live in a free country anymore. Then my fucking grandfather died for no reason. So you might as well finish me as well.
And you're in England, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, Yeah, you're not supposed to be in the free American states, quote unquote, free Americans.
Britain was
And you
supposed to
know
be
England
free long
owns
before
you
America
know
became free.
that England owns the entire eastern seaboard of the United States. You know that, right?
Britain was supposed to be a free country, a constitutional
No,
monarch.
but you know that
Way
Britain
before
owns the entire eastern
America was
seaboard
involved.
of America, right? You know that.
Yeah.
Like you know the funky stuff because you're from Britain and you're actually educated on this sort of thing. Then that's where, like, I would like, where I appreciate your knowledge on these sort of things because in America they think it's all just for free, and it's like you're subject to the crown, correct?
It's a constitutional monarch.
But you're staying on the Magna Carta, right?
Yeah, but Magna Carta was enacted on
13.
It was enacted, I believe, in 2003, and the Queen failed to answer the call. So
they brought it back in 2003.
That would make our government since then an illegitimate one, and the monarch,
right on.
Basically oath breakers. Basically, they've broken their oath to the people. See, the monarch swore an oath to protect and preserve the rights and freedoms of the people.
Right.
Just like your federal government, for example, right?
Yeah, federal
They
government.
so they take the role, if you like, of the federal government, the crown, right? So the crown is the one that prosecutes people. It's the crown that
But they tax you guys even more than they tax us.
Yeah,
Like, you guys
basically
pay taxes,
it represents the judicial and the executive side of the government, if you like.
Well, your justice system is even harsher than ours is too.
It's convoluted. It's designed to be convoluted and confusing in order for you to. I mean, it's basically the system is rigged, right? I mean, this is why the whole legalese language has been altered and changed in order for only the few who could actually understand the language, right? The meaning behind the words, the secret meanings behind the words.
It's called code for a reason.
Yeah, they literally wrote a book called the Black's Law Dictionary, and in it, it explains the language and the definition behind the meaning of the words.
So England uses Black's Law Dictionary too? As well?
England is basically where the bar association lives. So all your barristers and judges and lawyers and so on. So basically,
even in California, if you're a lawyer in California,
it's just
the head of the bar association is in London. I know that.
Yeah.
It's bullshit.
Yeah.
Why does the bar association have anything to do with who is
it's because
my lawyer or a judge in California?
Yeah, it's because of that maritime admiralty law. Everything.
Yeah, you know the whole thing.
I was a student of Jordan Maxwell. I've met Jordan Maxwell.
And he is who?
Probably one of the most renowned researchers in history, I suppose.
Jordan Maxwell. It does sound familiar.
Jordan Maxwell, yeah. He's OG, man. This guy is, put it this way, people like, Alex Jones and David Icke and all these other people literally built their careers on the backs of the research of this one man.
Oh, okay. Okay, got you.
Jordan Maxwell.
He's a truth sayer.
He was a truth seeker. He was an author, researcher. He studied and researched the origins and the etymology of pretty much anything, the law system, the religion, to the occultic, I mean, he was a student of Manly P. Hall, right? He still has works of Manly P. Hall, unwritten biographies of Manly P. Hall.
Well, in modern day, how do you feel about Russell Brand in modern day?
What are you asking me? Is he a shill?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think anybody that large, right, is a shill. If you were that dangerous, man, there'd be a crater where you stand right now. These people are not fucking around. See what they've done to John McAfee. The guy was a billionaire. Do you know what I mean? And they still managed to murder the guy, right?
Right.
Anybody of influence, especially of that size, you know, like someone like fucking Russell Brand, who's got 7-8 million, I don't know how many millions of subscribers on YouTube alone, right?
That's because he was a comedian too. And all that, right?
Yeah, the people in control, right, have their minions. I mean, over here in the UK, right, we have, you know, our equivalent to the CIA would be our MI6, you know, alongside with, you know, the GCHQ, which would be your equivalent of the NSA, and so on, right? You know, these people have a vested interest in controlling the influential people, because these are the people that have the majority. They have a lot of influence over people, so that is who they're going to focus on. They're not going to focus on me and you who have like 5 or 10 subscribers. They're going to focus on people who have millions of subscribers, and when they go live, they've got fucking tens of thousands of people watching them, right? Those are the people, right, they want to control. And if they can't control them, they'll either be dead, in jail, or deplatformed, right?
Well, yeah, and live right up on our face.
Right. So even if, for argument's sake, let me just finish my point. Just say for argument's sake, if Russell Brand, right, was a shill, would he not pretend to be, you know, on our side? Would he not pretend to be, you know, being attacked on his platform and they're going to deplatform me, rah, 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 but they never actually deplatform him? Wouldn't he threaten like that? Wouldn't he pretend? He would, wouldn't he? I mean, the guy's still got a platform, hasn't he? He's still making shitloads of money, isn't he? Right? So in other words, what I'm trying to say is I don't trust anything he says, because if he actually was who he says he was, he wouldn't be there. They would have deplatformed him. They would have fucking threw him in jail, you know, or murdered him. He's way too powerful. He's way too powerful. There's way too many subscribers and members and people that watch him, and it's too influential for them to be able to not have a control on him. Right?
He's only adrenochrome, huh?
And that's what I think about him. Same with a lot of these people. I mean, in order for these people to get you to follow them, they have to give you some truth, right? So there's a lot of truth to what people say. Especially these people, they're going to give you 90% of the truth, 95% of the truth, but that 5% is where they're going to hang you up, because they don't have to take you all of you down. They don't have to take 7 million people down. They only have to take one person, and then they label all the others with him. Right?
And they confuse you just enough.
Yeah, they only need to take the one guy out. It's like Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump is the perfect patsy there. You know, by labeling Donald Trump, right, everybody that follows him is now far right extremist, fucking racist, da 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 da. Even if it doesn't stick, do you get what I'm saying? This is how they play. You know, you argue with you know, about you know, Israel and Palestine. Oh, you must be an anti-Semite. You're a racist. But dude, you're murdering these people. Do you know what I mean? Oh, but they did this. You know, you speak out against me. Oh, you must be an anti-Semite. You're a racist. This is the argument. This is where it goes. But in reality, it's the other way around. It's the Israelis who are fucking racist towards the Palestinians, and they're fucking indiscriminately murdering them. But you can't say that because you're a racist.
You can't even ask a question. If you ask a question, you're on the opposition.
The world we live in, it's all
Right
fucked
on,
up.
brother. Right
Upside
on.
down.
1,000,000%.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it, man. You're speaking the truth. Yeah, and you're right. In 95%. Because if they don't, if they need their people that stand up and say 95%, while everybody else gives you 70%, and then they have their ones that speak up 95%, and they're the true sayer. But then
They call them false
where does it go
prophets.
from there?
They call them false prophets, right? These people, they're
Yeah.
new prophets, right? These idols, you know, these superstars, these A-listers, the people with the largest influence, and they've come forward and want to speak and influence people. Oh, go and get the jab. Oh, Donald Trump, vote for Donald Trump. Oh, we'll vote for Biden. Oh, this one, oh, that one. These people are coming onto the playing field, entering themselves.
Never mind the Harvard Medical School study.
You got Arnold Schwarzenegger. You got Robert De Niro. You got all these big influential people coming onto the playing field, introducing themselves, coming onto the playing field, and choosing a side and influencing their audience, people that like them, influencing them to choose Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, whatever. Right? They've entered the playing field. They're literally a piece on the board now. They put themselves right. Who's the one that's instructing them to do that?
Bankers.
Telling me they did it on their own accord. They wouldn't do it on their own accord because it's going to cost them money, you know, in time. And I mean, they're the fucking actors, for fuck's sake. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Well, why would they want to get involved in politics? Unless there was
they stand up and pretend.
Well,
They
unless
stand
there
and
was a
pretend that they're involved.
actors only
And
do
then Ricky Gervais, right? Like Ricky Gervais stands up.
They
Like
only
he's
do
something-
shit when they get paid, man. You know, that's what they do. They pay them because they're actors, and they pay them to do a job, and they act, and that's what they do. You know, they bring in all these influencers, and you know, it's because you know they're good actors, right? They're selling the story to their audience. Do you know what I mean? You think
Right,
Joe
that's
Biden?
what I would say is when you see an actor speaking out in your favor, well, aren't they an actor?
They're an actor. Yeah, that's what they're getting paid to do. That, man. They're not doing it for nothing. You know, all these hundreds of millions of pounds they raised. You know, all these hundreds of millions of pounds they raised for funding, right, to get these people elected. Where do you think that money goes to? It goes to people like Robert De Niro, who's going to come up there and say some shit, right? They're paying that guy. Of course, they're going to pay that guy. You know.
Well, then, like the most evil thing that Robert De Niro did was, you know, he played that in that movie. He played the general. Oh my God, what was his name? And you can find his speech online.
I believe all of this is linked to the Jeffrey Epstein case, right? Because the deep state is so heavily invested in that. The reason why the Jeffrey Epstein went the way.
Well, okay, when you say deep state, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Well, the deep state. All right. So there are these unelected officials who are in government and they've been there for life, right? These people, they're not going anywhere, right? So the presidents and elected officials will come and go, but these people will be there forever. You know, the Henry Kissinger types, you know, the Colin Powell.
Yeah, the ones that own.
They're not going anywhere. Yeah, the Nancy Pelosi's, these people are there forever, right? Their life.
They got the dirt, or they
want to get shit done. When they want to get shit done, they want to pass a bill so they can get some money on their greedy, you know, and do some whatever it is, some bullshit they want to do. It's for them. It's all about coercion, intimidation, and blackmail, and you know, and quid pro quo. You know what I mean? So they'll get their way one way or another. You know, they'll get into bed with somebody they just politically assassinated on TV because it's good for the moment. It's good for PR. This is the kind of things they'll do, like Donald Trump, like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. He literally ripped her to pieces, right, in the debate, in the Democratic debate. And then he gave her the ticket. I mean, that was the last person anybody expected him to share a ticket with, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were totally opposed to each other. But it was in their best interest to join forces and go after Trump, right? Now you're telling me that isn't deep state? That says you two, stop your arguing. You're going to go and do this so we can get rid of this guy. Do you know what I mean? Because this guy, he's going to fuck shit up and he ain't going to fucking, we ain't going to have the control and the power we have if he gets in and he changes shit. Or whatever the case may be. You know, I don't even believe that Joe Biden and Donald Trump, I think to me, they're both on the same team. It's like a wrestling match, you know, those fake wrestling matches we watch. And the fucking whole thing is staged. We know they know already who's going to win. It's just to play it out now. Do you know what I mean?
100%.
You know, I mean, look at all the things that they do agree on. They disagree on a lot of things, but they agree on a lot of things as well. You know, like who gets the money for the vaccine bullshit. They agreed on the vaccine, didn't they? They both agreed on that. They both agreed on giving money to pharma. They both agreed to giving money to NATO and the military-industrial complex. They both agreed to, you know what? They both agreed on a lot of things. Even the things they disagreed on. The war, for instance. Joe Biden turned around and fucking started rebuilding the wall. You know, he agrees with the war. Right? So they're both on the same side. They're both literally just pretending to us, selling us this illusion of a democracy. There is no democracy. The truth of the matter is there's more than 350 million people in America, and maybe if you're lucky, 30-40 million people vote, and the rest of it is bullshit. There's no fucking 150 million people that vote. They had to pretend there was 150 million people vote because that proves majority rule, right? Because you can't have a free democratic country where only a fraction of the people actually vote, right? When nobody votes. How can you call it a free democratic country when there's nobody elected the fuckers? Nobody voted for that.
Between England and America is that
they're trying to tell us on the last election, right, that Donald Trump had 76 million votes, and Joe Biden, right, while he was hiding in his basement, he got over 80 million votes, right? So in total, there's like 150 fucking million people in America voted. That to me is bullshit. I reckon it's about half that. Half that. The rest is bullshit. The rest is bullshit, mate. I reckon that in reality, it's only about half that, which literally means that there is no democracy in America. That literally means that only 70 million people actually voted, and versus 350 fucking million people that didn't vote. So there isn't majority rule. There's a majority unrule, right? This is a dictatorship, and you just dressed it up as a democracy. It's a lie.
Well, the last estimate I heard was that actually only 40 million people voted.
40 million people, I reckon that's about it. Top whack. 40 million. The rest was fabricated.
That's 10% of the country. I mean, as far as if you look at really our demographic with this, last consensus showed us that we were 376 million.
You're no longer being ruled
illegals.
You're no longer being governed by the consent of the, there is no consent of the governed because none of the governed consented.
Well, yeah, but they get that at birth. They get the when you're born and you sign the birth certificate. That's supposedly consent. How does my consent come from my mother signing on my birth certificate? That's not consent.
Your silence is consent, isn't it?
Exactly. My silence is my consent. You got it right there. My silence is my consent. And when you do stand up, what do?
They fucking lock you down, shut you down, label you, fucking discredit you, destroy you, pretty much all of that and more.
They slap you down and they hold you to the laws like the 14th Amendment, where you're a citizen and we have jurisdiction over you. You know how many laws they create in this country? We're supposed to be a republic over here. We're not a democracy. We're actually a republic. We're supposed to be
it's a
republic, which means the people own everything.
Democratic republic, you call it, and that basically means you're not governed by.
Well, we own everything. It's what it's supposed to mean.
Sovereignty, you have your sovereign. You have your sovereignty. You cede your sovereignty to the state, and the state cedes it to the federal government.
But what do? They say that what they do is they create these laws.
And the thing behind that
they create these laws that are against your natural rights, and they use the 14th Amendment. And they literally cite the 14th Amendment. They say, well, we have jurisdiction. We have jurisdiction to create these laws. And nobody pays attention to it. They go,
because of the will of the consented, yeah.
Yeah, we have jurisdiction. And nobody pays attention. And they go, well, the 14th Amendment just means that they protect my rights. Well, you're looking at the third sentence of the amendment, and you're not looking at the first two sentences where it says you're a citizen, which means you're an employee of the government. And the second sentence says they have jurisdiction over you, which means they have power over you. And the third sentence says that they'll protect your rights. And nobody looks at it that way. And laws are written in a specific way for a specific reason. And an amendment is a law. I'm sorry, do you hear that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Rachel. And nobody looks at these things this way. They don't look at it objectively. They want to pretend as if the Bill of Rights still holds some sort of precedent when it's been preceded. So if it's been preceded, then what are we to do? The giant must rise. We must rise. We must say this is not okay. But everybody says, like in my own household, I have with my wife. She says, "Well, I have a problem with paying taxes because it contributes to the greater good." I say, "What greater good are you contributing to?" There is no police force that holds a duty to you. There is no government that holds any duty to you. They have claimed lordship over you, and you have to recognize it. And so the best thing I can do is keep saying what we're saying right here, right now. And keep saying it to everybody that will listen. We do not own our own destiny. If we continue to if we continue to accept our current government, we do not own our destiny. And if we want to own our own destiny, if we want to have freedom, we have to accept the danger of that experiment. But we can't sit here. I'm sorry. Are we still on?
Yeah, I'm still on. Sorry, I was just messing around with it.
But we can't sit here and do the same thing expecting things to change. We have to let the
only thing you can change ultimately is yourself, right? The only thing you have control of is what you do. That's the only thing you can change. I mean, you can't sit here and want to change the world and change this person and change that. But ultimately, the only thing you can actually change is you, your mind, the choices you make.
Right, but we can have some influence.
You know,
We
yeah,
can
you know,
expose what we can expose.
if you don't want to participate, if you know, for example, you know, there's a store that's selling some items or something, and you don't like what the ethics, for example, of that store, where they get the stuff from, maybe they, you know, you want to boycott it or something. So just by not buying your products from that store, you've made a conscious choice, right? It's just
A
using
conscious
that.
choice. There you go. Conscious choice.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, it's
those are good words.
sometimes that choice may be inconvenient, right? Sometimes by going to these
Like
places,
they say, an inconvenient truth.
yeah, sometimes by going to these places, you might find it's cheaper, it's less expensive, it's convenient, and all the rest of it. But ultimately, you know that if you continue to allow them and you don't resist, right, then you will have just basically consented to it's okay. You know, you can you know, take away my cash basically and force me to pay with a plastic card, or you know, and then maybe later on down the road make me, you know, stick a microchip in my hand or something like that.
So you know where I start with? Usually when I start talking to people about what government is and all that, I start by telling them that in the Revolutionary War, we didn't beat England. What we did was, you know, we won a few battles, we kicked their ass a little bit, and then we signed a treaty, the Treaty of Paris. The Treaty of Paris basically said that England get to keep ownership of the original 12 colonies. And if you look at it, that's true. England still owns the original 12 colonies, or 13 colonies.
The America was called the Great Plan, right? It was called.
Well, and we still pay rent to the English crown. You know that, right? You know that.
It was an
We still
experiment.
pay rent for the original 12 colonies. And most Americans think that
you won your independence. It was the year.
Yeah, and they think that we just stole the land. No, but we didn't. We said the Treaty of Paris says we will still pay you rent, and we still pay England rent to this day in gold. We pay them in gold. That's why Fort Knox still has gold in it, because that gets sent to the English crown. And people don't know that.
This is why you have the pyramid and you'll see an eye on your dollar bills, because it's 1776 isn't when the American independence. It was the year that the Illuminati was founded. Right.
See, and I'm glad that you're familiar. You can verify this. That we didn't. We won the war. We stopped the aggression, is what we did. We stopped the aggression and said, well, we don't want to own it. We'll still pay you rent if that's what you want. Just stop attacking us and let us govern ourselves.
People still.
And the king said, if you're going to make this big of a deal out of it, then fine, go ahead and govern yourself. Right?
You swapped the king from England to your local kings in the area. You know, basically that vacuum was taken up by.
And then when the Whiskey Rebellion came up, we really saw what George Washington was all about. You know, the Whiskey Rebellion was a bunch of bullshit. It was like, you can't tax us. If I have a whiskey still, you can't tax me. You can't tax me for what I would sell. You can't tax me for making whiskey. You can tax me for the whiskey I sell, right? Isn't that you understand the Whiskey Rebellion, right? And that's when George Washington was really exposed. And plus, I mean, not only that, what he did to France. I mean, France gave us all the money to win the war, and he just turned his back on them. I mean, that right there alone. But they say that George Washington greatly regretted his decision. They do say it was like that's what killed him, is that he turned his back on France and sided with England, because England said, well, you're going to trade with us, not with France. And George Washington knew that England could destroy us if they really wanted to. And so he made his choice and, you know, chose England. And You know, we didn't trade with France, and you know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. It was a pretty big fucking deal. And then the Whiskey Rebellion came up, and they taxed. If you had a liquor still, they taxed you for having a still. And it didn't matter if you were making whiskey or not. I mean, you can't tax somebody's still. That's ridiculous.
Right?
It's just ridiculous. I mean, how do you tax somebody for having a whiskey still? I mean, it's just.
I think you're talking about the Boston Tea Party, right? It was over the tax on tea.
No. I'm talking about after that when we were a sovereign nation, and in America they started taxing because people were trading whiskey as if it was currency. Because people in the Appalachian Mountains, which was the outer reaches of America at the time, in the Appalachian Mountains, they were taking jugs of whiskey and using them as currency. So the American government said, well, if you have a still, then we're going to tax your still. So because I can make whiskey, I owe you tax, but it's not about the amount of whiskey that I sell. It's about the fact that I have a still. And that's unjustified. It's taxation without representation, which is exactly what we supposedly fought for, right? So George Washington gathered an army and rode into the Appalachian Mountains, and he fought against the Straight of Americans. It's called the Whiskey Rebellion. What's the name? There's a name on it. You don't know about this? And it's where George Washington ruled his head on the table, and he was seen as a Federalist at that point, where he would rather fight to tax his own people than stand for liberty. And that's when the federal government got exposed.
Yeah. That was much later, though, wasn't it? It was after the war.
Yeah, that was around 1790, 92, 93. But you can't say, you know, as a president who fought for liberty and freedom, and liberty is a different word than freedom, and people need to understand that too. Liberty is the state of being free, and freedom is a prescription from government. And people need to understand that. Freedom is, here's the way I equate it. If I see a lake and I want to go fish, and if I have liberty, I have a fishing pole, I can go down to the lake and I can fish. Well, there's government. I need to buy a fishing license. I need to pay the park. I need to pay the park fees. And then I can take my fishing pole and go fish. I am free to fish. Then I have the freedom to fish. There's a difference there, is there not? In the state of liberty, there's a lake, I have a fishing pole, I can go fish. But in America, I have a fishing pole, there's a lake, well, I need to pay the parking fees, to enter the lake, I have a fishing license, right? You get what I'm saying? And then I'm free to fish. Then I have the freedom to fish. So freedom is a prescription from government. Once I pay the fees, I have the freedom. But if I'm in a state of liberty, there's a lake and I'm free to fish.
Do you remember this guy?
You get what I'm saying? Who's this?
Do you remember him?
All right, I'll start with a ladle.
Well, first of all, understand that if you're a U.S. citizen, you do not own anything. If you paid your house off, you don't own it.
Exactly.
You have an equitable interest in the property, but you don't
pay
own
taxes.
it. Yeah.
All right, I'll start with a ladle.
So you gotta
Well,
pay the rents here.
Do you remember him now? That's Jordan Maxwell.
Oh.
You remember him now?
Yeah, that's the truth. What he said is truth, though.
Do you remember him now, though?
I can't say I remember seeing him before. No, I can't say that.
He's proper OG, this guy. Let me give you a taster.
I like George Carlin. You know George Carlin, right?
I love George Carlin. Can only imagine what he would say today.
First of all, I want to thank Wendy for inviting me to be here with you tonight.
You know what? I've seen him before. I have seen him before.
This guy's
That was a very
a long time ago.
Yeah.
I wanted to speak here often in the past, but
theorist from back in the
it wasn't to be. But
probably 10 years ago, I started my research.
A new year and a new project, and I think it's great, and I want to be a part of whatever she
literally everything we know about the straw man, about the etymology and the law system, and everything that we know today, and all these people like yourself that are spouting out, like all this stuff. This is the guy we owe this knowledge to. He's the one who went and put the legwork, the heavy lifting into the research, and made it, and was talking about it fucking years before anybody else was even dreaming about it. Proper old school guy. And like I said, he was a student of Manly P. Hall. I don't know if you know who that guy is. Manly P.
Well,
Hall.
we are as well. We are students too. We can't discount ourselves.
I'm saying
we don't have the platform. We're not who he was, but we can't discount ourselves as being people that are carrying on what he put into our brains.
Literally,
I remember him now. I remember this. I remember him now.
Yeah.
It's like 10 years ago I was watching his videos.
Yeah, this video I think it's an old video, this one.
He looks like Lauder. You know Lauder?
He died a few years ago.
I want to thank you for being here, and I want understanding only one thing about me, and that is I don't wish to offend anyone, but Thomas Jefferson, I think I've got a little too much mic. Thomas Jefferson said, "I shiver when I think that God is just. I shiver for my country when I reflect on the fact that God is just." That's a very powerful statement. Because what he meant and what he was saying is that if we understand the divine presence in the universe, that one that men call God, if we understand anything about the divine presence in the universe, we understand that God is just, meaning that he's not a respecter of persons or people or concepts or ideas. God is above all of that. The divine presence in the universe I have the highest of respect for. But I also understand that God can be very cold, very crass.
Benevolent.
You break the law, what goes around comes around. You may be a wonderful person, you may be very sincere, you may have done wonderful things, you break the law, and what goes around comes around. There's no escaping divine retribution, period, because it's impersonal. It is totally impersonal. If you jump off a building, you're going to get your comeuppance quickly. If you do something against your friend, your family, your wife, your husband, or whatever, it may take a couple of weeks for it to come back to you. It may take a month or two. But whatever it is you put out there will come back. Bet on it. And that's why Thomas Jefferson said, I fear more for my country when I realize that God is just. And the reason I bring that up is because there are many good people in this country who call out, who call out upon God and who want to do what is right and are praying for their country. But in point of fact, God is just. And unless and until you are doing what is right before divine universe, before the divine, unless, of course, you understand that truth stands on its own and truth does not need to be validated by ignorance. Whatever is true, it's true. And if you back away from it, that's your problem. God doesn't, there's no playing sides. So consequently, I feel that
so I never ask God for help.
I'm looking for the real truth. I'm looking for the real truth that's out there, like X-File says. And I have come to discover that when it is that you think that you have a good understanding of something, you need to go back and do your homework because you probably don't have it yet. And every time I found that I thought I had it all nailed down,
it was his famous
Anthony
line.
was right. I've been doing what I do almost all my life.
Do your homework.
42 years I have been involving myself in the research of the occult and the dark side of the world. Occult simply means hidden, those things which are hidden. And I've been involved in researching and studying and living with the occult world for some 42 years. And something I have learned is that when you think you know it all, you haven't got any of it. And when you think you've got it all figured out, no, there's one higher than the high one who looks on and you don't have it yet. And that's why humility is the first thing that we need to have when we're deciding and when we're thinking about godly or spiritual things, is humility. Because as one teacher of mine once said, and I've had some very, very brilliant people in my life to help me, and this one teacher said that if you can tell an audience something about God so that the whole audience can understand it, then that will prove conclusively that you don't know anything. Because any pea-sized, ignorant, ill-informed, unread brain like yours cannot represent the divine presence in the universe. We do not know the hand of God.
Hubris.
All we do know
To
is
presume
that
that
whatever
you
you
know
do comes back to you. There are certain immutable laws in the universe.
All I know is that I don't know.
And until you are prepared to look at the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and wherever it may go, whoever it may lead to, if you want to look the other way or if you want to play favorites, then somewhere along the line you're going to find out you're messing with divine justice. So the point I want to make here is that too many times we have been led to understand and told things which are not true, but which are uncomfortable to confront. And consequently, we have been led into believing that the judicial system, we have educational system, judicial system. Incidentally, the word system comes from a Latin word. The Latins in Rome, the ancient Romans called their sewer the system. And this is where we get our word today, the system. Yeah. So we have an educational system and a judicial system, and consequently, that's where we are, is in the sewer. Now, if we understand that government is corrupt, and God knows now even the most ignorant among this nation are finally waking up to the fact that the whole thing is corrupt. If we understand that government is corrupt, banks are corrupt, our law enforcement are corrupt, there's virtually no institution, our educational systems, no institutions in this country are above taking money under the table and looking the other way and it's become a way of life, and soon it will be for America a way of death. Now, once you understand that the entire system we're living under is corrupt and filled with lies and deception, and now the best thing you could do if you're a politician is just kind of keep things going, just kind of keep paying people off and hoping everything will come out all right tomorrow. And little by little by little, what goes around comes around, and we are facing a terrible time of judgment, I believe, by the divine forces in the universe, which men have called God. I don't know what God is, but I know what he isn't. One of my teachers once said, you can't make God do anything he doesn't want to, and if he's going to do something, you can't stop him. So consequently, since you can't influence it one way or the other, you should get in tune with the divine force of the universe and go with the flow. And that's what I believe, and that's what I've been trying to do all of my life. Just go with the flow and find out where the facts lead you. Because the more you begin to investigate what we think we understand, where we came from, what we think we're doing, the more you begin to see we've been lied to. We've been lied to by every institution. What makes you think for 1 minute that the religious institution is the only one that's never been touched? You can bet your bottom dollar that the religious institutions of this world are at the bottom of the dirt. The religious institutions in this world are put there by the same people who gave you your government, your corrupt education. The Knights Templars who set up your international banking cartels in the 12th, 13th, and 14th century are the same people that gave you educational institutions, colleges. Where do we get the word college? College comes from the collegia, the Latin Roman college of cardinals. I could go on for hours just giving you examples. I mean, when you graduate, you come out with a square mortarboard, a black square mortarboard. What's all that about? Black square mortarboards. It has to do with the planet Saturn. Saturn, we're told that in the Old Testament that the Hebrew people, the Jewish people, were worshipers of one God. That's never been true, not true now, and never will be true. That's just one more story that's been given to us. It's never been true. The Hebrew people were worshipers of many gods, many different divine beings. They were the most eclectic theology on the face of the earth. Next to modern day Christianity is Judaism. Eclectic meaning it has collected from all over the world concepts and ideas and put it together and called it today Judaism. Judaism today is the most eclectic religion on the face of the earth. Virtually nothing of what it teaches is true. Virtually nothing of its supposedly background is true. And consequently, the world is filled with violence, bloodshed, or disorder. Good people are dying. There are children who are starving. Our world is in trouble. And people are calling out to God for protection. People are calling out to God to help our nation and never realizing for one moment that the divine presence in the universe not listening. Why? Because you have your own concepts of whatever you think is true, whatever you believe to be true, but you have never confronted the real truth. The real truth is that the people who are in power, who put this system together, have been in power for thousands of years. This has been going on from day one. I have the highest respect for the Bible. Anyone who knows me knows I read it and study it all the time. But I'm also well aware that there are encoded messages. The rabbis will tell you that in the Old Testament is filled with encoded messages. And I believe that Christianity is probably the most powerful encoded message the world's ever had. It's one of the oldest messages in the world, and I believe that the Christian teachings in the original scriptural understanding is the most important, volatile story the world's ever known. And it's sitting right in front of you, and most people don't even see it. It is an encoded story. And unfortunately, too many people who are ill-informed, unread, and who have not spent 42 years looking at theology accept what they read in the New Testament and in the Old Testament as actual history, when in point of fact, it is not actual history. There is a message behind the message. And consequently, if you're reading the Bible, and if you're looking at theological subjects from the Bible point of view, in a materialistic way, you're never going to see the obvious story sitting right in front of you. I believe that the story in the New Testament, and I'm concerned about this because I believe the world is now facing another dark age. I think that we are now preparing ourselves to go into a very dark time that's coming on the earth. And I believe that the message that's in the New Testament is a very powerful, symbolic, metaphysical story that is not very well understood today.
I'm going to pause that there. We can come back to that after. It's a long video. I've got hundreds of hours of videos of this guy. He is.
He speaks. Yeah, he's speaking from a place of truth.
Yeah. He's got so much information, so much knowledge. That guy, you know.
Because even if you look at these Christian preachers, they even tell you you can't understand the Bible. And they tell us. I've seen it right on my television. They go, you cannot decode what this Bible is speaking to you. You need me to decode it for you. That's what these preachers say. And then you go like, so I'm going to rely on you? Well, that's me. I go like, so I'm going to rely on you to tell me what the truth is? Well, other people go, so tell me what the truth is. And I'm like, so I'm going to rely on you to tell me what the truth is? Why would a God who loves me so much write in such a code? You know what I mean? Why would a God who loved me so much write in a code I couldn't understand myself? I need somebody to translate it for me. That's who I am to you. That's what I am to you. I'm somebody who needs a somebody to decode what you have to say to me. And if that's the truth, then I don't need your code. I don't need it. Man, how does that make you feel, Mello? How does it make you feel hearing that? You still there, brother? Hello. You sleeping? Do you feel I'm missing the point? Where'd you go?
So I'm talking to myself, all muted up. So you got like faith and religion is very different, right? Two different things. With religion has been a system of control for thousands of years. Christianity, the Judaism, just like Jordan Maxwell said, is a collection of beliefs from all over the world, from the entire Roman Empire, from both the Eastern Roman Empire and the Western Roman Empire, which was vast area that covered thousands of, maybe not thousands of different types of people, but back then there might have been, different tribes and different, back then it was.
Well, the Holy Roman Empire was founded by Charlemagne and was still out here.
What I'm saying is, back then, a lot of the tribes were nomadic, right? So many of the different types of the tribes basically were all they moved from place to place a lot. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't until the Roman Empire and they started conquering places and drawing lines, that's when they started to, unify. Like the Gauls, for instance, was made up of 1,000 different tribes, right? And same with the Britons. The Britons were never one united tribe. When the Romans came, it was literally 1,000 tribes, in a jungle. Britain was a jungle. Romans.
Well, that's what I was going to Charlemagne, where he united all.
It's just a sea of trees for as far as they could see. It was forest. It was a huge forest. The entire England was a forest. So, Rome, Emperor Constantine, he convened the holiest of holies from the entire Roman Empire into the Council of Nicaea, and they sat there for months and years, if not, and canonized what we know today as the Judaism, the Bible, basically, as we know it, the Christianity. So it's just like we have been, reset.
Those years, like the 200-300.
That was the great reset of its day, right? I mean, you can imagine the Romans, they're going to war, right? And, a lot of these different tribes, they've got to have all these bad omens from the gods. Oh, we got to do these rituals and and they get these messages from the gods to do all these things, and we can't go to war today because the gods don't want us to go to war. All this shit, right? So it was really difficult to unify and get people to work together, and especially of different cultures, right? So they realized that there's only so far that you could push a slave, right, with the fear and of a whip or a sword, right? It was far easier, far better, and far more efficient if you could control what they believe, and then they would gladly take, the sword for you. They'll take a bullet for you if they believe, right? So they are the ones that first realized that religion should be the core function of the government. So that's where they introduced, the Christianity. It wasn't until Emperor Constantine died on his deathbed he was baptized as a Christian, right? So,
well, he's the one who split the Roman Empire into two, right?
You see the symbol of the Mother Teresa with the baby, right? The mother and the baby, the famous symbol of the Mother of God, right? Now that is an ancient symbol of Ishtar, right? Far older than Christianity, far more older. We're going thousands of years before, right? So this
it goes back to the Eastern.
Yeah, I mean, where do you think we get bunny rabbits from? Where does bunny rabbits come, or Easter eggs come from? I mean, it's Easter, right? What are we celebrating in Easter? Christianity. What has Easter got to do with Christianity? Nothing. What has Christmas got to do with Christianity? Nothing.
Well, Easter is
Christmas was Saturnalia, a Roman pagan ritual, right?
Well, Easter is when he rose.
What I'm trying to say is Christianity, or the Judaism, right, is a lie. Was a collection of beliefs and cultures from all over the world, and then they rewrote it. It was a great reset of its day. The Romans cultivated and created this religion that we know today as Christianity, and they built their temple right on top of the temple of Apollo, you know what I mean, in Rome, right? The temple of the sun god, right? Temple of Mithra. Yeah, underneath Rome, there's a temple of Mithra. So
But it was like in the year 300 or 400 they split, and they went to the Eastern and Roman Empire. And so the Eastern was in Constantinople, which was Constantine city, on the peninsula there between the
Constantinople is
in Turkey.
What is Turkey now? Yeah.
And then you had Rome, where Charlemagne came about in 700. Charlemagne took over.
I think it's now known as Istanbul.
And then he took over Rome. And Charlemagne became the first Holy Roman Emperor in the year like 700.
Religion.
That solidified everything.
And then for the following years after that, the dark years ensued, right, where they literally systematically destroyed all traces of alternate religions and leaving in one place the one true religion, the one true God. I mean, the countless crusades, right, in Jerusalem, right, were nothing more than just another system of control, right? When you control the religion, or control the area, right, through religion, right, you control the taxes and the people and the trade in that area. Do you understand?
Well,
And
yeah,
that
you
area
control the God,
in
you
particular,
control their souls.
yeah, that area in particular, right, is literally the gateway from the east to the west. I mean, all the trade that comes through, all the spices, or everything will come through that area, that region. So whoever controls that region controls the taxes in that region. So you literally control all the import and export from the east to the west.
Right. And that's where the Templars come in.
Yeah, Templars were the first banking system. I mean, if you think you could travel, from Paris to England with all your wealth with you, you couldn't. No, what you do is you go to one of these Templars, right? You give him your wealth, and he would give you a parchment, a little sheepskin, right, with some Latin scribbled on it, that you would go and take that little scroll with you and take it all the way to London and give it to another Templar there, who would then give you the equivalent wealth. And that was how the banking system was literally, the first promissory note was created. The only way you could transfer your wealth, if you was a king and you wanted to transfer your wealth and take some, you'd need an army, right? Who are you going to employ? The Templars, the Knights Templars. You'd fucking need a whole army to transport your wealth.
Well, even go to Henry V.
So
armies down there, and they were going.
Yeah, we're talking about an immense trade route that needed protection, right? A massive trade route, right? That needed protection, that needed, taxation, that needed, needed. Just what I'm saying.
The Silk Road down to Italy. They're following the Silk Road.
That whole route, it all comes from the trade of the sea, right? The tradesmen, the sea traders, the merchants. Everywhere they went, they would take the law with them. Like when a merchant, when a ship, all the shipmates would jump on a ship. Each
as if that law applied to somebody else from some other land that had nothing to do with any of it. But now somehow it applies to them because
it does. It applies to all of us because we all we got
the swords. We got the force.
We all engage in commerce, right? You have currency in your pocket. That currency, when you use it, you're engaging in what? Maritime law activities, right? Every time you pull out,
participating in the force that's behind it.
Yeah, you're engaging in
Right.
contractual law, right? You are exchanging your promissory notes for some product or services. This is a contractual law. This falls under their jurisdiction. You know, admiralty law. It covers all of trade and commerce and employment. All of those laws are all under.
Well, it's just like a U.S. dollar. It's just like a U.S. dollar. I'm
Yes,
going to pay for the soda. Here's my dollar bill.
The dollar
Oh,
bill
you
is
don't want
just
to
a
take it?
promise
Well,
to
there's a
pay.
man with a gun standing behind me that says, "You're going to take my dollar bill."
Yeah.
And then so that's what makes my dollar bill worth
When
anything.
they switched the currency from the gold back to the fiat debt-based currency system, right? They gave them the ability to devalue the money, right? Now they have the ability to inflate or deflate the value of that money. So that money that represents your time and labor. So you got to work, and you work, X amount of hours, and you earn $100, right? That $100 for those hours that you worked has now been diminished by them printing more money. You now didn't earn, they've devalued that money. Now you can't go and buy the same things that you used to be able to buy. You have to
But
go
you
and
also
pay.
can't turn behind you and go, "Who are
Everything's more
you?
expensive.
Who are you to print more money and to diminish my time and labor?" They look at you and laugh. They go, "I can diminish your time and labor all I want to. Go ahead and buy your soda." Right?
Oh, you know that Libara shop?
You cannot sit there, you cannot even turn back at them and say, who are you? Who are you to diminish my time and labor? Right? If you do that, they look at you and they go, "Just shut up."
Yeah, I mean,
pay your taxes.
Taxes. See, taxes, this is another thing. Taxes are not owed, right? They're a contribution. Okay. You can't owe something, right, that you don't know until it's been. I mean, basically, you haven't spent it yet. Do you know what I mean? You haven't had that time when you get a bill for your door, right? It's for a period of time to come. It hasn't even come about. So how could you owe something that hasn't happened yet? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Makes amazing sense.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous concept, but somehow we've accepted it. Do you know what I mean?
That's
Originally,
exactly what I try to tell people is that if
it's a contribution. What it is that they estimate that
sales
they're
tax
going to
is
need
fair.
X amount of
If
money
sales
to run
tax
the
is
government.
fair.
Yeah, what I'm
Well,
trying to say is
I say sales tax is fair because
they estimate that they need X amount of money to run the government, right? So, but you go about and you spend all this money, and it's just a contribution, right? It's your contribution towards the cost of running this said government and its services, right? But these people they'll never say, "Oh well, we can cut back here and we don't need to spend that there." They'll always spend more than they need, right? And if every time they do their they do their bills, every bill they put through costs the taxpayer money, right? There's never a bill that they put through that reduces the taxpayer's expense. There's always adds to it. Every time they sign a new bill, it means they need more money. Government doesn't have money. We have the money, so they make new bills that require us to print more money, right? And every time we print more money, the value of our labor is devalued until the point where
I'm okay with
a whole day.
You want to charge me sales tax on something that I buy? I'm okay with that because you know why? I can go ahead and grow or make the things I need instead of buying them. It's not easy, but I can avoid that sales tax. You want to charge me sales on a tank on a gallon of gas? Want to tax me on a gallon of gas? You know what? I can ride a bicycle, I can drive an electric car. I don't have to pay on the tax on a gallon of gas. I can avoid that, right? If it's something I can avoid, if it's something where I can opt out, then it's okay. That's a good tax. But if I go to work and you're going to tax me, well, if you're going to say I owe you money for every hour that I work, which in the American Constitution, you can't be taxed on your person. Okay, so if I go to work and I exchange my time and labor for compensation, which would be a wage, that's not earnings. Okay, so if I get $30 an hour for my time and labor, who are you to tell me you get a piece of that? That's my problem. You want sales tax? Fine. You know what? I can grow my own vegetables at home. I don't have to drink soda. You know, I can dig a well on my property. I can get my own water. You know, if I don't want to pay for a gallon of gas, I don't want to pay a tax on a gallon of gas. I can ride a bicycle. I can drive a car, whatever. I don't have to pay the taxes on a gallon of gas. If I have to opt out in some way, then I'm okay with the tax. But when it comes to if I go to work, I exchange my time and labor, that's compensation. That's not earnings. I'm sorry, that's not earnings. I'm getting a fair trade. And who is anybody to tell me that I have to pay? I have to pay because what I do, nobody else can do. So they're going to pay me a wage in exchange for my time and labor, and you get a piece of that. That's where I take umbrage. Right? You understand that, right?
There is a very legitimate way of avoiding that, and that's by the.
Well, yes, they have what's called
ancient bartering system, right?
We have what's called 1099.
Services.
And you could be a contractor or a subcontractor. But then you're responsible.
If you dug a hole for me, right, and then I fixed your roof, right, how can we tax? How can you be taxed on that scenario? Or I grew some potatoes and I exchanged them, some of my potatoes for your tomatoes, right? How can you be taxed? How can they tax
exactly? You? But that's what they do.
What they come and take some of my cucumbers. What are they gonna do?
That's exactly what my exchanging my time and labor for dollars is.
Well, no. You see, once you exchange it for dollars, then you enter that maritime contractual agreement. It is no longer common law. You're no longer under the jurisdiction of common law. Does that make sense? The minute you
if I exchange my potatoes for tomatoes, I sold those tomatoes.
Currency is their domain. Do you remember in the Bible it says, give to Caesar what is Caesar, right? Give to God what is God. That's exactly what they maintain. The currency, that money note, that currency note. The minute you exchange and use services for that, that's when you.
But currency is not money.
That's when tax. That's when they lay claim to tax, right? Because that's theirs.
But currency is not money. The currency is not gains.
Currency is not money. Yeah, you're correct. Currency is.
So who would they tell me that they have claim over my time and labor? And in fact, the U.S. Constitution says you cannot be taxed on your person.
No, but that promissory note is theirs, right? It has the fucker's face on it. Do you know what I mean? It's not yours. It doesn't have your money.
No, but it says in the U.S. Constitution you can't be taxed on your person. If you can't be taxed on your person, then where do they get off? When I exchange my time and labor.
But persons in the legalese, in the Black's Law Dictionary, is defined as corporations, right?
So they're using the 14th Amendment.
Persons, yeah. Person.
So they're using the 14th Amendment
equals corporation.
So boom. So now you see, And this is when they expose people about the 14th Amendment. They're using the 14th Amendment to tax my person. Well, they're not taxing my person. They are using that to tax my labor. And they don't have the right to do that unless I am under their jurisdiction.
They can only tax your labor because you exchange your labor for currency, right? They tax the currency under maritime law, right? Under contractual law, that law that is given is consented by the government, right? You consent to
But I didn't consent to it.
Now you are under the jurisdiction of maritime law, right? You agree and you enter into a contract to work.
You know this maritime law, you know what you're talking about. You're getting this cyber citizen bull stuff. You know that, right?
In order to avoid that legal pitfall, you must exchange your time and labor for something other than.
If you go to a court of law in the United States and you spout this maritime law stuff, you know what they do to you, right?
It's like you know, you build a house for me and I'll build you a car, sort of thing. How are they going to tax that? They can only tax you on the products that you buy to build the car or build the house. They
Yeah,
can't tax
but
on the exchange.
well, exactly, and that's exactly what we're doing. But if you go to a court of law in the United States and you claim this, you claim what you're saying, you know what they do to you, right? You're a cuckoo, you're kooky, you're crazy, you're
It's got nothing to do with them. I don't know why you were over there in the first place. When you go into a court of law, right? That court of law,
a citizen.
It's nothing to do with them. You know, if I've got a deal with you, right, and I just say to you, right, I'm going to go.
It's nothing to do with them.
I'm going to plow your field, right, and you are going to come and you know, dig my well in my land, and I'm going to come and plow your field, right? They can't tax that exchange. Now, the minute I give you and I say to you, I plow your field and you give me £500, and then you dig my hole and I give you £500. Now the government are going to come in and say that £500, right, because it's currency, is taxable. Those services are taxable, and you have to declare those taxes, those earnings.
But
that is by consent. You have agreed to those terms.
Well, but our Constitution says we're supposed to have money. We're supposed to have money backed by gold, and not only the U.S. government can print our money. And so
money is not.
That's what it says.
Money is a fit.
We're not supposed to have currency.
Currency is a fit-based monetary system.
Exactly.
Right? Money, right, as you put it, is a gold coin, right? That would be considered money.
But I can take
Nobody
a dollar
uses
bill.
money in these days. Like you can get a dollar bill,
right, but I should be able to take a dollar bill and go down to the bank and exchange it for a dollar.
You can go and buy gold backs, right? But even then, those gold backs, because they are defined as currency, right? You would be taxed on those.
Well,
yes, it's property. No. Any property is taxable. That's why even if you owned your land, right, and you know, outright, you still have to pay tax on it.
Yes and no. Yes and no. If I own gold and silver, I won't be taxed by anything but the gains on that. So if I have now my house, my home, which should be personal property, should my home be personal property? Should my vehicle be personal property? It should be, right?
Yeah, there's property.
My home should be personal property, but in the U.S. it's called real property. I'm sure in England it's the same thing, right? Your home is called real property, right? So they get away with taxing you on your home
what we call
by labeling it as real property.
You're only owning. Over here in the UK, there's very, very few places you can actually buy the mineral rights to land. You'll only own. I mean, if you buy a freehold property, you're literally owning the title deeds to that property, and you're responsible for maintaining the property on that land, right?
Well, it's called real property. Is it not called real property?
What I'm saying is if you started digging down, right, and all of a sudden you found oil or gold or treasure or something, you're going to find that, you know, the British government's going to come along and say, you know, this is ours.
Oh yeah, well yeah, the crown over
Mineral
there. Yeah.
rights belong to the crown.
Yes, in the U.S., we have the full mineral rights. But the property itself is not called, it's called real property. So when I buy a home, it's called real estate. So it's called real property. So I have to pay taxes on it because it's not personal property, it's called real property. So that's how they classify it. So you have to keep paying taxes on it. So that's their justification for property taxes, because it's not personal property, it's real property.
They do the same with water as well, right? It's your property, but you got to ask them for permission to drill a well, right? Because you are potentially tapping into the water supply that feeds the whole town, right? So then you've got to pay taxes and all this shit. And,
well, I can use all the water I want for my own
you got to put a water meter on there so they can.
But if I wanted to sell it to my neighbors, now then that opens up a whole nother taxation.
Yeah, because now you're engaging in commerce, right?
Right, and that, you know what? And that's, you know what? I'm okay with that. That I'm actually okay with, because now if I'm going to sell something to somebody else, they should have some protection.
This is what I'm saying. You know, when you're engaging,
so that's okay, because if I'm going to have bought a couple my property, and if I don't test it and make sure it's okay, and I sell it to my neighbor and they get poisoned, right? I should have to look after what I'm doing, what I'm selling to my neighbor, right? And so I'm okay with that tax because it protects my neighbor, and I'm okay with that. But
anytime you're engaging in commerce and you're exchanging goods or services for currency, you will be taxed. Right?
Commerce is okay for government to be involved in.
Commerce falls under the jurisdiction of maritime contractual law.
But for me to own my home should be personal property. It shouldn't be real property. My home should be my personal property. I shouldn't have to pay taxes on it year after year after year after year. You know, the way it's right now, what was it, 6 years ago, we redid our home loan, and we knocked 4 or 5 years off our home loan, and I'll be done paying my home loan in about 6-7 years. And we'll own it outright. But when I do own it outright, I'm still going to have to pay property tax. What do I owe them? Are they going to come and do something to my property every year? Are they going to come here and improve my property? What are they going to do? What am I paying the tax for? Oh, so that I can still own it. I'm only paying them tax so they won't take it from me. That's racketeering, man.
You know, there's a way of avoiding.
It's a straight up definition of fucking racketeering, is it not?
There's a way of avoiding paying that property tax, and that is by
you have to get a land patent. You have to get a land patent.
If you owe a debt, on the land, you only pay the interest on the debt. You know, you don't pay the tax on the property, right? Because you owe a debt on it. So,
well, I know you get a land patent, and my friend has done that actually. And he hasn't paid a cent in 7 years. And God bless him, but he's been to court, 3 or 4 times for that too. So anybody he's saying he's paying them lawyers.
They drag you into court and you end up paying thousands of pounds to lawyers. So you end up paying the tax anyways to someone.
Right, you end up paying it anyways.
Well, you
But
end
you know what?
the government, you end up paying the lawyers.
Than them.
Someone's getting paid. You know what I mean? Whichever way you're gonna get fleeced.
Right. Someone's getting paid and it's part of the system, but not you, right?
It's a guarantee. You know, there's two things in
It's
life
not you.
that you can guarantee. There's a you can bank on, right? And there's a guarantee. You know? That's death and tax.
And it's not you. You're not the one getting the benefit from it. You know. and the best thing is though, you know, man, we've seen property values in my area go up. You know, from when he first did this, and our properties were both worth like 250 grand, and now our properties are both like 600, and you know, he's still fighting it and everything, but you know, at least.
See, I find it
called a land patent, and in England they don't have. I'm sure in England they don't have that. In America, it was called a land patent, and that's where the president actually has to sign off and grant you that piece of property, and you can stop paying taxes on it. But you know, try that with the banks and what they do. Try that with the fucking banks. But what do? And no, you owe. And it's all racketeering. It's straight up racketeering, man. You know, like Woodrow Wilson. When he signed in 1913, when he put the banks in power, you know he went catatonic, right? You know who Woodrow Wilson is? 1913, the president, Woodrow Wilson. He was catatonic. Look at Woodrow Wilson. He was a president who put the banks, because he was actually elected by the banking powers. And he was catatonic in his whole second term. And he was ashamed of what he did. And he made many statements saying, there are men, I have been in rooms where powerful men speak in whispers of this great power. They speak in hushed tones. Look up Woodrow Wilson and what he said about the bankers. And then there was the general in 1933. What was his name? General Butler? General Harvey? What was his name? And he said, I have been a shield for the bankers for my whole career. He said, I can show Al Capone. Al Capone operated in 2 districts, and I operated on 3 continents. I could show him a thing or two. You ever heard about that?
No, I didn't really check it out.
The general, yeah, look up Woodrow Wilson and his quotes about the bankers. And his biggest regret was that he sold the American people to the banks. He made many quotes about it. And he was actually catatonic to his second term. Because he was so distraught at what he did. Yeah, he was right after Teddy Roosevelt, right? Teddy Roosevelt's second term. And then Smedley Butler, General Smedley Butler's speech. Google that, General Smedley Butler. And look at what he had to say. 1933, General Smedley Butler. He was a Marine general. And look at his speech. You never heard about this before, huh? General Smedley Butler. And he lays it all down and says, I was in Indonesia for sugar, and I was for oil. He says Al Capone thought he was tough because he operated in 2 districts. He said, I operate on 3 continents. I could teach him a thing or two. General Smedley Butler. General speech, and it's pretty famous. General Smedley Butler speech. It's amazing. And it was 1933. He was a U.S. Marine general. And he just laid it all out in front of Congress on television. Not on television, but on radio. He laid it all out. It was glorious, man. One of the great crusaders of the 19th century. General Smedley Butler. You haven't found it?
I'm doing something up here, bro. Doing something. You know, I've been accused of being blatantly honest.
I'll find it.
I've got to say, you're a difficult person to have a conversation with. You know that? Has anybody ever told you that?
Yeah, but it's for different reasons.
Well, you don't. Wait, you'll ask a question, but you won't hear the answer. You continue to talk over somebody, making, like me, for instance, have to shout to say something, and you're not even listening to what I'm saying, and then it's like, you take me somewhere I don't really want to go.
Oh no, I am listening.
And I have to shout over you to talk to you, or you know, in England, right, it's considered rude to talk over somebody while they're trying a conversation. You know, you got to, you know, like give them a chance to speak, especially when you ask them a question. But I know
I don't mean to.
They just like to interrupt, and they like to talk over people and talk to. But in England, it's considered rude. I know you guys over there, it's just a natural, normal thing. But like I said, it's kind of frustrating, especially when you're having a conversation with somebody and you're trying to say something, and then just the guy won't just shut up, and you just talk, and then you don't end up listening to each other because, you know, I'm talking and I can't hear when I'm talking, and you're talking and you're not listening to me because you're talking, and then it ends up into an argument. It didn't need to be an argument. Do you know what I mean? Because, you know, we're probably agreeing on stuff, but because we're not giving each other a chance to speak, right, it ends up getting that frustration comes out, and it's like, well, fuck it. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying? What I'm saying is just dial it down a bit. If you're going to ask a question and give the person a chance to answer the question before you interrupt them and talk over them, and not even give them a chance to say what they wanted to say. Because I'm the sort of guy, right, that smokes a lot of weed, and I want to say something, and then when I get interrupted, I kind of lose my train of thought, and then I forget about what I want to say, and then I get angry, like, oh fuck, you know, what the fuck, you know what I mean? And it's like, didn't need to do that. You know what I mean?
I admit that I'm impatient. I can admit that.
Let's have a conversation.
I do try to I'm sorry.
Just saying, we can have a conversation. We can give each other a chance to talk without talking over each other, because that's when it goes sideways. Do you know what I mean?
I do try to give you a chance, and there's even about 10 minutes ago I asked you a question, and I was stood quiet for like a
I
minute.
know you'll answer the question, but then you'll talk over the answer that you want. You know, it's not like it's more like a rhetorical question. You know, you ask a question, I don't really need to know the answer, but you know, you just like, dude, it's like, give me a chance. You know what I mean? So
No,
rather
it's
than
not.
just
I'm not
going
being
into
rhetorical.
an
I'm
argument
not.
with you, I'll just shut up and just let you air it out. And clearly you want to speak. You know what I mean? So I just let you speak.
I understand. I trust me. I understand, and a lot of people accuse me of that. But I do try to give time. I do. My mind moves quick a lot sometimes, and I expect an answer when my mind should give it. And you're right. You're explicitly correct.
It's a sign of respect.
Explicitly.
You know, at the end of the day, people who disrespect you or don't respect you will
But
interrupt you.
please understand, I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm just
just doing it by
I move at my pace sometimes. I move at my pace sometimes, and not where. Brother,
I interrupt as well. You know what I mean? I have to sometimes. You know what I mean? I can't get a fucking word in entrance. But you know,
I do. I love you. I appreciate you, man. Our conversation this night has given me a great appreciation for you, and don't think that I'm sorry. And I'm sorry. I am really, really sorry that you got that impression.
I apologize, man. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, right? It's, you know, that's how we understand each other, right? You know, we communicate with each other. We understand each other's boundaries and how far you can, you know, take a conversation. You know what I mean? Some people, you know, you can have a conversation about religion, for example, right? And you know it's not going to go sideways, right? But then there's some people that you start talking about religion, all of a sudden you don't want to talk about religion with this person, right? Have you ever had that? I've experienced that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not because they don't agree with me or I don't agree with them. It's because most people who are wrapped up in religion have built up this wall, right? And unless you agree with them, you're a demon, you're a Satan, you're you know, whatever, you're a bad guy. You know what I mean? They separate them. They all see themselves as the chosen ones, right? And you notice all of them.
Right.
They're all the chosen. You know, this is the God's chosen. No, I'm the God's chosen. No, we're the God's chosen. Everyone's the God's chosen, right?
I'm sorry, man. I don't. I just on some subjects I move too fast because I know the information. And you're right. You're 100% right, and I'm sorry.
No,
I apologize.
You know,
I'm
my gran used to say to me, "You can lead a donkey to the water, but you can't force him to drink it." You know, and I used to teach in a IT college. I taught there for 4 years, and I learned more about myself teaching than I ever did. You know, studying. You know, teaching is one of those things where unless the person you're trying to teach has learned and succeeded or had learned what you're trying to teach them and maybe even surpassed your knowledge, then you've failed, right? So if you go to, you've got a classroom and 20 students, for instance, right? And, you know, they all fail. You're the failure, not them. You failed them. Does that make sense?
Yes. I have a child, and my biggest problem is exactly what you just explained to me.
So what I'm trying to say is when you're teaching somebody, you know, and you know, you fail to teach them, or they fail to learn from you what you're trying to teach them,
Yes.
then it's you that's failed.
Well, if somebody learns to teach, if somebody fails to learn from you, it's mostly because you fail to teach. And I learned that with my child. I'm the biggest problem.
That's why you
when
notice
it comes to.
you ever done martial arts, karate or judo or something like that.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
All right, so you remember, as you go through the ranks and you get up to your black belt. Once you get to your black belt, right, to do your second dan and your third dan and fourth dan involved you teaching others, right?
Mm-hmm.
You then become the master, and then you teach others, and the more you teach, and the better they become. That's how you escalate and become better. The more when you teach others your skill, you become better at it. Does that make sense?
Of course, yes.
It teaches you more about, because you're having to break it down and explain it and teach someone in layman's terms. You've had to get underneath the structure of it, the understanding of it, right, into detail. You get what I mean? And because you've that deep into it, you've become an expert at that, whatever it is you're teaching.
Yes.
That expertise, unless you are confident, the person that you're trying to teach will not accept that teaching. He won't listen to you. He won't hear what you've got to say. You'll say 100 words and he'll pick up 2.
Right.
Remember 2 words that you said. And that basically the art of teaching is how to make them see what you see, or make them understand what you understand. And some people have different levels of understanding, right? So, if it's like teaching a child. Welcome back, Mama Bear. Everything
Hey.
go?
Yup.
As I was saying, when you're teaching a child, for instance, it might be harder to teach a child a certain task than it would be an adult, or vice versa. It might be easier to teach a child a certain task than it would be to teach an adult, right? Just depending on exactly how and what it is you're trying to teach and how you come across. When you're trying to open people's eyes, or even better, when you're trying to ignite like that ember, or like plant a seed in someone's head, when you're trying to reach somebody and try to put that idea into their head, or at least the question, right? You can't just come out with blatant facts and say, oh, fucking Donald Trump, he did this, he did that, he did this, and he did that, right? And bring because those people who are for Donald Trump instinctively not going to want to listen to it, right? But when you ask the question, and you have to put them in a position where they have to explain to you, then it's much easier for you to, lead them into the frame of thought that you're trying to teach them. Do you get what I'm saying? By asking the question. It's called the Socratic method. Have you ever heard of the Socratic method? No? Has anybody here ever heard of the Socrates or the Socratic method?
You still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I have heard of Socratic method. Do I know what it is? No, I don't. I can tell you that in my profession, I have trained 20, 30, 50 people. But that wasn't anything that had to do with politics or religion or, life-changing stuff. It had to do with how do you make a light switch work, And so it was a matter of understanding how they thought a light switch worked. And then I could, well, no, this is actually how you do it. You know, I could do that, you know, and that's the approach I'm taking with my own child. And you know what? Do I have my perfect parent? Show me what that is. 'Cause it's not me. I wish I was.
In a nutshell, Jay, it's about asking the question, right? When you ask a question, you put the onus on the person to explain, right? So,
well, but also on me to be able to
using the
explain.
Socratic method, you can literally win any debate. If you was going to have a debate with somebody, just by simply using the Socratic method, you would defeat them in any debate, any argument.
I wouldn't want to do that.
No, I'm saying just by simply asking the question, you know, asking questions like, what you're doing is you're automatically putting your opponent on the back foot, right? So now instead of him coming at you, right, and he's having to explain.
I hope you wouldn't think that's what I was trying to do, because I'm never looking to win. I want to.
If you ever seen that video of James Freeman when he catches that guy, the police officer outside, and he starts asking him questions, and say, "Have you been drinking? Have you been?" Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just turn the tables. Yeah.
That's exactly my point, right? Just by simply asking him those questions, put him at a. You know, he was normally used to the one being asking the question and being the authoritarian type, and now he's being asked questions, is not prepared for it. So he's put him on the back foot. He's having to answer his questions before he could answer his question, ask his question. So he's having to climb up a mountain, if that makes any sense. You know, just by asking.
That's not what I'm trying to do, though. I'm not trying to do that. I already know that.
Just by asking the question, you will take somebody off their pedestal, off their high horse. You know what I mean? So now they have to come down to your level to explain to you. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I hope you don't think that's what I'm trying to do. I hope you don't feel like I'm trying to be some sort of like, I'm up here, you're down there. When I ask the question, it's nothing. I'm like, you know this too, right? That's where I come from. It's like, well, you know this. I'm more excited about, like, yeah, let's share this. That's like really where I come from. Like, oh, you know this. I'm more excited to.
You have to paint the story in someone's mind, right? And it's going to be an interesting.
I'm not quizzing you. I'm not trying to. But I'm not quizzing you. I'm trying to share. I'm trying to be like, yeah, you know this too, right? I'm more like a child of, like, be like, yeah, you get this, you know this. I'm not trying to quit. I'm trying to win anything. Yeah. I'm more like, yeah, you get
it's all
this,
about capturing people's attention, right? And you've got a few minutes. Like, not even a few minutes, you've got a few seconds.
I'm not trying to win. I'm not trying to win anything. I don't try to win. It's not, because what do I win?
If you want somebody to listen to you, you have to capture their attention, and you can't make them listen to you. You can shout all you want, you can say whatever you want, but unless you've captured their attention, they're not going to listen to you.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
You're right.
And you've got those, like, first few seconds, right? Those first few seconds to do that, and it has to be an interesting, a compelling story. You're going to come from a place from the heart, right? Because people can tell.
I'm not trying to win anything. I'm not trying to beat you. I'm not trying to.
No, I'm not. I'm saying we're just having a conversation about teaching, right? Teaching is a skill.
But I'm not trying to teach. I'm trying to share, and I'm hoping that you know these things too, so we can show them to other people.
You're sharing knowledge. Any truther, all these truthers out there, what they're doing is they're teaching people. They're opening people's eyes, and people don't want to see the things that most truthers want to show them because they're horrific.
Okay, so you do get me. You do get me. I'm not trying to win it. I'm not trying to share. I'm trying to put it out there for everybody to see it. I'm not trying to be better than anybody. I'm really not. I'm really not trying to be like, well, I know the truth. You don't.
Ultimately, you're a teacher, right? When you're sharing information, you're teaching people things that they don't know, right? So you've got to put it in a way where you're
I'm not trying to teach. I'm just trying to put it out there. I guess that makes me a teacher. I guess, and that's what I'm doing. But I'm just trying to.
Otherwise, no one's going to listen. You can put it out there.
I just want it out. I just want it all to be out there. I want it all to be on the table.
Yeah. If you want people to, if you put it out there, I'm assuming you want people to listen to it, right? And for them to listen to it, they got to accept it, and they got to.
Well, I don't want them to listen for me. I want them to see it and define it for their own terms. I want them to see it and read it and listen to it on their own terms and define what it means to them. And then we can come to a table and say, you know, what was that?
You yell about taxes.
Here we go. Here we go.
Your property. You yelled about property taxes.
Yes, there you go, sweetheart. Property taxes. There we go.
Okay. Do you know where county taxes?
Hello. Yes.
It's just Bailey calling from your Lotto Service UK in regards to the National Lottery, Oliver.
Oh, National Lottery. Did I win?
Yeah. You've been given 10 free lucky dips on the National Lottery for the draw on Saturday, the 10th of August.
Oh, wow.
Just wanted to get them sent out in the post for you.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
You still reside at 38 at Yonge Park?
Of course.
Brilliant. Can I just confirm your date of birth, please? For UK gambling regulation.
You want my date of birth?
For UK gambling regulation.
No, I don't give my date of birth to people. What's the matter with you? You really phone up people and ask them for their date of birth?
Yes, to prove that you are over 18, because you are playing the lottery.
And then what else are you going to ask for?
There's an optional offer at the end of the call, but as I say, it is optional, but you will still receive your 10 free lucky dips.
My fucking 10 free lucky dips. And then you're going to what? What would you want me to do? Pay for something? What do you want me to pay for?
There will be a payment, but that's not until back end of August.
All right, and then I'm going to assume that you're going to want my credit card details to make that payment, right?
It's not a credit account number, so you are securely covered by direct debit guarantee.
Yeah. So how many people do you catch like this on a daily? How many?
Would you like the 10 free lucky dips or not? Which I'm sent out.
I'm just fucking wondering how many people that you scam every day, man.
Hello?
How many people do you scam like this on a daily, bro?
If it was a scam, I won't be giving out 10 free lucky dips all day.
You haven't given shit out yet, really, have you?
Pardon?
You haven't really given us anything yet, have you?
I can't really hear you, Oliver.
I said you haven't given me anything.
Well, that's why we get them sent out in the post for you. That's why I asked if your address was still 38 Yonge Park.
Right. So you're going to send them to me, but then I've got to pay for the postage, right?
No, that gets covered by us.
All right. So what am I paying for?
Pardon?
So what am I actually paying for?
You're not paying for anything unless you want to go through with the optional offer.
Or what's the optional offer?
Is you'll be playing with us in October, November, December with 1,170 on the national,
Right.
90 on the Euro Millions and extra cost. And that'll be £12 per week, which is £54 per month.
Yeah.
So it's entirely up to you.
So like I said, how many people do you catch on a daily like this?
I don't really know actually, to be honest with you, Oliver.
Oh, you're new.
I just get a call coming through and offer it and give them their 10 free lucky dips.
Right. All right. Well, I mean,
I'll take it you don't want them then.
no, I don't want your lucky tips, bro.
No problem then.
Yeah. Good luck with your scam calling.
Yeah, it's not a scam, as I said, Oliver, because it's 10 free lucky dips that you would have been receiving.
Yeah.
Thanks for your time today anyway. Goodbye.
Thank you. Well,
was that for real or what?
Say that again?
Was that for real?
You just
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. That's why you were muted up.
That was a real English. That was a real English scam call.
Yes, it was.
Because I didn't understand 2 words he fucking said.
Yep, we record all the scam callers.
That's crazy. That's not even English. Hello, Gov. Let me eat this shit my left nut. Give me £5 for the left nut. We gotta go. I've got a horse race coming up. My left nut's riding the horse number 2. You gonna bet on that one? Is that what you're gonna do, love? Come on, Gov.
And do you know how many people fall for it and give their date of birth and give their credit cards?
That's incredible. That's incredible. You know, that would probably work more in Compton than it would in London.
But
They'd be like,
that,
oh, right.
I asked you a question. Do you ever look to see, you pay your taxes, do you ever look at your county budget to see where your tax money is going?
My wife actually does. My wife, and she believes in it, and it's so hard. That's the hardest thing is that, you know, she looks at that and goes, see, it's doing this, and I'm like, but it's not.
Do you know how stupid my county did? They put a walk path from one end of my county to the other end of our county along the railroad tracks.
Right.
And do you know how many, since they started this project, how many people are living along the railroad? They had to, they're thinking of stopping it because people are living now along that path intense.
Is it a federal railroad?
Yeah, but they only owe so much of
No,
the
see,
property.
that matters. The federal railroad thing matters because
But
Trump signed that bill.
They only owe, it's not only Trump. Get that out of your head. Get that out of your head. Obama signed some of that. It started with Obama.
Okay. But I know that Trump signed that federal railroad bill.
Obama signed the beginning of that.
Okay. And he bought Amtrak. And then Trump gave Amtrak $200 million more, and he signed the bill for the Fourth Amendment violation. So if you live if your property is adjacent to a federal railroad, which means if Amtrak is a federal railroad,
Amtrak don't run through here. Amtrak don't run through here.
It does in my city.
It
so
doesn't
people
in
that
my
are
city. It doesn't in my
a lot
city.
of people do in my city. And anybody that has a property adjacent to the railroad, which if the Amtrak is on the railroad, then that makes it a federal railroad.
Amtrak does not run through my property, through these properties. Okay. The county can get permission from the railroad tracks to do walking trails. And some of this railroad is abandoned.
Hello, Pink Bow Birdo.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to say you about Trump. I was just trying to say the fact.
Okay. But you need to look at your facts. Some of this is abandoned railroad tracks.
Yeah, what's your name in the chat? It's not Pink Bow, is it?
Go ahead, Mama Bear. Go ahead.
And some of this is abandoned tracks.
I just don't recognize
so
your
the
name.
county can't do it.
When I come up and show
Okay.
it's not showing anything. It's just I don't see it.
So what happened? What happened?
Yeah.
So they have.
Have you ever been up on my panel?
They have people living on the railroad tracks,
Yeah.
by the railroad tracks. This is happening in many states.
Sure.
But
Yes.
when you look,
Okay.
when
No, I
you
just
pull
don't
up your
recognize you.
taxes, and people that rent are paying the landlord's
Do
taxes.
you want to? You got a channel?
So everybody is paying
Well,
taxes.
well, if you buy a candy bar from a gas station,
Sorry.
you're paying taxes.
Yeah, everybody
Any
pays
particular reason why
taxes.
you wanted to
No
join our
matter
panel
what,
today?
they pay
Everybody,
taxes.
the homeless pay tax. If they buy
And
a soda from the
just
liquor
like
store, they're paying tax.
in your taxes, you pay for landfill, for your garbage.
Yes.
And in your taxes, you pay so much. You pay
Okay.
so
And
much.
is there someone that you know that could vouch for you? Is there someone that you know that could vouch for you?
You pay so much in your taxes that it's not funny.
Yeah, from within the
Correct.
community. Is there someone
Do you
that
know,
comes to
Mama
my
Bear?
panel that knows you?
Mama Bear, do you know that Americans, we pay after every last
Does
fencing
Mama Bear know you?
permit, after every
I don't know who they
last.
are. I've never seen them before.
Hey, Mama Bear, we pay every last tax for like sales tax, tax on gasoline, income tax.
Never
But
seen
if
them
you want to
before.
move, if you have to build a new fence on your property,
No, I
right?
don't really get involved in.
You gotta
in,
get a
lot of
permit,
channels,
right?
man. I just
You want
know
to replace
that,
your water heater, you
there are
gotta
a lot
get
of
a
weird
permit,
people out
right?
there. They don't want to do for some fucked up shit.
Mama Bear. So what happens is Americans pay, and after all those taxes, we pay 76 cents on the dollar
Mm-hmm.
for taxes.
I've
So
never
I don't
seen
remember
them.
you commenting in the chat either. I just don't
I've
remember the
never
name.
seen them
Pete Bow.
before. Mellows, I've never seen them before.
Mm.
No,
I've never seen them before.
So Mama Bear,
Yeah.
Americans pay
Give me a second.
76 cents on the dollar in
Mama
taxes.
Bear?
I've never seen them before.
Yeah, I don't know this guy either. I'm not going to trust him.
Who is he? What's his name?
Yeah, Pink Bow. Unfortunately, at this time, I'm not going to give you.
Pink? I never heard of Pink. Pink Taco?
I don't know who you are, mate, and I don't know anybody that can vouch for you.
Pink Taco's okay, but he's contentious.
It's not
Yeah,
Pink Taco.
unfortunately, I can't take the risk that I would let somebody on that I don't know, and then all of a sudden I get porn bombed.
Yeah, see, Mama Bear, you know Pink Taco. He's okay, but.
I mean, think
No,
about it. I mean, whoever
not
wants to
him.
porn bomb me is not exactly going to admit to being a porn bomber. Do you know what I mean? So I would suggest that you build a reputation within the community. You know, start chatting in the chat, make some
It's not
friends,
Pink Taco.
and then when someone can vouch for you, or
It's not Pink Taco.
you know, we know who you are or whatever, then
Yeah.
you know, I'm not,
What's his name there?
I've been around in another community that said the exact same thing about me, but people just don't realize you can't like you can't get a chance to meet new people if you don't actually give me a chance and actually give me a try. Because I've been around anything people's channels.
Well, you're on the channel right now. The mic is open. People can hear you over there. You know,
It sounds
they're
okay.
just not able to see you. So you know, if you wanted to flash something, your willy, or do some stupid shit, you know, it won't affect my channel. So if I was to allow you on my channel right now, and then you just put your camera on, you stuck your dick in the camera or something, and that would affect my channel and all the channels that are connected to it. I know I know you're going to say that, but I can't take the risk. You understand that? I don't know who you are, bro.
Okay, if I was gonna actually do that, don't you think I would have actually already done it by now?
Well, even if you did do that here, it wouldn't affect my channel. That's why I
What's
have
your
this
winner
room
there?
here.
Let me see.
So now you can show them anything you
They have
want,
no
and my
content
channel
on their
won't
channel.
see the sick shit that you would want to show to me. So I protect them. I protect the channel by creating a second room and allowing people to come up here and verifying who they are. That's why I created this room, so I could verify that these people who they are. You want to stick a camera on? So, I mean, at this point, I don't even want. You can put your camera on, I see your face, but at this point, I don't know who you are. There's no one in the community here that I'm trying to build a network here, a community. That's why. That's the whole point of the network. That's why the network is so important.
Let me see your
Because
vagina. Come on now.
basically people can vouch for each other and say, yeah, no, that's a sound guy. I know this person. And he's built up a reputation.
You,
Here's the thing, though. People will say that about anyone, even if they don't know. That you have to actually.
All right. Well, then I'm afraid you're going to have to stick around, build a relationship with the chat with us on the panel, and
Who
then
is he? What's his
maybe at
name?
some point I might
What's
take a
his?
chance and let you in. But at this point, at this moment,
they
without
have no
knowing who you
content
are,
on their
it'd be silly for
channel.
me to let you up on the panel. I won't do that. Right now,
What's
there
his
are a
name?
few people who want to take my channel down and destroy my channel,
Pinkbo.
and
Listen, I don't even know.
and I get
Hey,
these
what?
people every day. I mean, just the last panel, we had like 15 porn bomb attempts. Do you know what I mean? So I know they're getting desperate right now,
That's
and
sad.
who knows what they're
That
going to willing to
sucks.
try. I don't know who you are, bro. If it was somebody that's been around and he's in the chat and he's saying hello and we know who you are, then I might take a chance on you. But I don't know who you are, man. I'm not going to take the chance, bro.
I think you ought to give me wrong.
I've already given you more of a chance. I mean, right now, we're streaming to Telegram. So if you want to say hello to people in Telegram, that's cool.
Yeah,
You
you're
know what I
fighting
mean?
a
You can
little
talk
too
to them
hard,
over there.
guy. Just say, hey, I
There's
accept
like
it. I'll
40
see you
people in
next time.
Telegram you can say hello to. There's actually more people on Telegram than there is on YouTube right now, so it's cool.
Just be like, hey, dog, I'll participate in the chat. I'll see you next time.
I'm sorry, man. I don't know who you are. I'm not going to take the chance. It's not just my channel here. There's multiple channels that are connected to this network show. So until you build up a relationship or within the community, one that I can, look and verify, and I don't know what you're about. Otherwise, I'm not going to take the chance, bro. I hope you can.
Yeah, come in the chat and be there.
This is I run in this panel. There are multiple channels connected. We are streaming to multiple platforms.
Okay. I still think I should be given a chance, though.
You say, yeah, but it's not up to you, is it?
Hey, Mama Bear.
Yeah.
I mean.
Have you ever seen the?
If it wasn't,
Oh wow.
I wouldn't be telling you that. Like I said, I wouldn't be telling you this if it weren't
If
true.
it's up to you, make it happen. Do it right now. Go on.
Mama Bear.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though.
Have you ever seen the Smedley Butler speech from 1933?
Have I what?
They can hear you.
The
Mama Bear can hear
speech.
you right now. Do you want to hear what she's got to say? All right, it's because I've muted her. I'll unmute her. Here you go. Mama Bear, do you want to say hello?
Hold on. Hold on a sec.
I'll be quiet. I'll mute out. Wait, who's this guy think he is? Tom Zebra? What's going on? Hey, Mellows, you know who Tom Zebra is, right?
What's that?
You know who Tom Zebra is, right?
Can you hear him? Could you hear
The
him?
OG. Oh, I know Tom Zebra.
Can you hear him?
Yeah, that's not Tom Zebra. Tom Zebra wouldn't bother with you this way. Tom Zebra is the OG cop watcher from LA. That's Tom Zebra started the whole thing. You don't know Tom Zebra?
No, let me just sort this out.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you know.
I don't know this guy. I don't know this
Yeah, I
guy.
don't know who he is either. I don't know who he is either. And
He ain't
I
coming out.
understand your caution. I understand your caution, man. I really do. Yeah, but you know what caution with me, and I understand that too.
Yeah. Well, at least you had somebody to vouch for you, right?
Well, but it took me 6 months, right?
He's gone.
Did you ban him?
Yep.
What do you say? I'm muted for a
He
minute.
said he
1 minute, Jay.
he said he's seen me on another panel. This is the only panel I've been on for almost 45 days. 30 plus days.
Mm.
I caught him in a lie.
He probably saw you like an inferno or something.
I haven't a female's platform, a female's channel.
Yeah, he's
I caught him in a lie. I have not been on another female's. The only other female that's been on here is Debbie.
Now do you guys see how why it's so important that
And
we build
Mountain
this network?
Girl. Debbie, Mountain Girl, and Anne Marie was up here once. But they didn't have they didn't have their channels connected.
I 100% understand why you're vetting people this way. 100%. I do.
So they're lying. I caught them in a lie.
I think this
I
is the
have
one
not-
that came in yesterday with the video. I think that's him.
I got
and that voice, the voice, I recognize that voice.
Check Telegram.
I don't understand why people be that way. I really don't. I'm just not from that kind of. It's not my ilk, right?
I'm not playing the game. Don't you keep using my channel.
No, he didn't put the camera on. You know what? I don't even give a shit about the camera anymore.
Stop using my channel. I'm done with the using my channel. I know Mama Bear. I know Mama Bear. Mama Bear's got a soft heart, but I'll tell you right now, you're going to start seeing a very strong side of Mama Bear.
Maybe he's talking about Marcy.
And Mama Bear, that was just the name, really. He could have just used someone else's channel name, you know?
No, I was not ever a mod for Marcy.
Yeah. Marcy's cool AF too.
Jay, your mic is cracky.
Yeah, it is a bit.
I love Marcy.
Like, yeah, he's not going to get a chance. I mean, he ain't got one person that could vouch for him. You know what? You're going to have to build a rapport, right? You're going to have to go into the community and, start talking a little bit more in the chat, and then maybe.
Yeah, why try so hard? Why is he trying so hard?
Yeah, he was trying too hard.
When it was up to him, he said. It was up to him. I said, all right, if it's up to you, then make it happen. Go on. Yeah, well, that gets you. Demand, order me to do something.
You lost your
Say
avatar.
something
also,
relevant.
okay? You
Well,
lost
say
your
something relevant to the conversation, and like I want to come on and talk about this and like be relevant to the conversation, but like, why try so fucking hard otherwise?
Yes,
It's
he was
weird.
too desperate. He was too desperate to come on. Yes, a while ago, I was hooked up with Summer. I had to come on Summer's platform, and I still am with Summer's team, but not as much as I used to be. But you're not going to use Summer because I have not been on Summer's panel in quite a while. So don't even go there. It's not going to work.
Well, isn't there like six? There's even like 6 summers, right? At this point, like
I know when I was on Hot Mess Summer's team and when I was on her panel, and I have not been on Hot Mess Summer's panel in a while. It's not going to work. Summer and I are still friends, but it's not going to work. And here we go again.
yeah, just relax and enjoy it. Enjoy it, man. What the hell?
It's not going to work because I just said Summer's name.
Participate, man. Participate in the conversation, and then you might get some credibility.
Anyway, that's why we have the back. You know what we could do is we could just leave them in the back room.
Yeah, let him scream all he wants on the chat. What else can you do?
See, again, that's number 2. Getting desperate, are we? You know, guys. You know, I know there's a place, right, where you guys will go and you will fit right in, right? It's perfect for you guys. They love you, right? They love all this sort of drama and shit.
Yes,
If you go
Parker
over
Grayson.
there,
Parker Grayson, I can be a bitch.
Well, you asked for one, you got one. What you know? What you complaining about it?
Is it Towley? Is that the guy?
No, Towley's cool.
Towley.
I know Towley.
Parker Gray.
Parker Gray. Where are Parker Gray? Hello.
He's jumped channels to say hi.
Yeah, I never heard of Parker Gray.
Yeah, he's a new wannabe.
Towley.
Are we upsetting you guys that much that you have to come over and start some shit? Is that what it is? You're getting desperate. Your attempts to pawn bomb us not working, so you're just getting desperate. Or try something else. You know?
Yeah, is the truth too much? Too much truth?
How good are you on your knees? How about that? You any good? Do you spit or swallow? These are the important questions, right? You need to think about.
We ain't gonna find out because he's gone.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah, it was the Trump stuff. That always says everybody out the Trump stuff. It says everybody off. You bring up Trump and everybody they come out of the woodwork.
No, it's not even
brings
that.
them all out.
We picked up a particular crowd that wants to you know, throw everything they got at us. You know what I mean?
New channel.
Not working. Not working. Not working. You know why it's not working, guys? I told you this before, but you clearly weren't listening, right? The reason why it's not working is because you don't fucking make the rules. I do. It's that simple, man. Right? Learn the fucking rules. And then you might have a chance. If you want to play a game, you need to learn the fucking rules. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I mean to a degree, just can you
There's no two ways about it, man. If you want to play a game, you need to know the rules, right? Otherwise, you're gonna lose. It's as simple as that. It's not rocket science. It's mathematics.
I kicked myself out, kicking Parker out.
That's why it's important that I maintain that control, right? Because that tyrant, that needs to be. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to be a tyrant, but I have to be.
I get it, man. I get it.
Do you know what I mean? Nobody's going to tell me what to do. I dictate. I don't have nobody tells me what to do. Do you know what I mean? If people tell me what to do, then I don't make the rules.
I do understand. It's you got.
This is the one space that I have total control of. Do you know what I mean? The one space that is mine, that I have control of, that I have the button, I have to say, I'm God on this panel right now. Right? I can end the live, I start the live, I can keep it on going as long as I want. I can change the conversation into an argument. I can make a conversation into a comedy, into fun. I literally have total control over this panel. I'm writing the rules. I create another room. I make everybody go over there to verify themselves. I make decisions on who I want to come on this panel, right? So I'm making the rules here. So you guys out there who want to fuck with me, you got to understand the rules. And I make the fucking rules. So how the fuck are you going to get around that? Right? So you've got two choices. You can either learn the rules, right? Or you can fuck off somewhere else. I prefer you fuck off somewhere else.
It's just, I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. People going to not be a threat if you can be like, I can be a person. That's one thing. But if you're gonna present yourself as some sort of threat,
Yeah, man.
you
This is my
can't be
home.
here.
This is my home here, right? I'm sitting here. Well, as I'm sitting here with you, I'm actually sitting in my living room. I'm sitting in my home. Now, who I invite into my home? Exactly. So I want to make sure that I invite the person I invite into my home. I want him in my home, right? Otherwise, if he's not wanted there, I don't want him in my home, and I'm gonna fucking make sure he doesn't come into my home. You know what I mean? Right?
I appreciate that. I do appreciate that.
And I'm sitting in my dining room.
You know, last thing we want while we're sitting at home, chilling out, is some unwanted intruder coming in doing shit, telling us what to do in our own fucking home. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Come and shit all over my fucking living room.
Hey, Homer, how are you?
This is why the network is so important. This is why we need to come together as a community, right?
Well, I've learned, you know, hey,
Be glad for each other. Be very
the first time me and you talked about those, I told you to fuck off, and you dropped me down, and you banned me. You know, you have every right to do that.
rules, isn't it? I mean, it's kind of stupid, isn't it? I mean, when you go onto someone's panel, you're going to someone's home, right? You imagine I come into your home now, right? I'm in your house, and I tell you to fuck off. What the fuck are you gonna do? Kick me out of your house? Seriously,
Right.
I come into your house now. I'm in your house, and I tell you, hey, Jay, motherfucker, fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, you motherfucker. I'm in your house now, and you're gonna tell me to get the fuck out. You probably pull out
You
a
know,
gun or something. You're saying, "Get the fuck out of my house," right? Wouldn't you do that? Most normal people would,
oh, yeah, most certainly. Yeah.
unless there's some simp. You know what I mean? No, man. Someone comes into your house and they start telling you to fuck off and shit like that. You're gonna tell them to leave, man. I mean, that's the common thing. That's the common sense thing to do. Do you know what I mean? You're not gonna have somebody in your house abuse you or your guests, because you know this is my panel here, right? I'm controlling this panel. Like I said, there's multiple channels streaming on this channel, right? Now,
Well,
although it's my the panel is in my control, I'm still responsible for what happens to all of these other channels, right? So if I allow some dickhead to come on and start waving his dick around, right, then all these other channels are going to get punished for it. Not just my
and
channel.
I see that it's so much bigger responsibility. You got to vet things, and I
Although
understand
I
that.
trust you, I can't trust you, you know, to not fuck over one of the other people that's on connected to this panel. Do you know what I mean? Like I can't. It's more than just me. I've got to ask all these other people's permission. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to sit here and start asking all these other people. You know, do you want me to? Do you know? No, it's my responsibility, right? If I allow somebody to come up on this panel and they start sharing some stupid shit, then it's my fault. I'm not going to pass the buck and say, oh, well, it's mama bad. No, it's my fault, man. I made that choice.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you got some responsibility, and you're trying to
What stops with me?
maintain a level of propriety, and these people, if they can't understand that, then you can't trust them.
No, man. I mean,
They don't get that.
you know, the people that I invite to this panel, right? It's my hope that they have something to contribute, right, to a community. I'm trying to build a community, a network, right, where people can share vital information, knowledge, you know, ideas, right? Encourage people, you know, support one another, sponsor one another. You know, I can't do that if I'm going to allow people to come in to disrupt us and disrespect each other and abuse each other. And that is one thing that I need to eliminate from day one. You know, like you've got to do it on day one. You can't do it later on, you know, or allow certain people to do certain things and others you're going to discriminate. No, you can't. You know, this has got to be a table where everybody can contribute and everybody can take out what they put in. Do you know what I mean? There's no freeloading. There's no, you know. Do you see what I'm saying? You know, this only works if we all work together.
No, you give him a very fair shot. You did. You give him a very fair shot to just be a person, and he wasn't willing to do that.
No, man. I mean, at least the people that are in the chat and they communicate every single day, they're here. I know who they are, right? The minute they show up, I haven't got no worries about who they are and what they're going to do on my panel. I will trust them. You know, like I said, I've said many times, I will give this any person. I don't care who you are, rich, poor, you know, whatever color, religion. Even if you're an alien from another planet, I will give you one chance, just one chance. My gran used to tell me, she drilled it into my head. Second chances are for idiots. It's either you're the idiot or you think I'm the idiot, right? One chance. That's what you get with me.
Well, you gave me a second and a third chance, and I'm here. You know.
No, I mean, I didn't ban you. I kicked you because you pissed me off. You told me to fuck off. Yeah, and to be fair, if you wasn't, if Northwood and Mountain Girl didn't vouch for you, I would have banned you for sure. The only reason why I didn't ban you is because they vouch for you, their friend, and I'm here streaming on their channel. Do you know what I mean? So when they come on and they do their show, it's their show. Do you know what I mean? It's not just my show. This is a network show. This is Mama Bear's show. This is Northwood's show. This is Mountain Girl's show. You know, this is why I'll shut up and I'll drift into the background and make sure that no one comes and fucks with it and let them do whatever they're going to do. If they want to share a video, if they want to play some music, if they want to talk about something important, you know, this is for them. It's for Towley, it's for Swag, it's for Anne Marie, it's for BNC.
Anne Marie, Anne Marie, yeah, my girl.
You know, the platform here is for all of you. Do you know what I mean? The community, the network you can't have a network of one person, right? It doesn't work. If I can't build a network of just 3 people, the network has got to be all of us. Well, nothing. It doesn't work without us, you know? And we get what we put in. If you want to be a part of the network, you just simply be a part of the network, you know? And you contribute. You bring something to the table that's you know, of some value, some entertainment.
Well, I appreciate you see that I have some value and that, you know, I'm not just here to talk some BS and, you know, I'm trying to bring something to the table and I'm trying
I appreciate you, man. Otherwise, I would have kicked you off by now, honestly, man. I've been accused of being brutally honest before. And I told you what I thought. I wanted just conversation with, because you interrupt a lot and you talk over people, and that's the only thing. Otherwise, you're a knowledgeable person. You're intelligent. You got a lot of information that you can share with people. You know, if
I get too caught up in that. I get too caught up in what I want to share, and I'm sorry. I don't mean to talk over. I don't mean to do that, man. I don't mean to. I really don't.
No, because that way you end up, you fail having the conversation. It turns into an argument, right? That needlessly be an argument, where a conversation could have been productive, informative to not just me and you, but to all the people that are listening. You know, because there are a lot of people listening. They hear some of the shit that we're saying and think, "Fuck, I never knew that."
I know I'm terrible. I'm terrible with that. I don't mean to. I really don't mean to talk over people. I really don't.
Oh man, it's about improving every day, man. That's what it is. You know, none of us are perfect. I make mistakes every fucking day, right? I get up and I try to improve myself every day. I try to be the best I can. That's what we can do.
Well, like you said, I'm a teacher, but it doesn't make me a good one. And I'm trying to.
Teaching is a skill that you learn. It's a learned skill, and it's not something that you're
right. It is. It's a learned. Right. It's a learned skill. I'm trying to share, but I'm not good at it yet. You know. I'm trying to be better.
Sometimes you have to stop, think before you speak.
Well, it's also, especially if it's a lot of information, sometimes you've got to allow somebody to absorb that information. So you got to take it in bite-sized chunks and make it easily understandable for some people. You know, it's like trying to teach a child sometimes. You know.
Well, maybe that's where I fail, because I don't.
Yeah, it's like getting a hammer, you know, to someone's head, especially when it's something that disturbs their reality from what they understand and believe, and then you come along with your story that just fucking shakes the foundations of their beliefs, right? They're like, oh fuck, I don't want to listen to it anymore, and then you're hammering away with a hammer, and it's like, get this guy away from me.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No. That's a great example. That's, you know, yes.
Since I jumped in this morning and didn't get my good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the world in my normal hello when I join. Hello, Tolly. Hello, Swag. Hello, Anne Marie. Hello, everybody that is there. Hello, Homer. Hello, everybody, and hello, Jay. I didn't get to say hello to you when I jumped in this morning. I was at the
Hello,
doctor.
sweetheart.
Hello. And I finally got my second cup of coffee.
Now I have to go make coffee with my wife.
I am finally getting my second cup. It's 11 o'clock and I'm still just getting my second cup. This is bad. It's bad. And I've already
You're
blocked
East Coast,
3
huh?
people. And I've already blocked 3 people. This is bad this morning. It's bad, Anne Marie, when I blocked 3 people already this morning.
Anne Marie, I'll go to the chat. Anne Marie. You know me, Anne Marie.
I think Anne-Marie is was my first mod.
Anne Marie.
She
That's
used to be a super mod back in the day. You know that, Martha?
Yeah, she's our super mod. She
She
still got
was
that title.
literally a moderator on something like 100 channels.
I don't know how many channels.
Like Tommy V, you know, like Tommy V is, he's everywhere. That was Anne Marie.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know how many channels I'm a mod on. I really don't. Every time I click on a channel, I'm a mod on. I don't know. And I don't know how many mod channels I'm a mod on. I really don't.
Anne Marie knows me. Yeah, there's a John Mayer's song, Sweet Marie. Remember that, Anne Marie? Well, she knows. She's with Cynthia and Question. Anne Marie knows. We know each
I
other
just
for a while.
got a thing emailed to me about WordPress.com, Mellows, to upgrade today, and I get 30% off.
What was that? Sorry?
For WordPress, I got a thing to upgrade it for 30% off today.
What WordPress?
For WordPress.com.
You don't need that anymore. We've got our own servers.
So I'm not taking it. I deleted it.
Yeah.
I deleted it.
Yeah, you don't need them. I mean, do you have a website? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you put me in it. We just haven't been offline long enough to do anything.
What website did I remind me?
I've got to. I'm gonna make some phone calls this afternoon.
I think I added you to. Which one I added you to?
Yeah, I'm gonna make some phone calls this afternoon about getting my computer in and doing the upgrades on it. I'm gonna
I added you to the radio show. Did I not?
No.
I haven't.
But don't do any upgrades right yet because I'm gonna send my laptop off and get it the.
Well, are we going to build a Mama Bear website? Do you want to do that? Do you want me to? That's what we should do. Actually, we should do some tutorials. WordPress website, how to build website. Who's interested in learning how to build a WordPress website? Anybody interested in learning how to build a WordPress website? I'll give you. You won't have to worry about hosting or anything like that. I'll give you your hosting account, and you can either get your own domain or I can give you like a subdomain you won't have to pay for, and just learn how to set up, install WordPress, build a WordPress website, how to install plugins, how to modify it, how to edit it. If that's what you want, that's the kind of content that you want, I'll do that. I'll screen share and we'll create a fucking whole show about it. Do you know what I mean? In fact, anybody who wants to have a go, I'll give you free hosting. I can set you up a free hosting account. In fact, I'm going to set up 10 subdomains. So there'll be 10 subdomain accounts that will be able to recreate websites on. Whatever name you want, it will be, for example, Towley.vigilante.media, for example. And there's other names that I can use, but it'll be a subdomain. Or you can register your own domain, from whatever provider you want to use. There are really some really good ones. I recommend Namecheap. They're really cheap. And then, do it that way. But I'll give you some free hosting to start you off. I have multiple servers, web hosting servers, and some of them are basically specifically designed for WordPress websites.
It really isn't as difficult as you think it is.
Sorry?
And WordPress websites. They're really not as hard as people think it is.
No, not at all.
And when it comes to building your own computer too, it really is like it's nerd for Legos. It's Legos, it's not hard to build your own computer. If you have a laptop, but you don't need it to be mobile, then really what you need is a desktop. And it's really not very hard to build a desktop computer. It really isn't that hard. I mean, go to my YouTube page and look at my stupid computer, and it's not that hard. It's all just on my form factor, and I mean, I can walk you through how to build a computer. It really is super easy. And you can build a desktop computer that's 10 times more powerful than your laptop. It costs you half the price of a laptop. It really isn't that hard. They make it seem hard, but it really isn't that difficult. And you can have a machine, sitting on your desk that just can really do some processing power. And you have an Ethernet connection, and you have a monitor, and you can really do a lot more than you think you can. People think computers are so hard because they want you to think it's hard, and it really isn't that hard. I'm telling you, it's just nerd for Legos. It's something that I can't believe that people are so scared of, And so I'm telling my kid, we built 3 computers now, and like she knows it's like when it comes time for her to go to college, it's like we're gonna build her a new computer, and she's not scared of it, It's like, yeah, we just do this, and that, it really isn't that bad. Yeah, you gotta install Windows, and you gotta install a few software tools, and this and that. But just go on YouTube, and it really is. It's pretty easy. It's pretty straightforward. They try to scare you and think it's so, and everything is so hard. It's so it entails so much, but.
They have to justify the amount of money that they want to charge you, right?
Right. And you'll pay double or triple for what you can build right now. Oh boy.
Well, Tali makes a good point. Why don't you do that? A show building so that we could do. We literally.
Well, I can build a system right now.
Literally
I can
do
build a
that.
system.
What I'm saying is we do a show, right, where you can get your like camera angles, right? On
You
a
know, I should do that. I should do that.
A bare bones system, put it all together on camera, record the whole thing, make some different takes on it, you know, different camera angles, and then we stitch the video together and make or do a live panel even. Do you know what I mean? I think a video.
Yeah, I should do that.
Live panel, you know, you can, you know, have people, you know, asking questions, and then you can.
Well, do you know who Linus is? Linus Tech Tips. Do you know who Linus is?
No.
Look at Linus Tech Tips.
Panel.
He's built hundreds of computers online, and he's done it in real time. He'll build a computer in 2 hours.
Yeah, that, you know, maybe what you're talking about, live or a video, like, because a lot of people just video it and then then edit the video together and upload it, right?
You know Linus? You don't know Linus? Linus is he's a Canadian computer guy. He's been around since the beginning of YouTube and the beginning of like when computer sales really became accessible, where you could actually build your own computer.
Dude, I smoke a lot of weed, man. When it comes to names, forget it. Names.
Linus, Linus. Tech Tips. TECHTIPS. Linus Tech Tips. Google that, and you'll see there's tons of videos of him building computers. Yeah. But yeah, maybe I'll do it. Maybe me and my daughter, we're gonna build a computer soon, and maybe I should film it and. You know, you can see a 13-year-old.
I used to run a workshop at the college when I was working at the college, right? And it was like basically for 2 hours, the college members, they could bring in their machines, they could come in and work on their machines, ask any questions and whatever. And some of them used to say to me they'd learn more in those 2 hours than they did in their, you know, on their course. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah,
I think. You know, even if you don't have to wait until you buy another, you know, machine or whatever. You can literally use what you got. You could get a broken machine, for instance. You know, like you got a machine, a broken machine, and then you just take it all apart. You start describing what all the bits are and put it all back together and repair it and just like, you know.
That's what I should have done because the computer. If you go to my channel. Well, if you go to my channel, you can see I have a computer that's running, and it has all this RGB stuff on it. And I posted a short video, but then I had to rebuild that computer because the motherboard failed. And I should have posted a video where I had to rebuild it. I had to take the motherboard out and put the chip in and all that stuff, and I had to replace all that stuff.
If you do it live, then you'll be able to get the audience interactions. They'll be able to ask you the
questions. You're right. I should have done it that way, you know. But I was doing it with my daughter, so that was my priority. Was that so my daughter would learn how to do it, and I should have recorded it. But I was more concentrated on, you know, this is my daughter's first time doing this.
It's just basically a couple of camera angles, basically, if you can, or at least one camera angle, good camera angle on a tripod, maybe. Some good light.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
I'm just not a YouTuber.
If you've got to do some retakes, you know, and do some camera angles for certain things, and then what you do is just get all that B-roll and stitch it all together in post editing. Then you can produce a nice little how-to video. You know.
No, I hear what you're saying, and we actually have a new build planned. Coming up for this Black Friday, we're gonna start buying some parts because you know Black Friday is a great time to buy parts. You know, going through the first of the year, you know all the deals are on. So we're gonna start buying a lot of parts. So you know what? So maybe come next February, we'll.
Well, if you're selling the machines, you can use it as a way of, you know, promoting the item. You know what I mean? So you make the video, and then at the end of the video, you put it up for sale. You know, you put it on an eBay.
Well, I build machines for the people, but I don't necessarily sell them. You know, it's just friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's for it's family and friends. I don't.
No, I mean, if you're going to do it for a channel, you might have to, you know, because what are you going to do?
Yeah, I know. She wants to make a channel because she's
You
like
have
Minecraft, and
to
she wants to
recycle.
do a Minecraft channel and stuff.
What I'm saying is, you're going to have to recycle the stuff, right? So maybe once you've built them, then selling them off to people might be a way of like continuing it. You know, so you the next week,
maybe.
Machine and a different, you know, and keep doing it every week, different machines, sell them off. And, do you know what I mean?
No, yeah,
You're going to end up with 100 machines in your house. You're not going to need 100 machines, but you're going to, if you sell them, then you'll have the money, be able to release the money to go and buy another.
I would like people to see how easy it really is to build a computer. It's really not as hard as people think it is. It's so stupid easy. Like a motherboard is held with 8 screws, and the RAM it just snaps and it's 4 sticks, it goes snap, 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 snap. It's not so hard. And people are so intimidated, they're so intimidated by all of it. And it's like, you don't understand, you can save yourself $1,000 and have twice the machine with what you can buy.
Those how-to videos get a lot of traction. They trend really well.
I just want people to understand that you can get so much more for your money if you just aren't afraid. If you're brave a little bit, you can actually get, by paying half the price, you can get twice the machine, and you can cut the legs off from Hewlett Packard and Dell. You can cut the legs off underneath them, and you can get twice what you're paying for, and have a good, powerful machine that will do exactly what you want, edit videos, and all this other stuff. If you want to be a YouTuber, I mean,
do the whole thing from start to finish, where you source the goods, and
it's not so hard. It really isn't so hard.
Unboxing it, all of that is all great for YouTube. Unboxing the shit, when you receive it from.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, the unboxing. Yeah, maybe I should do that. And I'll do it with my daughter. I think that's what I'll do is the next machine that we do. We'll order the parts and we'll say why we're ordering, what parts we're ordering, and then when we get them, we'll get the case and we'll get the power supply, we'll get the motherboard, and we'll install everything. And we'll show you. It's so stupid easy. Like, I mean, you have no idea. The power supply goes in the case. It's 4 screws, and the motherboard goes in as 8 screws. Yeah, it's so easy. And it's just really super easy. It's more easy than people think it is. When you get your HP computer, when you go down to Best Buy and you buy your HP computer, and you think it's something special, it's like that computer is so much less than the computer you can build yourself. It really is. The computer you can buy, the HP computer you buy from Best Buy, is a cripple compared to what you can build for $1,000 less. And the expansion that you have off of what you just built for $1,000 less, you can expand on that by 10 times than the computer you paid $1,000 more for. And it's like, if you just watch some videos and take your time to go, to not be intimidated. It opens the whole world for you. I've recommended it for years and years. I've been telling my friends, build your own computer. And a few of them have. And like one friend I have, he wanted to do 4K gaming. He was buying the PS, he was buying the PlayStation and the Xboxes and stuff. He finally built his own computer. And now he's doing the 4K gaming at home all the time. And he loves it. He's like, why did I do this? Why did I do this 10 years ago when you told me to do it? And he's having the time of his life now. And it's just because he took the time to actually just watch a few videos and do it. And that's all I'm trying to say. Don't be afraid, man. You can't. What is it? Bravery gets you everywhere. Right?
I don't know if anybody realizes this, but October of next year, 2025, Windows 10 will be obsolete, and everybody's computer that has it will be in trouble.
Well, Windows has revised that, and they're going to stop. They say they're going to stop support in 3 years. But
they will no longer be giving you security for your computers.
Well, here's the thing about that. Windows 11 has only been adopted by 30% of all Windows users. So,
because I just called to get stuff from my Dell computer, and they says we can do it, but do you realize that your security is going to be gone in a year?
But that's the whole point with Windows 11. They're so hooked in with Google and everything that you don't have any privacy. So people are resisting Windows 11. So only 30% of Windows users are using Windows 11 at this point. So they say they're going to stop support in 3 years, but people aren't using Windows 11 yet because of the privacy issues. They're selling your info, and so people aren't using. Like, hey, have you ever been sitting around the house talking about you want to buy this, you want to buy that, and then you pick up your cell phone and you sell, and then boom, like you say, oh, I need to buy a new hair dryer. Then you pick up your cell phone and there's hair dryer ads on your cell phone. Have you ever had that? Like seriously, over.
I have.
You have, right?
I have an alert on my phone. I don't get any spam calls.
No, but have you sat around the house talking about, oh, I need to buy a new coffee maker, and then all of a sudden a coffee maker comes on your cell phone when you start surfing the web? You haven't had those ads pop up?
No.
See, we get it around my house.
No,
we'll be talking about like we need a waffle maker.
No, because I have an active armor on my phone. I get no spam calls on my phone.
Oh, okay. So you got a security system.
Correct.
Yeah. I have everything turned up, but my wife doesn't. So we'll be sitting around the house going like, we need a blender. And all of a sudden, we go on the computer and we're getting ads on Amazon for blenders. We're like, what the what? And we realize, oh, it's coming to the cell phone. You know what I mean?
Yes.
New panel starting soon.
Yes, new panel.
We've got another 10 minutes.
You know what I mean, though? Mullenberry, you know what I mean, though, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, we get that too. Because my wife doesn't have all her stuff turned off. I'm always like, turn it on. She's like, yeah, whatever. And I'm like, then we'll talk about blenders, and boom. She's like, why do I have 125 ads for blenders? Because you don't turn your shit off, you know? And then, you know, it's like, we didn't really need a blender. We were just talking about it. And all of a sudden, we have 125 ads for freaking blenders on eBay and Amazon, all this stuff.
No.
And like your phone is listening to you. You know what I mean?
I don't have eBay. I unsubscribed to all of them.
Yeah, right. Me too. But she has Facebook and she Facebooks with her family and all this stuff. So that's the only phone in my house that has it. But it's like, she doesn't do anything else, so it's like whatever. But yeah, we have that problem. All of a sudden we're getting ads for blenders because we were talking about blenders.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen it in other people, though. No, you've never seen it in other people. But it's pretty incredible how it happens. Oh, you know what? One thing we were talking about the other day is I've been watching the Rockford Files. I've been watching the Rockford Files on TV. I've been recording them. Remember the old Rockford Files TV show? Remember that? With Jim Garner, the Rockford Files. So I've been watching this old TV show on cable, and we were talking about it one day. And she started getting ads on Amazon and stuff to buy the Rockford Files box set and stuff. It's pretty funny. I mean, that was classic.
All right, new stream has started, all but Rumble. You guys over at Rumble are going to have to wait until I end this one before I can start that one, because setting up a Rumble stream is a pain in the ass. Thank you all for tuning in. That's a wrap for episode 32. Thank you, Jay. We appreciate you. Mama Bear. Everybody in the chat. A new stream is about to start. If you want to join us, I will post. Give me a minute.
All right, so I head over. You guys want to talk about something?
Yeah, I'm about to end this panel and go on to a new panel. We're starting a new panel, bro.
All right, you got a topic you want to talk about?
Whatever pops up.
Whatever the fuck is up.
We never have a topic.
All right, where do I find it? What's it on Bellows or what's the stream on?
All right, so here is the new upcoming link for Vigilante Media channel.
Chat or comments?
If you guys want to head over there and
on chat or comments?
Yeah, I can put it in the private chat for you if you like.
Yeah.
Right here,
stream.
Jay.
There we go.
And
Vigilante. We're vigilantes.
And yeah, we will see you over there in a few minutes. I'll wind this one down, play the outro, and then start up the next stream. And then we can start again, another 10 hours.
Ooh, I'll give it a shot. What the hell? Mellows, I'd love to continue our conversation with the...
Sure, you can join us on the next panel. Sure,
the links and all that stuff, you know?
I'm sure we'll get a few
George
more.
Carlin and all that stuff.
All right.
You remember George Carlin, right?
George Carlin, yeah, he's my favorite comedian. All right, let's go back to here. Let me play the outro. Thank you, everybody, once again, for tuning in. We'll see you on the next panel. And see you soon.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All Capitol buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay in sight of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.